Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to High on Politics Wednesday edition, and we're going to be covering the PAM BONDI hearing that is still currently going on. Full disclosure, I have been watching it for the majority of the day. I do have some highlights in this. It's a lot, but it's also not entertaining. I'll say that much. As far as like some of the congressional hearings that have been happening, this is definitely one of the better ones to watch. Look at this. Look at, dude, you just put a tooth mark in. All right, that's it. Grr. He is being, look at him. He's got the cord in his mouth. He just cannot stop. You have not watched any of it? Well, good, because we're going to be going through it. I have, as I said, some of the highlights. Oh, man. Some of the Republican glazing was beyond pathetic. Okay, that's it. You're getting sprayed. You get sprayed a little bit. Yep, you gotta go. Okay, we're better. Sorry, my cat was being a major pain in the ass. He is so damn cute, though, as you guys can see. I'm glad that you guys have gotten to hang out with him a little bit more, because, yeah, I was hoping that he'd be able to come down here and hang out a lot sooner, but I think that I explained that I have, a little bit of comic book stuff over here, which he made into his #1 obsession. It's literally plastic and pages. Like, he loves to go to the corner of a comic book and just gnaw on that little corner, and if you know anything about comics, that's not good. So, but yeah, he's a good cat. What's up, Sylvie? And what up, Etch? How you guys doing? You both know what to do. Hit the like button. Let's get it out there. Man, actually had to go to I was at a gas station and they had these for $1. I was just like, $1 for a liquid death? Don't mind if I do. Yeah, if you guys don't know, like, it is kind of gimmicky, but at the same time, there's utility to liquid death. So I will make an argument here. If you guys are into, drinking, and responsibly drinking, by the way, this is actually how you do so. Is this canned water? Yes, it's canned water. So the nice part about this is, usually you can use it as like, kind of like an in-between, like if you're drinking some beers, you crack one of these, you could barely you just pound this and then you can go right back to it and you're getting your hydration. So that is the utility of liquid death, if I must say. But also for $1, I was like, why not? Makes me wonder. Let's see. Because water doesn't really expire. They probably just order too many. But yeah, those are nasty. It's water. I mean, it's better than Aquafina. That was kind of the thing. Like, it was the cheapest water that they had at the gas station. That's why I was like, all right, you know what? Lou Becker, what? This is like the 4th time you have come in here saying that you're okay. It's not funny. I don't know what you think it is. Is that like the way that you just go into chats? You're just like, I'm late. Ooh, it fits in the beer koozie. It does fit in the beer koozie. I do think that is one of the better parts about it. But yeah, guys. Okay, so I just have to say that this PAM BONDI thing, I did not plan on covering it except for like some of the highlights. I think it's going to be the whole show today. It's crazy. I only have the half part, or like the first part before they went into recess, cut up, because it's literally so I'm gonna break this down for you a little bit. The Democrats did finally get a little bit combative with her, more so than they have in recent memory. And then, yeah, you have some Republicans that are kind of, telling her, thank you for your service. We really appreciate what you do. But we have some issues because, like, they're actually bringing up, like, tentative things, too, where they're just like, so in my district, we have XYZ crime, but then you took funding away for, addressing this. And it's interesting. So we'll go through that in just a minute here. Also, we are going to be covering the Taylor Lorenz coverage of them going after Section 230, which I hope you guys know it is looking more and more likely that they are going to vote against it, because now everybody that was standing up for Section 230 they're the ones attacking it now, like Google. It's insane. Like, Google is one of the ones that is leading this charge to just be like, yeah, you know what? We need to kind of readdress this and go through it, Godzilla, Game Genie. Hey, Game Genie. I used to have one of those. Epstein is in the Trump files. Yeah, jeez. A million times, dude. A million times, but nothing to see here. There's nothing to see. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, what do you mean? There's just so much of just Epstein telling us how great of a guy he is. Come on now. But yes, that is Godzilla. Game Genie, welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. I appreciate you all being here. So if you guys can do me a solid and hit that like button, because it helps get the stream out there, especially the sooner the better. Also, sub to the channel if you haven't already. I'm pretty sure that y'all have already hit that quota. Speaking of hitting quotas, because that's another thing that they do bring up, where there's some stuff getting exposed in this too. They didn't disappoint with the Cash Patel thing, which I am fully behind the idea that anytime that Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, or any of these idiots are up there, you got to make them answer for each other, because they really are like the same contingent there, and that's one thing that Trump did. He gave them the umbrella. Unfortunately, I think that, we know what happens when a lightning bolt hits an umbrella, especially when you have multiple people holding said umbrella. So, is it possible that you're even more handsome since the last time we saw you? I don't know. No, I appreciate that. Also, if you're gonna simp, keep it respectful. That's all I ask. Oh. Now, if you'll excuse me too, we had a little bit of a warm-up, so I also went for a walk. I kind of regret that, because with the heating up of things, my allergies are also telling me that I'm in for a rough season this year. Spring's gonna suck. I am not looking forward to it. Specifically with allergies. I'm looking forward to the weather. I think we all are. Gets better, brother, hopefully. We'll see. Strab-worthy. Hey, I appreciate the sub. Thank you. Alrighty. Well, you know what? Let's see. Do I have anything that I wanted to cover pre this? No, this is it. Oh, wait. Yeah, there was actually one thing. Hold on. That's right. I had it on my phone. It was a redact. Here we go. All right. So they found in the Epstein files, they found multiple instances of him mocking, like, the church. And apparently that finally got some of the people that have been supporting Trump on board to just be like, oh, this is a bridge too far. It's like, yeah, okay. Because you pay for daily massacres of children. Yeah, unfortunately, our tax dollars do go to that, and it sucks. And the thing is, we can't do anything about it. Like, if we just quit paying taxes, guess what happens? They come and arrest us. Like, that's one thing that the IRS and the DOJ can get along on. And I have a feeling that it's empty threats when they're just like, we're going to go firing a whole bunch of people in the IRS. It's like, are you now? Are you? Because you're simultaneously saying how we need to find fraud in Minnesota, and you're sending in, forensic accountants, or forensic accountants, right? No, you're sending in ICE officers for fraud? That doesn't make no sense, but okay. It is kind of crazy that that's where we're at. Here. Hold on, I gotta reset something. The hell? I don't know why my chat's been doing this, guys. This is the third day in a row that this has been happening. And it's after that last update. God. All right, sorry. Here, I'm going to have to reset my chat. I think that it'll be okay. There we go. Miguel, we stopped paying for... since Biden left office? That is so not true. He actually just gave Israel a lot more money, dude. Dude, you guys are so full of shit. This is my problem with, like, MAGA, is you are so full of shit. And then you go around saying, oh, fake news for everybody else. Fake news, while spreading it just without a care, fake news. This is why it is getting easier for me to genuinely not fucking care about these people anymore, to care about their opinions, to care about them as people. I genuinely don't give a fuck. I'm sorry. Did your feelings get hurt from something arbitrary usually too? Like, oh, the Democrats said that it's not illegal to go into a church. Yeah. Even though, wait a minute, I don't know dick about my First Amendment, apparently. That's what that always says to me, is that you guys know just Dickie McGeezax about your fucking any of your rights. To borrow a Kyleism. But, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to waste any time, because I do have to go early tonight. That's why we have started early, which, again, I appreciate you guys being here. Again, chat is kind of broken right now, so if I miss your chats, I'm sorry. Come on. Whatever. I'll fix it while we're doing this. Okay, let's do that. All right, let's get this. Hey, Pinkerbell, what's up? Good to see you. Welcome in. Just telling everybody we're about to cover the PAM BONDI stuff. Now, if I have to skip around, forgive me, but I have this set up to certain timestamps. We'll see if this ends up working, because anytime that I tried to put a stop on it, it wasn't working. Out shopping, but stopping in to hit the like. Hell yeah, I really appreciate that. Also, appreciate you listening while shopping. Oh, God, I had to go grocery shopping today. That sucked. Hence why I had to grab a water. But, yeah. All right, so, PAM BONDI. You love Joe Biden? Well, you are 100% in a very small minority. Oh, I'm sorry you got your feelings hurt. Oh, my feelings ain't hurt. I don't give a shit. Honestly. That's the thing. I've actually, I've stopped caring about you. Like, if you're a right-winger, I don't care anymore. I used to think that you deserve the same rights, but the thing is, I don't anymore. Since you want to take my rights away, you guys have kind of gotten the match energy side of this thing. It's just like, no, fuck you. And honestly, if your rights start getting taken, I'm not going to fight for you. You can fuck off. I'll fight for anybody else except for, for anybody that put the fucking red hat on anymore. That's kind of where I'm at. But, Chow, stop. I'm going to just say right now, stop. You were doing this yesterday and you were spamming the chat with all caps. Stop. Even if you're trying to be funny, which, again, We're on the same side here, bro, but don't piss me off because then I'll have to ban you. We appreciate your service. Let us ensure that all individuals are treated with respect. You know what? That's where I was before. I really was. But why should I? Why should I maintain a level of decorum when all these motherfuckers do is just engage in bad faith? They lie all the time. They literally fucking will take facts and then just be like, oh, no, like crime rates. Like things that are static, and they'll just be like, oh, no, that's not right. Should I use all? No, don't you just type like you're doing. Why would I respect or entertain people whose line isn't even pedophilia? No thanks. That's where I'm at. They don't have a line. Because before, that's why we would engage. We all thought that there would be something. Something. We didn't believe what Donald Trump said about him going out on Fifth Avenue and just being like, I've got, you know what? Pew, 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 pew. You guys would totally fucking stand up for him, no matter what. You would say the guy had it coming, even if it was his best friend or his kid, for fuck's sake. God damn, it could be your kid. And you would just be like, yeah, you know what? My kid had it coming. That's where I feel like you all are at. You want to talk about cult behavior? There it is. Ask yourself, for real, since you guys apparently don't ever do this within your own little echo chambers, where's the line? Where do you stop? Where do you finally go, yeah, you know what? God, Trump is kind of embarrassing, isn't he? Oh, man, he lied about this. Oh, wow, yeah, he totally was implicated in this. Oh, my favorite one now is how Joe Biden was mentioned one time in the Epstein files. His name was mentioned one time out of 3 million pages. Trump's name, 1 million times. But no, we got to investigate the Joe Biden one. Get fucked, you unserious cunts. I'm so done with it. So, with that being said, let's get angry together. This has got to be fun.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims. Like the women
Batman's just sitting there just like, say more.
Seated behind you today. Those are just some of the hundreds of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told.
Yeah, it's almost like we give a shit about the whole quelling of our democracy, and you guys are just like, yeah, you know what? Based.
And are demanding accountability for the...
You believe everything the government says, which is ironic. You believe every government report, which is ironic. You believe every sycophant that Trump has put into power, which is ironic. You only listen to Trump. You don't listen to anybody else telling you, hey, man, this is bad. And now here you are just saying like, oh, look at these liberals getting all mad and stuff.
Abusers who trafficked and raped...
Yet, I had to hear your bullshit for, 4 years. Actually, 4+, because you guys still don't shut the fuck up.
Them. You still haven't...
Economy's not great. Somehow still Biden's fault. Even though Trump now owns economy. Because, once that stock market hit its all-time high, it was like, oh, do I own the economy? Or do I kind of let the Democrats still hold on to that? Because, wait, if it's still Bidenomics, then doesn't that mean that the stock market was Biden's stock market? I just can't keep track anymore.
These survivors. So with their permission... Let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa...
Under what metrics?
Helm.
Housing is increased.
There's Jess Michael.
At one point, she says in this that rent has decreased. Where?
Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General.
Oh, I'll make sure I get right to that, Lilbert.
Whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental...
As I said, you're the biggest crybabies ever. You come into a fucking small stream and it's just like, I saw something I don't like with a person that has a dissenting opinion. Get him!
Citizens in Minneapolis, as Attorney General, You're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in the Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell.
Your rent is still high? Yeah.
Opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have.
What's your fucking problem, bro? Like, seriously, what is your fucking problem? I told you not to spam all caps, and here you will not shut the fuck up about it. Now you're just spamming my chat.
Nothing untoward.
Dude, my mods ain't here to fucking save you today. Today, it's me. You want gone? I'll fucking see you off.
Say about
like, fuck off.
Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter.
Is this like a hobby to some of you folks? Like, what is this?
Institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI
shut the fuck up. I'm literally scolding somebody that was making fun of Trump.
Open a criminal investigation
just because they're being a big baby over me saying, hey, don't use all caps. I get it. You want attention.
Into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agent.
I know. It's a lot to ask to try and be normal, but fucking A.
You shut it down.
You guys react like the kid from the Babadook.
You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem call Preddy a domestic terrorist, and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence.
What's wrong with all caps?
For Marimar Martinez,
honestly,
Montessori school
if you guys want to make this easy on me, that's the way to do it.
By a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text. Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA. Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school.
Because
there's no
Chow One, you came in here saying the same joke from yesterday with all caps. We have already been through this with you. Jesus, fucking children.
The Department of Justice. You even launched.
Sometimes I really do feel like I'm like a teacher, where it's just like, sit the fuck down and learn, you goddamn kids.
Investigation into Renee.
This is why I'm not a fucking.
This is why I'm not
a teacher.
How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa
She's
Tubb,
not listening.
and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and
right.
you snap to it.
Get the
You
fuck out.
replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. And the good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ,
Typing in all
including
caps
some
is
of their
childish
own
and annoying.
original
It is.
appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this
Hey, Janelle.
blatantly
How's it going? Welcome to the show.
corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagen Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and two-time Bronze Star
What parent is still supporting Trump and MAGA?
recipient, who
Yeah,
clerked
no
for
kidding,
Chief
David.
Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh promptly resigned too, writing to your office, quote, "I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of
Us old people can read
a
it better.
fool or enough of a coward
Well, unfortunately, I don't want everybody doing that in my chat, so that's just a fucking rule. If you don't like it, then you guys can leave.
file your motion, but it was never going to be
It's that simple.
me. You and the president nominated Eric
Thank you for the sub, Faded Light.
Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be your U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you
I've seen so many images. Have you seen the King Charles one?
forced him out.
No.
You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago
And I have seen your chats.
documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless
Vertical mode, womp
indictments
womp.
brought by the hacks
Yeah, no
left
shit.
at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James
Oh, by the way, what's up, legend?
in
How
a
you
single
doing?
week. And
to
just
see you, bud.
yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against
You so appreciate what I'm doing. Thank you.
6
I
members
really
of
appreciate
Congress
that.
who
I
have
appreciate you appreciating me.
spoken
Thank
out to
you.
remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who are veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will heed the wisdom and the constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having
Womp womp from the UK MFers.
participated in the
I mean, dude, the UK, you guys are at least handling business. I'll say that much.
January 6th case, or
It's crazy how you're actually putting people on blast and getting rid of bad politicians and making public mockeries of anybody that got implicated in the Epstein files. It's almost like America is very, very okay with standing up for fucking pedos and just making sure that the status quo of, you know, the billionaire elite class it remains untouched.
just flee for the exits now. Your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated
I'm not a big Raskin fan, but I gotta say, this is where he does shine.
for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the
Part of the here's the worst part about not being like into like the MAGA mindset is we actually listen. And we do process information outside of our fifis and just wanting to scream to the heavens that, nah, our Orange Master's still the best. Shut up.
court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote,
It's all Biden's fault. God. Everything bad is Biden's fault, and everything great is Trump's fault. It's that simple, man. Damn.
inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court is left with little confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes. But we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's
I was about to say, I'm like, please don't go 5
really
hours. Please don't go 5 hours.
insufficient to give voice to America's
Hey,
victims,
what's up, Distracting? Good to see you, man.
survivors, and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just one
We're also willing to learn and admit we're wrong.
round. So
Yep.
we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second
Was I wrong about thinking QAnon was completely crazy about this? Yeah.
of our precious time
Did they kind of do it to themselves because they kept going with the craziness? Yeah.
by evading
Let's all admit that the JFK coming back from the dead, and it wasn't even JFK, it was JFK Jr., and he was going to come back from the dead and become president, like, right then, that was fucking insane.
questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks
If you care only about one billionaire, you're fucking demented right now.
against members of Congress.
We just outed 6 billionaires in the Epstein files, and you're sitting here just like George Soros.
We saw your performance
And then you like have no actual fucking evidence that he's doing what you're saying he's doing. Like, how is he paying supporter? Like, how is he paying for support for everybody in the Democratic Party? How is he like what exactly? What's the foundation that he's funding all these protests with?
in the Senate, and we're not going to
How much are protesters actually getting paid, like per protest?
accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something
You'd think you guys would know this by now.
with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions. And when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5
Most of QAnon was correct? How? Pizzagate was not right. They literally got that wrong in a way that made the like pizza code into a fucking joke. We found out that this all started on 4chan like the day that the head of 4chan was with Epstein. Convenient.
5 minutes. So when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. If you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality
Yeah, Epstein was Q numbnuts.
of justice in America
If you don't fucking like just see how you guys got played with Gamergate and all this culture war bullshit and you're just still playing the game, you're fucked. I'm sorry, man.
depends on the
You don't actually care about solving any of this. You guys are you are literally implicated by just turning your heads and going, I don't care.
character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr.
Without
Chairman.
objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and beliefs?
She almost crossed her
So
fingers.
help you God. Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. And please know that your written testimony will be entered into
Nothing
the record
honorable
in its
about her?
entirety-
No, not in the
entirety.
slightest.
Accordingly, we ask
Name one good thing Donald Trump did in the last. I could actually do
that you
that.
summarize
He reclassified marijuana, which was like, it was a good thing. Was it for a good reason? No.
your testimony, Madam.
Is the hemp industry in every like black market state about to take a massive hit? Yeah.
Attorney General, you may begin.
Anything that has THCA in it, like if you live in a state and they have THCA and all that stuff, you are going to get hit there.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting
Bucky, thank
me
you.
here today.
Did rank go down? No.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions.
They'll tell you it did, and then you're going to look at your bill, and then you're like, if you're MAGA, do you look at your like your mortgage or your rent, and then when they say prices are lower, and then you just your brain sees a lower price, and you're even though it says it was $1,700 last month, it was $1,800 this month. Yeah, prices went down.
Highlight the work of our department and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core.
The weird part is, why are you so angry that you need to come into other, circles and then defend your Lord and Savior? It's almost like his duties, or his duties, my great big duties. They should kind of stand up on their own merits, right? Like, if Trump was doing so great, I don't think you'd need to defend him.
Core mission.
It would just be recognized.
After
But you're all pissed off that the American people see the opposite.
years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization, the Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent
It's like the
crime,
dumbass
protect the American people,
Trump
and
saying,
defend
why do you say his full name, saying illegal aliens are eating our dogs, eating the cats?
the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the
More houses and apartments on the market accomplished by removing immigrants. You really are fucking retarded.
lowest murder rate in 125
Holy shit.
years.
God damn, they pegged you so hard when they were just like, yep, the American Republican base are some of the dumbest people on the planet, and they will totally buy into everything we sell them.
That's nothing short of historic.
Wow.
If you compare 25
There's one thing that I can at least take heat in, is that I lived through the era of the biggest marks in all of history.
to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking
The weird part is how we can't even believe her.
down
Hey,
43%, gun assault down 22%.
716.
Ag assault, burglary.
Where he
to
said they
go
were
on
actually
and
eating
on.
cats and dogs.
Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. Can you?
Ironically, that's why ICE holds more shootings in fucking Minnesota right now than in the, actual
This
in the
trend
streets.
has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are two iconic American
man.
cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors.
Oh, the American people.
Public safety
Renee Good, Purdy.
does not have a party registration. When your constituents call 911,
Oh, actually, they just proved that the lady that got shot in Chicago with the body cam footage, it turned out to contradict everything they were saying.
they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts.
Trump's not conservative.
They're
He's a
here to
kleptocrat.
help,
Yeah.
And I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have
Shut the fuck up. You know what? I'm done. We're moving on.
Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning,
She needs to be held in contempt. That'd be great.
Attorney General Bondi, right here.
Well, Jim Jordan shouldn't even, the fact that he's the head of this committee is insane when he himself ignored grape on his own watch.
We are
He is the Joe Paterno of Congress.
joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second,
Sultan bin Salman. Like,
the survivors were not
yo, rap culture knows about bin Salman.
similarly protected, also in violation
Got more money than bin Salman.
of the law. Here is another email titled
Now we can
Epstein
change that verse.
Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department
Did I know it's greenwashing? Oh, I don't buy into this. I don't buy into this at
of
all.
Justice initially released
I bought this because it was cheaper than every water at the gas station.
this list
Because I don't think other people were buying into it.
of 32 survivors' names with only
No, the
one
only time that it's actually like useful is when you're drinking and you want to trick your brain into being like,
name
I'll just keep
redacted,
going. Oh wait, I just got
along with
hydrated.
numerous
Whoa!
files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the address.
I'll be honest, I started doing like non-alcoholic beers while drinking. So like I'll have just a normie, and then I'll do a non, and then a normie, and then a non.
Of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your
I'm closing in on 40, folks.
department released their names. Survivors are
You
now
don't
telling
recover
us
as,
that their families
well
are
as you used
finding
to.
out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a
Derek Denham, Liquid IV is really freaking good. Yeah, I use that.
to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades."
You're only 22.
To the survivors
Well,
in the room,
hey, you know what? Heed Unk's warnings here.
if you are willing, please
There's
stand.
one thing I wish I did was actually listen to some of the Unks in my life. Yeah,
And
by the
if
way,
you
oh, what up,
are
Bandit?
willing,
She does not
please
turn
raise
around.
your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Yeah.
Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they
She's such a cunt.
went
She is like the definition of that word.
through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
You agree? Yeah.
Congresswoman, you sat before, Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General,
She does this a few
No,
times.
Can I
I'm gonna
finish my
reclaim-
answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a
Attorney General, yes,
specific
sir.
question
Attorney General
that
can
I would
respond to your
like
question.
you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions. The witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she
It
doesn't
is
like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't
a
she ask
question.
Merrick Garland this
I am
twice when
reclaiming
he
my
sat in my
time, and when
chair?
I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman,
my
the gentlelady's
I'm
reclaimed her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time
You want to talk about fucking theatrics, bitch?
belongs to
You want to talk about theatrics? Hold on, let me shuffle my papers. Hold on, I'm not listening. Oh, thank you. Thank you, but distinguished Republican representative. Thank you. All right. What was the question?
the time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. you're not going to answer this
She's the
question.
epitome of evil. She really
So
is.
let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it to
What a
you.
massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you
Chairman.
restore her time? The witness
I'm
is
not gonna get
interrupting.
in the gutter with this woman.
You're the
She's
man.
trying to
You're the man now, dog.
theatrics.
Let me have my
Thank you.
The gentlelady from Washington
Vulnerability
controls the time.
expert.
The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release
Could win a Stanley Cup in 17
of
seconds.
the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy,
time-
Todd
the time of
Blanche,
the-
met alone
time of the
with
gentlelady
Ghislaine
has- the
Maxwell
time of the
and
gentlelady
Oh,
has-
South Park fucking nailed it with her.
transferred her
expired.
to a minimum security prison.
I just want to see fucking Saturday Night Live with Amy Poehler, like, not fuck it up.
And now
Because the last time they kind of wore kids' gloves with it, because she came out and she was just like, yeah, you know what? I did do that, and it was awesome, right?
you continue
The
the
time of the
cover-up, and
gentlelady
I
has
wish
expired.
that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you, and on a human level,
Chairman,
apologize
Chair now
to them
recognizes the chair.
on what you have
Unprofessional.
done.
Time of the
I
gentlelady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back.
Theatrics.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty.
Don't care.
Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired,
I have a UC, Mr. Chairman.
and that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2020.
Damn, that was quick.
And it says
Dude, I didn't even get to that story yet.
it was because of an
What
impasse
the
with the
fuck? Yeah, they shot down what they thought was a cartel drone, and they thought that they were going to start, WW3 with Mexico, but then it turned out to be a fucking balloon.
DOD over the use of unmanned
objection, without
military
objection.
aircraft
Without
and not
objection.
triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides.
That's not a point of order.
No, that every
question
member
you had.
will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes, yeah.
With the witness, okay,
Yeah,
very good.
Yeah, okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
You didn't hear that news yet? Yeah.
I want to begin by acknowledging the
Dude, we just learned that from Jasmine Crockett.
survivors of
Like,
Jeffrey
while
Epstein's
she's just like, hey, point of order, by the way. I have this announcement since Pam Bondi was talking about what they're doing over with the, Texas airspace. Well, it turns out that it's open again.
youth who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of
Oh my God. Thank God we can watch this on 1.25 speed.
In particular,
Ooh.
it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable.
Lies, lies, lies. Stop paying your taxes. Good luck with that.
Even more
Good luck with
troubling,
that.
the DOJ has
Let
failed
me
to
know
bring
how
any
that
of these
one works out for you.
perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for
Jasmine Crockett, what a joke.
Years of financial-
What, that she just reported factually?
fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured
That's all she did. She didn't say anything to Pam, even though I'm kind of looking forward to what she has to say to her.
an investigation
You know?
against her for alleged, quote, mortgage
She does know
fraud.
how to get a moment.
The U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee,
All that money
refused
for
to
a
bring
balloon.
charges against Ms.
Yep.
James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refused
Do you think the true question here is why is Trump in the files? Yeah, gee, I wonder.
to do Trump's bidding has no place
Sorry, Mossy.
in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out.
Oh, welcome over from
Trump could
Twitch.
not
I
contain
appreciate
his
that.
Fury that he expressed to you in a social media post.
Thank you for the follow,
addressed
Mossy
to you by
Adventure.
name. I'm sure you've seen it.
Appreciate
Quote,
that.
I fired him, and there is a great case he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert.
Crockett always tells
and
the
we will
truth.
Down. We can't delay
No.
it any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice.
Just saying that this is like, that was not the time to just be like, she's lying. It's like, no, that happened. Even the FAA came out and said that they reopened their airspace. So how is she lying?
And indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected
Trump
you.
is in the files and covering for all his buddies. He's compromised by this
It was
Israel.
practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000
No, he's just willingly doing everything that Israel and Russia want.
offenses.
There's no reason.
And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports that you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that
MAGA
there's not
fools can't give a straight answer to anything.
enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you were going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles
Ask yourself why Bibi was at the White House for the 7th time.
Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about.
Exactly.
In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators
But I do like the show here. It's a lot more laid back than some of the others. Thanks, man.
have you indicted? How many
try.
perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question with another question that has nothing to do with what you just said.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I
No.
want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're gonna answer
theatrics
the
are
question.
ridiculous.
No, I'm going to say what I want to say.
Chairman
How many have you
Jordan, I'm not going to get
Dude, she
in the gutter with these people.
How many
But
have
I'm
you-
going to answer
You're not going to get in the gutter? You dumb fuck.
the question.
You're literally working for the government, you dumb. Oh
many
my
have you
God.
indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time
I don't
belongs
have
to-
enough insults for her.
Very
Reclaiming my
interesting. I
time.
think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
And you can
When
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted
clock.
him
Mr.
twice.
Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and
And
stop
they
the clock and
indicted-
restore his time.
Okay, here we go with
Committee will
these
be in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs.
Yeah, Pam Bondi, your
Time
theatrics.
to
Gentleman
back
from
the
New
clock,
York.
please.
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the first congressperson to just be like, you want to talk about theatrics?
We will give you a few more seconds.
Here's your Academy Award. Now let's move
We'll
on.
do that. But when
Reclaiming
you
my-
ask a question, the
The
witness
question
gets to
was-
answer. You may not like the answer, but
Bondi really showing off her K addiction.
gets to
The
answer.
question
Alleged.
was how many of Epstein's
They don't like
What?
the answer,
Reclaiming
Chairman,
my time.
because it's
She was ended when she wouldn't even look at the victims.
honest.
Yeah.
So he asked a
Reclaiming my
4-minute
time.
question.
Restore 45
and
seconds,
I
Mr.
am
Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me
Yeah, oh, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time that I can get back
You're
against
not even a lawyer. Yeah, neither are you.
We'll give you a few more seconds. I
Not a
said that
few more,
already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go
All
ahead.
right.
Reclaiming my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None of
has
the perpetrators have
expired.
been brought to justice, but
All right.
enormous resources
Time of the
dedicated to
gentleman has
pursuing Trump's
expired,
enemies.
and
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
There was
no longer
no
works
question
for
in
American
there.
people. It works
Order
for
respond
Donald
to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oh,
Okay.
guys. Oh, this is heartbreaking. I'm sure that some of y'all might care about this, but James Vanderbeek just died.
Thanks. We will turn to the gentleman from.
Rest in peace, James Vanderbeek. God damn. Yeah, my thoughts are with his family right now because if you guys didn't know, he's going through the same kind of cancer battle that my wife is. And
Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right,
oh, fuck.
right ahead. I'm over here.
God damn it.
The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up
He was great in Varsity Blues.
the president saying they indicted
That's like the
me
only thing I really truly know him from outside Dawson's Creek.
twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice.
Fuck, that sucks. He was, oh man, he was 48 years old.
And you, Mr.
Rest in
Nadler,
peace,
were one
man.
of the leads on
That
the
sucks.
impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that
Fuck.
with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president.
Yeah, when I hear about that stuff, it gets to me.
And I am not going to have it.
Yeah, he's young.
I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Like I said, guys, rest in peace, James Vanderbeek.
And none of them,
fuck.
none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein.
Really sorry to hear about your wife, man.
How ironic
Thanks.
is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump,
Yeah, fuck cancer, dude. Fuck cancer.
the dad,
And fuck, like, this is why, again, like, there are some things that outside of the politics of it, it is like, no, Trump cut cancer research. He made it so all of our medical debt goes back on our credit reports, and that was immediate. I literally saw it happen in real time.
the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over
But I can't.
$50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're
You met him in Wilmington? Oh,
a great
man.
stock trader, as I hear, Raskin.
Was he cool?
The Dow
Your mom has stage 4 cancer. I know how you
is
feel.
over 50,000
I'm so sorry to hear that.
right now. The S&P at almost 7,000.
You know what? Fuck this. I'm sorry. I need to just silence her just for a second. Literally, this is just a quick moment of silence because that's a lot.
And the NASDAQ
And hearing her voice growing over it, it's just
records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
What does the Dow have to do with this?
Mr. Jordan,
You're the attorney general. What the fuck? Like, now you're just doing what's her, the other chick, the other blonde with the fucking
Mr. Jordan,
Committee will be in order.
the bad lips.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
You just lost your your cousin to cancer last year.
Will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000
Thanks, Mitch.
for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in
Okay, last time I checked, you were here to answer questions specifically about crime and immigration and the agencies that you enforce. This is pathetic.
1 year.
This is fucking pathetic.
National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low, thanks to
Yeah,
Donald
what the fuck does this have to do with anything? She wouldn't even look at the Epstein victims right behind her, but she's just like, you know what? I have to say this. The Dow hit 50,000.
Trump.
Even though most people don't even know what that means. And honestly, it doesn't really matter because it's all going down anyway. She failed to mention that.
That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low, thanks to Donald Trump.
Was she
For
on point? No, she's not.
Unprecedented 9 straight months. There
He didn't turn him in. What are you talking about? You guys read. Do you know how to read?
were zero
Because goddamn, your talking points, that's not even what happened, you dumb fuck.
illegal.
He said in 2019 to the chief of police who arrested Epstein, hey, you know what? Or Ghislaine Maxwell, you know what? She was evil.
Border
Which actually goes to show even worse. He knew she was evil and let her get that sweetheart deal. What now?
crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two.
Thank you.
I want to apologize.
Thank you.
On behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show, and I'm sorry that you have to go through that, and I would like to yield.
What? You're literally covering up for billionaire grape. Like, what are you doing?
I'd say 40
Jesus
is 80
Christ.
seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
Sorry, your lady dick was stuck in my throat.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes the gentleman yields back.
Jesus Christ.
The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to two documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified
The amount of shit eating is disgraceful.
as M
Literally. It's like they just take handfuls out of Donald Trump's fucking diaper.
was pro or
Oh, yeah. You know what? I just made another Trumpy Dumpy. Who wants a little bit?
civilian.
Rub it in good.
And Epstein
Come on, Pammy. We know you love it.
responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little
Yeah. The thing is, not a single one has come out and said this is all a lie.
freaked out by the age difference. And
No, her gotcha is that Merrick Garland didn't do shit, which, funny enough, most people are mad that Merrick Garland didn't do shit.
stating that he would try to convince her not to return to
She's so out of her element. What the fuck is this crazy bitch even saying? She's a snotty little bitch. Deflects more than Levitt.
Ukraine.
Yep.
He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these
now you're just
emails
spamming.
constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct?
What's my wife's cancer fund? I'm a survivor myself. I hope you were both coping okay. We're doing okay. She just she wrapped up chemo this last week. We're waiting on her final blood test to let us know when we can start the radiation treatment. They're saying within the first week of March is when she will be going on 5 weeks of radiation.
Yes or no?
Consistent radiation. It's one of those home ones where she has to like wear the pump.
I'm not going to play a yes/no game with you, but I will answer.
A yes/no game. It's literally a yes/no fucking question. You, Jesus Christ. Toddlers get this. Toddlers get this. Yes or no, Timmy? Did you or did you not eat the cookie? No, I didn't eat the cookie. Are you lying? Yeah.
Criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes/no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any
The only person that Trump is orange daddy to is this bitch and you.
case involving any victim.
You're the only ones calling him daddy.
I'm not familiar. There were 3 million pages, of course, with
Which,
that email.
gay.
But of course, we will look into anything.
You gay.
Documents
You
been
gay
released-
for Trump. Damn.
At least 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for
What does it for you? Is it the hair or the rolls?
all of you to come view. Have you? I believe you viewed them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to
If, can I finish, please? I'm not being rude.
I only
please.
have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibuster.
But you didn't give
You're going to borrow a word for something that you're doing?
yes or no answer.
You're literally, it's their time, you dum-dum.
So let me just
Dum-dum.
go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein tracked
Oh, I'm not homophobic. I'm using their homophobia against them because they're the only ones that think that being gay is a bad thing. So,
victims
yeah, we know what they do in their free time.
to anyone else. And glancing
Just live your truth, bro.
at the documents,
Fuck.
that's proofs that's not the case.
And just admit that you like some fat orange, fucking over made up and weird hairline motherfuckers.
In
Grab him by the nussy.
July, your department issued a memo stating that it
They look at Donald Trump's neck and they're just like, hold on, I got to go to the bathroom real quick.
conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you have to wait to get a computer?
It is not possible to,
Hang on.
to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney
She's
information from
she's so out of her
the
element.
Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable
She was a piss poor lawyer. If this is like what she did with any pushback, by the way,
co-conspirators.
It kind of explains why the Epstein stuff got hidden the way it did.
Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this
Remember Melissa Hortman and her husband? Yep.
has not been
Living in San Francisco. Badass.
fully complied with.
Thank you for the sub.
When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw
Wait, actually, so you think that me calling you gay is homophobic, but then you go and you think that gay people are bad?
the horrible video of American citizens
So does this mean that you're actually going to go stand up for LGBTQ rights and, start, I don't know, changing your ways? Because, the dirty leftist made a homophobic joke at my behalf.
being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene.
This is
to
all
be
just a
sure
show?
Evidence would be properly preserved.
Yeah, on her end.
By federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order. And
What happened to 100 deals in 100 days?
Departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach
Yeah, and you still jerk off to pictures of Donald Trump, bro.
to the homicides of
We know.
American
We know.
citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And Mr.
When he purses his lips, is that what really gets you going?
Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they
The greatest president in American history.
maintain their composure, this isn't a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman.
100 crimes in 100 days.
And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
And yet now,
There was
all of
no
a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in
going
order.
after
There was no
files.
question
Shame
asked
on
of
you.
the Attorney General. She doesn't just get to speak.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Lady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks,
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I
she's
am
gonna do it.
trying to make a point of order that the witness,
And what rule are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me
Inflation's through the roof. Yeah,
personally. I think it's pathetic
still rising.
that she can't answer the questions and
First
instead
time
is
that
attacking
is not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year, I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau.
Okay, so this is weird. I'm gonna let this one play because it's a little boring,
Lac du Flambeau is in my
but at the end it takes a turn.
district, and
Because Lac du Flambeau.
office replied that it was an ongoing
Just so you know what he's doing here, he's trying to get it so they go after reservations now.
matter,
Which
and
good luck with that one.
unable to comment on it, which I understand. That's just fine. But I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And
Well, if you're 80 or 90 years old living somewhere where it gets minus 25, maybe it's time to move.
the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who
65 IQ MAGA
closed
cult.
those roads off, and the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open, and they should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my
I was about to say
office
way lower.
and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin?
I was just saying they should move to Florida.
Congressman,
You know,
you do a great job
I would love to move to a different country, but
representing your district.
yeah, I
and
know how
yes,
immigration law works, funny
we
enough.
would more than
One of my favorite things is how ignorant Americans are to immigration laws, where they think that they can just go to any country and just, they'll be
welcome
taken.
working with you, and we are familiar with that
My brother just learned that the hard way.
investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous
It's like, yeah,
administration.
I'm going to try and get a long-term residency in Italy. Yeah.
This is just another one of those small
Found out the hard way. That ain't going to happen.
examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small
How dare they shut down dangerous roads? I know.
town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge
To be fair, if they did like demand compensation from the town, that's fucked up.
that saw through it and has fixed it. I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You've established a National Fraud Enforcement Division. Is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and
No, because her idea of fraud enforcement is sending ICE somewhere.
getting after those
I don't think they have a forensic accounting officer like literally in the DOJ.
individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places. Yes, we are working on it actively.
That's going to be a bitch when they find out that they have a whole bunch of fraud in Kentucky and Alabama.
Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are
I don't know, man. If y'all are some Republicans committing some fraud, maybe now's the time to start hiding it a little bit better.
expanding that. It was the vice president's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud division.
Ooh, this is
which
gonna
we
be
are
interesting.
establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people, and we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here, why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea?
Oh, Jesus. I just realized that this guy might have like 46 people in his district.
For every governor to do that at this point?
Any borders, like any town on the border of Wisconsin, there isn't a city near it.
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea.
Oh, wait. Technically Green Bay, but that...
It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established. When Colin is confirmed, he's amazing. I think you've met with him. You said,
yeah, Trump pardoned a guy who stole $10 million from tax funds. Yeah, exactly.
when that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do, to stop fraud in every city, in every state, in this country. We will
Fraud is fraud. Yeah. Then why is it okay for somebody to steal $10 million from tax funds and get a pardon for it? Shouldn't they be held accountable?
continue.
Wouldn't you have a little outrage reserved if a Democrat did that? Wouldn't you?
To fight for the
Is it only because Trump did it?
So you would encourage
fucking clowns.
Every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota, what we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Do you love the silver-haired god? Is that Sephiroth?
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
If that's the case, then yes.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it with the Attorney General not recognizing it. That's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic Mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the tax.
This is a good point here, because he starts bringing up about how like they're recruiting for ICE.
He is against ICE
and
being
it's
in
like,
Memphis,
oh,
and he's not
well,
in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then. And that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time when Memphis has only gone down 25%. And that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under
the fact that you have to say that Trump is the greatest president ever kind of tells me that you kind of know that he's not.
leadership of Director Patel came in and did a
It is pathetic how much you guys have to go out and cheerlead for this motherfucker.
surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Yes.
Can't just let his successes, do the talking for him. Nope, got to go remind everybody how much you love this guy. Like I said, y'all are gay.
Prior to the task force.
Like super gay for this guy.
And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented
Trump is the best. What?
immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses.
He's the best pedo.
So I ask
He's the best, billionaire pedo protector. What?
you, and I've written to you about this. There are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you join? And if you want to do something different, join ICE, and you'll get a $50,000 bonus, and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines and local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities, and you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement where we have an undercount of
I love how she does the same thing. She just stops listening.
officers in Memphis to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is
like the second that they stop kissing her ass, she's just then, I must file my papers.
a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, police?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Who are working on the front
I wasn't
lines
paying
to leave
attention. I was waiting for my turn to
the
talk.
front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE, and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst.
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand.
How long is the line outside the Oval Office? I mean,
I want to stick with
holy shit.
Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of
Does he tell you to put the red hat on when you give him little blowgies?
February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs. But 600 gang members were taken off the
time because I've only 40 I'm going to agree with you. I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it, and you tried to investigate her.
She can't handle these people. She doesn't like the ones that are about law and order. He's from Tennessee, and he's just like, no, I know these people. These are good people. I'm all for law enforcement, but what you're doing is not good. And honestly, I do not agree with this. And then immediately she fucking,
Her
tightens
good
up.
widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Preddy. They were executed like Christy Nome executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate because he was trampling on other individuals.
Dude, you're still crying today.
Right. Is that
You're
true?
still like, the Democrats, they hurt my feelings.
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion. Freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center?
Jim is a beast. Yeah, he's a beast at covering up for, alleged pedophilia and grape of wrestlers and systematic abuse. Yeah, he's totally. Yeah, he's the beast there.
His church in St. Paul met with them prior to marching
It's almost like that's one thing that's consistent with Republicans is they like to cover up for pedophiles.
to the church.
Love it. They love it. It's like they make a hobby of it.
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull-Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot, and they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters.
That's funny because every federal judge has said, no, he has protections. Good luck, Pam.
Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation?
The nice part is how many L's they are being handed by the federal courts. It's insane.
He said this on camera. Is that right?
And then they're like, these activist judges. It's like, dude.
Yes, Chairman,
Yeah.
and more.
Okay.
And he was in Minnesota, and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So, you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do, last Congress, and we deposed him. He definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the committee, the Congress, I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying.
Of the darkness, the moonlight.
And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond.
Thank you for the follow or the sub. I appreciate that.
It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier.
What up, Bear Down? Good to see you.
He said it was their purview, FBI.
Yeah, it's Trump judges, by the way.
Purview and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much
The most prominent one was the Reagan guy.
opposed to having
Where like everybody respects the fuck out of him, and they were just Justice Roberts came out and said he had to respect the opinion.
or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer.
It is.
By the CIA says
Thank you
something
for letting me
entirely
know.
different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up so we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA
that's when I
director.
stopped paying attention,
My bottom line
apparently.
is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official. The same officer said when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements But the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Weaponization has ended.
Yeah.
She said that with her fucking chest.
Point of order.
That was funny.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for point of order.
Weaponization is over.
We want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted.
Meanwhile, I'm coming for you, Democrats.
You should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how
that
many
have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was
No, because she can't answer a yes or no, because most of it is no.
true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And
No,
I
I'm
wanted
trying
to ask you.
I'm
I wanted to
answering
ask you about that
sir.
also.
No.
Because it's a different question that you're getting
You long-winded bitch. It's a yes or no fucking question.
now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned
I hope you guys hate her as much as I do.
the task.
This
of
is
redacting
crazy.
The appropriate.
And honestly, if you guys are fans of her, what the fuck is it? You think this is tough? You think that this is this is not exactly doing you guys favors?
Information, including.
Just trust me. When this comes back to the the hearings when we have power,
identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files.
She's
prior to
shit.
their release.
She really is.
500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more than 500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the. They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on.
More than
I'm going to move on.
from
General
multiple
Bondi, would you
districts.
agree?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. It's not. They won't let me get my bullshit off.
Time belongs
God.
to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as
She was a shit attorney if this is how she acted in court. Holy fuck. Could you imagine going to court and having your attorney act like this?
State of Florida.
Judge, he didn't let me make my counterpoint. You gonna do something about this, Judge?
As Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an
Am I a leftist? Yes. Sky 2011. Hello.
preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America.
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18 years. For 18 years.
You prosecuted.
Are you not biased? Are you not a right winger, like Trump-loving son of a bitch? So you're gonna sit here pretending that you're not biased? Fuck you.
I want an answer.
Yeah, this is how politics work. The fact that I'm even platforming you in my chat tells you I'm already better than most. So shut the fuck up and enjoy.
This is theatrics.
Well, no.
You little bitches. God damn.
18 years.
Nothing but complaining from you motherfuckers.
You prosecute.
But yeah, you guys are so convinced that Donald Trump's doing such a great job that, you know what, I'm gonna just watch this and just sit here laughing.
Serious felony cases, including drug
Nope. You gotta come and just be like, nope, Trump is doing the best.
cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims.
Yeah, why do I have this feeling that you didn't do them any justice?
And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting
you
before
also
him, sir?
prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. I prosecuted multiple cases when I was a prosecutor.
Bottom line, you're an
Answer the question.
experienced and seasoned.
For 18
you're an
years.
Mr. Chairman, will you reminder of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
think
are
I've
a
said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
She literally has the demeanor of a little child.
I think we
Most Trumpers do. God,
established that.
it really is fucking like, oh my God, you guys are fucking children.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer?
I mean, you guys are also, allegedly fucking children.
Sir,
but
we're not.
He wants to
When
say
I
no.
I want a
answer,
yes
I
or
get
no
counsel.
answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a
no.
yes or no
I
answer,
can-
but
yeah, I can
I'll
explain
live
my
with what you
experience.
have
I'd be
already
loved to
said.
explain
Let
my
me ask you.
experience.
Let me ask you this questions.
Clearly
In
you
the
don't have any.
prosecution of sexual assault cases, You are acutely
I know enough there, man.
aware of how
I know enough to see it, to call it like I sees it.
important it is to
Pedo protectors.
protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
How was that Russian collusion? I don't know. You guys remember those, what was it, like 4 people that got arrested?
I have addressed this multiple
Let's see.
times. I think others
I
were
gotta
cutting me
give
off
a
when I was trying.
refresher on this
I
one.
just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the
protection of all
identity-
victims.
So let's see. Arrested: George Papadopoulos, Mike Flynn, Paul Manafort, Rick Gates, Roger Stone, Michael Cohen. Yeah, there was nothing with that Russian collusion thing except for all of his lawyers went to jail.
Are protected.
But yeah, you guys know exactly what you're talking
You are
about.
protected under. Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you
Nice.
to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can
Well,
you
it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain that.
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department
Pam Bondi does.
was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies
time is
coming
up.
forward?
Time of the
Which
gentleman-
was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields
Your time is up.
back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bond.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and
Be held accountable.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
No great nation can be in a position where they can't control their borders.
While we need to address the issue of
That was a weird
immigration
cut.
and
I
the
don't know what
challenge
the
we
hell
have
happened
of
there.
our
That was from the live
undocumented people in
video.
the country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring.
It's almost like this puts a little hole in the narrative that Democrats want open borders, you dumb fucks.
By barring welfare benefits to illegal...
Also, when you bring up the deporter-in-chief, again, you dumb fucks.
illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, we convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration.
What up, Diego?
Which the
How's it
American
going, man?
people
Good to see you.
overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people from all over the world, and I don't think that's something that we can do at this point. Can't do it.
Yes or no? Would you allow those cities to ignore
the federal law? No.
Is somebody using their 5 minutes just to show this presentation?
Simply cannot allow people to pour into the United
Oh
States.
my God. Scott Fitzgerald is using his time for this.
undetected,
Okay.
Undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently.
His approval went up? You mean after he made sure that Gallup doesn't count presidential polling anymore?
and lawfully to become immigrants
Yeah, keep believing every number he throws out
in
now.
this country.
That's to your detriment. Yeah, keep believing the jobs numbers especially.
So Attorney General Bondi,
All these dumb fucks are going to be so just like blindsided by when the economy actually crashes.
what's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration that saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities?
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly, as you know, to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs that were flowing into this country from Mexico, the fentanyl precursors that were coming from China. These precursors were taken from China into Mexico, and in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA, freely coming into our cities around our country. thanks to Joe Biden's
Simultaneously, with all that happening, crime was still going down. Weird.
policies. That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing
Y'all love some North Korea propaganda shit, that's for sure.
everything
Holy
to keep
fuck.
Americans safe. And let me continue. When he was elected overwhelmingly by the American people, the
When's
majority
Caroline Levitt going to start wearing that pink dress that the lady from North Korea
of
wears?
the American people
It just like shows up every 10 minutes.
wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe.
Yeah, and now his approvals on immigration and the economy are still at all-time lows. Good job.
And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side
Things are
sits
great.
here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask a question and don't want answers because they want to distract
When do we get to the
from
Thomas
all the
Massey
great things
bit?
that
Oh,
this
here, we're
president
getting to
and
it.
this
Cool.
administration working hand in hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosure orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress. Well, with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
You know what? In the context of the next guy coming up, that's kind of funny. Let's see what she says. And remember it.
Time is expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier, Congrobsman,
What up,
anyone
Alirda? God.
records who were illegal.
The fact that this is the second time I'm watching this today, this is how you know I love you. I love you guys.
Obtained, Democrat or Republican. We will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost,
man.
I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ's changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ's not going
Damn, the right must have loved Obama. Yeah, you
to
think.
do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself.
Supporter in
tells you
chief.
why this-
I
how
mean,
wrong it
damn,
was.
dude.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you. Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that
Do you not know what Obamacare is, you fucking Riri?
President Trump was mentioned.
I'm over it.
And
I am
released
over it.
countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's
This is gonna be fun.
We have not released anyone's
I can't wait for Cash Patel to get called up again.
name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it
We
at
have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can
so-
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Claiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
leads me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
How is it a fraud?
I don't know the number.
Or how is it a disaster? How?
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization of government. And yesterday,
what's up,
it
Natch?
was reported
Good to
that
see you.
6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was in retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign. An Inspector General report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted. The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president
Actually, the Democrats' polls have risen.
would come after his enemies. But
Since you guys check polls daily, since you guys told me about Trump's numbers going up, you would know that, right?
what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help.
You'd also know they just won a special election by record numbers in Louisiana and Texas, but Your finger's very much on the pulse.
The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here.
I don't have to. The special elections being won by fucking double digits. That did it.
In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my
But I
district
thought
office.
you guys didn't believe polls unless they said something good about President Trump.
On the voicemails, they said, "Get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the
What do you know about Democratic voters? You're not a Democratic
Golden
voter.
Gate Bridge by my fucking."
Keep parroting what Fox News told you 4 months ago.
Donald Trump's Department of
this
Justice
is
in the
fun.
Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, "No, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you." The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute. May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, "I hope somebody shoots you and your children
She just got nervous about that.
and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew." I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual.
That's funny, because again, Rasmussen put fucking Trump at 37% approval rating.
Cited
Record
that
numbers?
he's a prolific caller and has health conditions. Although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this.
Keep defending his honor since he needs it so much.
The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being
Why off camera?
looked into, and I can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened. And I will work with, you can come into my office any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. And I yield back.
One good thing about Trump, he's normalizing men wearing makeup. That is true.
He was back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family had to go through. We appreciate what the Attorney General said. And I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to. And it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said, and we appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman.
This guy's just
I don't know where to
objectively
begin. Thank
boring.
you for being here, General.
Fuck
Nice
this
to meet
guy.
when I'm right in front of you. You are following the Attorney General Bondi for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince
He literally talks about nothing.
Andrew. Prince Andrew attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you are allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redact
He's normalizing makeup. I mean, he wears it every day.
photos of this victim's face.
He literally stands there and gets sprayed down daily, dude.
Because you are following the
Or can you tell me where to stand in the sun to get that orange complexion?
congressional law. Is that correct?
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you are
face.
following the congressional law, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim.
Dude, he got her on this
Under
one.
the federal victims.
This is my favorite part is watching because she has such fake confidence. When she doesn't have her bravado up, that's how you know that she's got. Like, dude, her poker face sucks.
Trafficking Protection Act. Not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone
I
who
don't see her
patronizes
fucking combing through papers so confidently right now.
Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 20.
Oh yeah, JD Vance also wears makeup. Duh. Smoky eyes.
memo
Little
from
smoky.
your
I
Department
forgot
of
about
Justice stated,
that.
quote,
Duh.
"We did not
Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's
uncover evidence
Maybelline.
that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties." These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew.
If you think I'm high strung and she's not, I don't know. You might need to redefine high strung.
So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi,
It's Jover for MAGA. It is so
Why
Jover.
did you shut
Oh my God. It like, yeah.
down this investigation?
If you guys are on the left, just I'll let you guys have this one. Just put into chat. Just it's Jover.
And why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
So Jover.
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before
I agree with you.
You
I've
twice.
been claiming my
Did you?
time.
Never
I agree with
mentioned
you. I agree with you. During
Did
the
you not
Biden,
hear
during the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of
Forgot about Bill Barr, didn't you? You forgot who was president before Biden.
failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I answer
question.
your question about protecting
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files.
You don't like being told no?
Like former Prince. Here's a video.
Oh, you're kidding me. Here, I'm gonna speed this up. Oh yeah, I've actually gotten hit. I've gotten hit by this video a few times already. So let's just do this. This is gonna sound funny for a second.
Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know,
Rhythm is a dancing.
were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump
Him and Jeffrey Epstein just start doing this.
attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, did I just make a Night at the Roxbury joke in 2026? Hell yeah.
This is so ridiculous.
This is so ridiculous. Here, I'll, since I was bullshitting there, I will, go back just a second.
Former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
Ooh, she's under oath. She's under oath. She just had that. She just thought about it. Shit. I'm under oath.
This is so ridiculous.
So ridiculous and outrageous.
And that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done.
Yes, that's all they got. Oh, their defense is literally what Caroline Leavitt has. This proves that she's a shit-ass lawyer if this is all she's got.
There is no
oh my God.
evidence.
Damn, dude, I make jokes. I make all the, I know. Like some of y'all probably don't even like, but all the yucks aside, she's a fucking ass attorney.
Donald Trump has
Could you imagine, like I said, could you imagine going to court and having her respond to a judge like that?
committed a crime. Everyone knows that.
That's ridiculous. We're just detracting from what my client did. All the good in his life. It's like, yeah, but he is accused of murdering his wife. But you are just, why would you do that? Why would you just besmirch a man's name like that?
This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one.
Every time I hear that, it legit brings a smile to my face, just like, that's a level of bullshit that you don't even believe.
Let me claim my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Wow.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock.
Legislation. This is
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay.
What up,
I'm
Hermit?
going to put up
Good to see you.
another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime. Why?
is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you here
Evidence of a crime.
is a witness statement
It's Jover for Trump and MAGA. It's so over.
called into the
So Jover.
FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard
I'm glad that we're reappropriating that one.
Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He
Ooh, she was
was
hurt.
so angry
Yeah.
he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl.
Yeah, I'm going back on that one because that.
I got your answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock. Mike, please stop the clock.
the legislation. This is
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay.
I love how panicky she is. This
I'm
is
gonna put
fun.
up another document.
This is really fun.
A witness who called
God, I have to say, of all these trials or whatever testimonies,
the FBI's
this is
National
probably one of the
Threat
best
Operations
ones.
Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence. in
She's
the
so
Epstein
mad.
file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape.
Her aide just looked at this guy because this guy is an actual lawyer. She just gave a look of like, oh my God. Here, watch her aide behind her.
Time,
I'd like to take my
belongs,
time.
time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center because I believe you just lied under oath. There
Here, now watch.
is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever
Watch right here. Her and this guy. He is not impressed and she is panicking.
accuse me of a
She's fucking panicking.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on video.
Oh, boy.
You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you here.
Oh,
There
boy.
is a witness statement who called into the
Oh, boy.
FBI's Threat Operations Center.
She's, oh
He
my
drove
God,
Donald Trump
she's so
around in a limo.
panicking.
He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone.
Didn't cat? He said under oath that, yeah.
He was so
Yeah, he's not in the files. And when they asked him how many times, he's like, I don't know.
angry. He was going
I
to
just
stop a
don't
limo
know.
and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we sit here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign.
I like seeing the lawyers behind her just panicking now. That she's just like,
Right after this hearing.
right here. Oh, this. Okay, we just found the we found my thumbnail. Boom. That is thumbnail worthy.
Gentleman has expired.
Even Chip Jordan's like, oh fuck, that didn't go well for
Can I
her.
respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms.
He doesn't
You're
want
allowed
to talk
to.
about
I did
the
not ask a
horrific crime in California. He does not want to talk about
did not ask a
crime
question.
in his
She
state.
can't just
Madam
ask
Attorney
me
General,
stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to
Coming
let
up?
the Attorney General.
Madam Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from
There
Alabama
he
is recognized
is.
for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
There he
you have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to
Chris.
talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policies. The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens.
Just real quick, I appreciate y'all hanging out today. If you guys could hit the like button on your way in, if you're enjoying the content, or subscribe and stick around for some good old discussion.
Criminal illegal aliens onto its streets.
Believe it or not, even if you're MAGA, I will engage.
Crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries, 184 robberies, 1,489 dangerous
Oh, yeah,
drug
no, Jim
offenses,
Jordan needs to stop.
379 weapons offenses.
Honestly, the fact that they never investigated his ass tells me that, yeah, it is a big, like, it's a big club, and his friends, they didn't want to put him, they didn't want to, you know,
And
do the hard work.
234 sexual
God, I hate Pam Bondi. Yeah.
predator offenses. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files. That's currently
being
happening
naughty.
in his home state.
Attorney General, thank you for being here, and I wanted to make sure you had time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit. In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns of infiltration of the illegal Chinese vapes into our country. As a father of three, obviously, I'm worried a little bit about this, and I believe that
The legal Chinese vapes is what this guy is focused on. This is what he used his 5 minutes with Pam Bondi to talk about, because he's got kids that might vape or some shit. Like, yeah, this is why we fast forward through some of this.
people are just writing the software and don't.
Financier was convicted, child sex offender.
For unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a number of UCs.
Gentleman can proceed.
Thank you. Bombshell new docs show Trump called police about Epstein in 2006.
Objection.
Kamala Harris defends Biden administration decision not to release Epstein files.
Objection.
Why weren't they released during the Biden administration?
Objection.
House Democrat Stacey Plaskett exchanged texts with Epstein during 2019 congressional hearing.
Objection.
New York judge allowed
MAGA, pay attention. This is your new talking points, by the way.
Epstein victims' claims against Plaskett to proceed.
Objection.
Hakeem Jeffries solicited funding from Epstein in 2013 after financier was convicted child sex offender.
Objection.
You are
Jeffrey
being
Epstein
such
was
a
invited to
schmoo.
BIM
Stop
fundraising
it.
dinner and to
Stop
get
it.
to know
Yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack.
All right, get down.
Objection.
An email from
Oh,
Leslie
man.
Groff to Jeffrey Epstein concerning Hakeem Jeffries. Epstein file says Biden was replaced in 2019, question mark?
Without objection.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. Craft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ms. A.G. Bondi. I agree with you. Our top priority should be protecting Americans. In my past life,
Let's remember that Trump called it a Democratic hoax. So if Democrats start getting implicated, then it's still a Democratic hoax.
in the California State Legislature.
It's almost like he's full of shit and y'all know it. It's almost like you know what's happening and you're just disingenuously going through life like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to support this because I just don't like the other side that much.
On solving sex crimes, passing legislation to update our codes. And I found that the biggest challenge to solving sex crimes is reporting them. Victims have to have the guts to stand up to report those sex crimes. But it's not easy. It's the most unreported sex crime there is. Crime there is sex crimes. It's painful, humiliating. A lot of time the victims don't think anything's going to come out of their reporting these crimes.
Gee, it's almost like it's a systematic thing.
Then we have adults.
Third Johnson, what up, dude?
Children were
You don't have to spam here.
molested, boys and girls who will live in silence for the rest of their life.
Like, welcome to stream, but the only reason that you got your comments removed is because you spammed it.
I believe the Epstein
We have a no spamming rule here,
files
so.
are just one of many sex rings, sex crimes taking place in our society today. I hear 1,200 Epstein victims, some additional victims as young as 9 to 10 years old. The challenge I have today, what bothers me today about this hearing, Madam AG, is what's the message we're sending out there on Main Street? Shouldn't ask a question I don't know an answer to, but I'm going to ask the victims behind you right now. First, can you please stand up? And then, can you please raise your hand if you think after everything you've heard today,
Dude,
you feel
Third Johnson, if you do not respond with something other than FDT, you're out.
that AG, the feds have your back? Do we have your back? Raise your hand if you're confident that we got
I won't have fucking anybody that's, you know,
your back.
spamming like that shit.
And that's the issue.
It's probably a bot.
Madam AG, we've got to make
be
sure
real.
that victims stand up and report the crimes. Otherwise, we're going to be taking a step backwards.
You gonna stop
Today,
chewing on the cord?
AI, cyber, social media, the new realm for people to be hurt, attacked sexually. These are the areas I welcome the opportunity to work with you on. It's not your problem. It's not my problem. It's our problem. But to have redacted files that are not showing us the names of these predators is wrong. These are very powerful people. This was a very
Are we going to start getting liberal bots now? Yeah.
expensive business, and we don't know who they are. I would imagine they're very prominent Republicans, very Republican Democrats, and we are covering up for them. We got to know what's going on out there, Madam AG. It looks like you want to say something. I'm going to
MAGA could witness it and they would still support him. Yeah, they'd say it's AI.
give the opportunity to
Even if it was happening right in front of their faces.
address my statement.
I look forward to working with you on any crimes involving child sex predators, children, and also cybercrime.
What does
That
FTD
is a
mean?
tremendous problem now throughout our country.
They were saying FTD, though.
AI, you are correct. AI
Wait,
is
were they?
causing great problems
Yeah. No,
online.
they weren't even saying it right.
We're working on that, though. AI is an incredible tool, but it also can be fraught with peril with victims of crime. I've experienced that with someone I know who we've been trying to help. I look forward, though, to working with you on that and on
Madam-
cybercrimes. Can I?
Please, go ahead.
And as I said before, to any victims, we ask them to come forward to our office, and we want to work with them. I have never not worked with a victim, and I believe I've actually spoken to several of
Madam,
victims'
if I can reclaim my time, I
attorneys
only have a
sitting
minute.
behind me.
If I can reclaim my time. I just think we start out by making sure those redactions are unredacted, those Epstein files, to make sure that the public, according to the law, following the
She's a great bullshitter. Not really, because you can tell it's bullshit.
law,
The best bullshitters are the ones that you just go, yeah.
that
Like,
those names
that's good.
in those files are made public. We have to make sure we tell
Flooding the zone with so much bullshit to where you're just like, well, that one might be true. I don't know.
those predators there is no
It's not exactly the best method.
place for them to hide. And if they commit the crime, they're going to fry for it. It starts with showing us the names of the perpetrators in the Epstein files.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
Okay. So if any man's name was redacted that should not have been, we will, of course, unredact it. If a victim's name was unredacted, please bring it to us and we will redact it. We were given 30 days to
Yes, you are trapped.
review and
You are trapped.
redact and unredact
You must go.
millions of pages of documents. Our error rate is very low,
The
but there are
victims are
always
right
gonna be
behind you. We've
errors
got to
on
convince them
both sides.
that we're doing a
And
good
we're
job
doing
of
everything we can to help
protecting
the
them.
victims. We will
Thank
do
you,
everything
Mr.
we can.
Chair. I'm out of time.
Gentleman yields back.
Here, look, he rolled
Gentleman from
up so
California, Mr. Kyler's
weird.
recognized.
Look at those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam Attorney General. I wanted to return to a point that the chairman raised at the beginning of this hearing, which is these jurisdictions that refuse to honor detainer requests from Immigration and Customs Enforcement, often called sanctuary jurisdictions. Now, I know that you are not involved directly in immigration operations per se, but you do deal with the legal issues surrounding these jurisdictions. So let's say we have someone who's here illegally, who has committed a crime that, like the thousands of people you mentioned in California, murderers, sexual predators, drug traffickers. If that individual is in detention in a jurisdiction that has a sanctuary policy where they do not honor ICE detainers versus in any other jurisdiction where they do, how does the nature of apprehending that person, how does the nature of ICE's involvement in that operation differ in those two circumstances?
Well, I believe you've seen that in Minnesota, where people were not cooperating with us. I believe there a lot of local law enforcement did want to cooperate.
President Trump signed a memorandum known as NSPM 7, purporting to address
Oh, here we go.
domestic terrorism. But Americans across the political spectrum were immediately alarmed by the memo's blurring of the line between unlawful conduct and constitutionally protected speech and activity, as well as its call to investigate, prosecute, and dismantle groups that the president and Stephen Miller described without evidence as, quote, an organized campaign of radical left terrorism. Now, counterterrorism experts were further alarmed by the administration's singular focus on left-wing extremism, combined with the sudden deletion from the DOJ website of decades of research and law enforcement analysis, which had concluded that right-wing extremism poses the greatest terrorism threat to Americans. The president's memo broadly and vaguely links violent conduct to ideologies, and it targeted specifically anti-American, anti-Christian, and anti-capitalist beliefs.
Thank you for the sub, Brian.
Hostility to so-called traditional
Appreciate
American
that.
views on family, religion, and morality, end quote. President Trump has repeatedly and openly, however falsely, tried to brand his political opponents with these sentiments listed in his memo. But as you know,
That's funny. He never even kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
as a lawyer,
We found out that was all bullshit, too. Weird.
holding beliefs that the White House disagrees with is not a crime. And the statute defining domestic terrorism requires criminal acts, not just thoughts and ideas. That's why legal experts, nonprofit leaders, religious freedom, and civil rights advocates immediately raised the alarm that the new presidential directive was a politically motivated attack on civil society designed to silence those who disagree with the administration. So, Ms. Bondi, Section 3 of that memo directed you, as Attorney General, to submit to the President and Stephen Miller a list of groups or entities whose members are engaged in acts that meet the definition of domestic terrorism. And then on December 4th, you directed the FBI to work with a variety of law enforcement entities to compile a list of groups and entities engaged in such acts.
She's going to ask her, like, where's the proof of this?
By January 3rd,
Oh,
2026, and
I didn't expect this to be dealt with so quickly.
to update that report every 30
Good on
days
her.
thereafter. So can we assume that you or persons under your direction at the Department of Justice have prepared that list of groups or entities who are designated as domestic terrorist organizations? And I just remind you, that's a yes.
She's
or
done.
no question.
Yeah.
Did you
Well, I'm
prepare
not
the
going to
list?
answer it yes or no, but what I will say is I know Antifa is part of that. I will talk to you about
I'm
that.
reclaiming
And
my
on
time.
February
I
5th,
asked
Yeah, just remember that Trump's immunity does not go to these people.
2025, and Antifa.
And even if he tries to pardon them, they can technically ruin their careers before that even happens,
Remember what-
which she's doing a bang-up job with.
arrested in Minneapolis
I'm
federal court
reclaiming
for
my
cyber
time.
stalking.
Did you
they
have
ask
a
a question and
list?
don't want an answer.
The answer is yes or no.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Gentleman can proceed.
Also, I do think it's time to adjust presidential pardon power.
Okay.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay. So
And I'm not just saying it because it's for Trump, too. I thought that it was fucked up that Biden pardoned himself and his fucking kid.
will you commit to providing this committee with any
But I don't want to hear it from any Trumpers because guess what? Trump pardoned a guy that fucking... He took $10 million from taxpayer money. So shut the fuck up.
list of
You don't care.
organizations that you have recommended be designated as domestic terrorist organizations?
Just going to stop you before you even start.
We will comply with the law in all matters.
Will you, you commit to provide
We will comply with the law in all matters.
this committee with your list of entities that you recommend be designated
she's
as
not gonna
domestic
say
terrorist
it.
organizations.
I'm not going to commit to anything to you because you won't let me answer questions.
Okay, well then, we do understand that your current position is that you have a secret list of people or groups that you are accusing of domestic terrorism, but you won't share it with Congress. And I'd remind you that when the U.S. government designates an entity as a foreign terrorist organization, it must report that to Congress and to the entity, because the government can make a mistake and the entity has the opportunity to contest it. So your position seems to be that if you falsely designate an American or an American organization as a terrorist group, there's nothing they can do about it. I think we get it. You don't want to answer the
No,
question.
you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Thank you.
Nothing.
Thank you for the insult. It's clear you didn't come to Congress prepared to answer questions that the American people have every right
That's all she has is insults and platitudes.
to have answered. But if you were to prepared to answer truthfully, here's what we expect the facts to show. The administration
And regime propaganda.
is keeping lists of Americans who the White House says are engaged in domestic terrorism. Those lists could include Americans who have not committed any acts
Wonder what she's pretending to look at.
of terrorism, but simply disagree with this administration, people like Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And your list may include clergy, elected officials, and members of indivisible groups across the country. And those lists likely don't include Proud Boys or Oath Keepers who were actually convicted. Americans have never tolerated political demagogues who use the government to punish people on an enemies list. It brought down McCarthy, it brought down Nixon, and it will bring down this administration as well.
And you were right.
I yield back.
That's why we're so glad they rescinded the
right.
memorandum targeting parents. For goodness sake, as the gentleman from California just pointed out in his 5 minutes, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5
May I respond very briefly to her statement?
I think we can do that
Okay.
probably on
Next.
one of our members' time.
Okay, thank you. I don't want that to get away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Behind me, I have 3 documents from the DOJ production.
Here we go.
They're emblematic of
She ain't getting any of his time.
massive
You can shut your dumb bitch mouth
the
up.
failure of the DOJ to comply
Here we go.
with the
Let's
Epstein Files
go.
Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact.
This little
list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this
I
email?
can't move now. He totally just
They released
fell asleep.
this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors.
Oh
you did.
man. Oh.
And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know
I never thought that one of the few principled people left in Congress, he is.
you touched the document.
And look at the way that MAGA attacks him.
Because you redacted
It's the one person in the Republican Party that still has principles, and they're just like, fuck this guy.
one name, and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name.
He's ruining it for the billionaires. They're not able to take over the government and produce us with an oligarchy like we want. Come on. We just want a daddy. We want a dictator, please.
Next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? The title of this one is Child Sex Trafficking. Co-conspirators, fully redacted. And by the way, I'm going to unredact them here.
He just covered his face.
Les Wexner is in this. Now, your your deputy attorney general said, oh, well, he appears hundreds of times in the files, but he doesn't appear in this file until I forced you to release it, where he's
Why do I care about all caps? Because people abuse that shit and fucking spam it.
listed as a
It's easy to fucking ban.
co-conspirator, not to tax evasion, but to child sex
It's literally one of the few rules I have for my chat. Quit complaining.
trafficking, not
Fucking A.
prostitution, not
Most left-wing streamers don't even allow, like, dissent in their fucking chats. Trust me. I have had this happen to me.
money laundering, child sex trafficking.
Like,
And then
fucking
finally,
A, man.
What we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD3
Bye.
2 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to
Someone really just say bye-bye, dummy.
over redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So I have several questions for you. Who's responsible? Are you able
Can't
to
follow one rule, shaking my head. Yeah.
who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times.
Yeah, I already told you that. This is where he's listed as a
Can I finish
co-conspirator.
my answer? Come on, let me finish my answer. We corrected that within 40 minutes. He was already, you're acting like everybody's trying to cover up Wexner's name.
Reclaiming my
I'm
time.
going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time. Mr. Chairman.
This is how this works.
Can I have my time
He
back?
was,
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady can give her answer. The time belongs to the gentleman from.
All right, I'm reclaiming my
Can I
time.
give my answer?
So I'm going to put the language of the bill up on the screen.
Chairman,
Because
may
I
I
have
give my
another
answer
question.
on that?
Nope.
It's a
Here's
political
the question.
joke, and I need to give my answer
Yeah,
on that.
we'll let the Attorney General respond, and then the gentleman can move to
Chairman,
the next question.
it's my time.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a
Notice how Jim Jordan's only doing this to Massey?
question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a
4,700,
co-conspirator.
and we invited you in.
Gentlemen.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get, you're a failed politician.
Gentlemen,
You need to
I
get
want
on
you to
these
watch the
matters.
Mr. Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules
There
here.
is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Is that your position as well?
My position is any
Dude,
victim who
she
comes
is cooked.
forward, of course.
She's so fucking cooked.
We would love to hear from them.
Nancy got her on this one. Oh,
Did you ask Merrick Garland that the last 4 years? Did you talk about Epstein?
I'm reclaiming my time. I'm glad you're asking about Merrick Garland.
You don't get to reclaim
because
time
this
when
is
you don't-
bigger than
when you-
Watergate.
when I don't answer the question the
This
way you
goes
want.
over 4 administrations. You don't have to go back to Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Let's go back to George Bush. This cover-up spans decades, and you are responsible for this portion of it.
And that's
now,
where the
I want to
most
know at what point did the FBI and the DOJ decide that Lex Wessner was not a co-conspirator? Because our Epstein Files Transparency Act requires you, please put it back on the screen, please, to release the internal decision about whether to prosecute him or not, and it's not in the files, and it's not in the files for any of these other men.
Time of the gentleman has
Which
expired.
may she
When all else fails, bring out TDS. The fact that she said that in an official setting should tell you how much of a joke this fucking administration is.
And he's a hypocrite because he voted against the ban that we were talking about on deep fake AI porn. Only 2
Fuck Trump and MAGA trash
people
too.
voted against it, and you were one of them, hypocrite.
Smackwater Mac. You get one all caps.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
Man, I gotta make a chat bot for
Chairman, I
that.
was wondering,
The gentlelady's allowed, the Attorney General's allowed to respond the way she wants to respond to any member's questions, Republican, Democrat.
I have unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized for a UC.
All right, this is an example. I'm submitting these 302 forms that are entirely redacted, even when you go to look at them.
Without objection.
I'm submitting a witness statement that implicates Les Wexner.
Without objection.
I'm submitting an article from the New York Times that the DOJ released nude photos and
Without objection.
identifiable pictures of the victims. I'm submitting a letter from AG Bondi to Kash Patel, imploring him to quit keeping the files when you found out that they were keeping files from you, because they're still redacting files that you.
Chairman, are we going to?
What, dude, when she's busted, she's busted. God, she has the worst poker face in all of politics.
Recess for votes?
Yes, we are.
I'm submitting for unanimous consent a document of 17 individuals who've resigned because of the Epstein files.
Without objection. Just want to check on how much time we have left in votes, but one thing I've learned here of late that they'll wait on us.
She is done.
How much time do we have?
I mean, we'll see.
Oh, they just called. Okay.
If she embarrasses Trump enough, that's when he'll get rid of her.
The chair now recognizes
That's why Kristi Noem is on. She's riding on that razor's edge.
gentleman from Maryland.
And thank you, Mr.
Because he doesn't want to have to go shopping for sycophants again.
Chairman. I want to start by saying I appreciate what you said, Attorney General Bondi, and you said it to me personally, that you take the personal security of every member of Congress seriously and that people can contact you about that. And in these times, that's a very serious matter. So I thank you for that. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7 of the Constitution is the Domestic Emoluments Clause. And it says that the president is limited to his salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the federal government while he's in office. It cannot be increased by $1. This president is the first president in U.S. history who has repeatedly sued the federal government for $230 million for the judicial search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, which was
She
perfectly
needs to be disbarred. She will be.
lawful and was never struck down. But now he's suing the IRS for $10 billion. He's suing the IRS for $10 billion, which I think is around 80% of its annual budget, because his tax returns were leaked. And they were illegally leaked by a private contractor who actually is in prison now, Charles Littlejohn. But he wants $10 billion. Now,
I didn't know that.
Well, I want to ask you the question of whether you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for you to settle that $10 billion case or any of the other claims that the president's made against the government. He himself has remarked, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes the deal, right? And he says, I kind of have to work it out with myself. Do you think it would violate the Domestic Emoluments Clause for the president to work out a deal from people who are his subordinates under his unitary executive theory to get money in one of these cases?
I'm not going to discuss pending litigation.
Okay, so theoretically, you're saying because his privacy rights were violated in that tax case, and they were. I'm with the president on that. I mean, his Mar-a-Lago thing is ridiculous, but there's no doubt that his tax returns, despite the fact that he promised to release them, despite the fact that every other president released the tax returns, he suffered embarrassment when it showed that he hadn't paid taxes for several years, and he had a right for that not to happen. Now, I want to turn back to the Epstein survivors, because President Trump made...
You guys are so good at, like, popping into a chat and just being like, so you guys believe this? Why do you believe in X? And it's like, well, I technically believe in Y. You believe in X!
A little bit embarrassed by the release of those tax returns.
Are you not getting enough engagement from, like, people, and that's why you do that?
How much do you think the claims of...
And then you wonder why you get banned from chats?
These survivors...
It's just like, yeah, because you guys are idiots.
As the good congressman from Kentucky just
I'd
pointed
totally engage with you if you weren't morons like that.
out, there were lots of survivors who had decided, for reasons of their own, never to release their names.
You know what? One thing I don't do is go to right-wing chats and just go, left is best in all caps.
Determination.
And they get mad when when I get banned from chat.
Was representative people in Congress, and we built it into our federal law that their names could not be released, and yet you published their names, their
What is he lying about here?
phone numbers, their addresses.
Since you have knowledge on Jamie Raskin being a liar, what's he lying about right here?
Personally identifying information. If Donald Trump can get $10 billion theoretically from the Department of Justice, how much should these people get for a far worse violation of their privacy rights and a far greater danger established to them in their lives?
Do you even know who Chase Mulligan is? You're so obsessed with... You don't, do
I'm
you?
going to teach you the rules again. You're the Attorney General of the United States. We have rules here.
You're obsessed with him.
You're the Attorney General of the United States.
You're
And the rules...
obsessed with Donald Trump. You have Trump derangement syndrome.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like my time
Mulligan will be
restored. I'd like my time
sentenced next
restored.
week in your district. In
420.
your district, and you don't even know about it, about keeping children safe from online predators.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Maryland. Gentleman can proceed.
Yeah, and I want the whole country to look at this. Because this is the Attorney General of the United States, whose job is law enforcement. We've never had a witness who has misunderstood our rules and been unable to conform his or her conduct to our rules before. We have only 5 minutes, and so we use our time to ask you specific questions.
How long are you giving me to
Excuse
answer?
me, I'm not yielding to you right now. I'd like that second retort too. So, Ms. Bondi, the way it works is we ask you a question, and you answer it, and if you go off on a wild goose chase, another tangent, you start reading statistics, or you start talking about stuff going on in our district, and by the way, I invite you to my district. Come to my district, but that's not what we're here to do today, okay? So, and you do that, then we're allowed to say we reclaim our time. At that point, you have to be quiet. You have no choice. You have to be quiet. So I hope you understand the rule of this one. Now, here's what
That is probably the hardest thing that you have asked her to do in this entire hearing.
I want to ask you.
Was for her to shut the fuck up.
You're in law enforcement. We've seen all kinds.
This is the first time that she's actually like engaged with him and doesn't do this whole spiel where she starts just like.
To evidence of crimes. And when we go over to the Department of Justice for the 4 computers for every member of Congress, we see more evidence of crimes. Will you create a joint task force of the Department of Justice and governors and state attorney generals and district attorneys across the country to investigate the crimes that have taken place against these victims and more than
Apparently you don't know how to read.
1,000 like them?
I keep saying that, man. Go read that again.
DOJ's not
Look at the time frame. It was in 2019 when he said this to the guy.
doing its job. Will you create a task force
Jesus
with
Christ.
state and local law enforcement to make that happen?
Cheers to your devotion to dehypnotize people. Thank you, man.
Cheers to your
Thank you,
devotion
Chairman.
to
He called
dehypnotize
Chase
people.
Mulligan a wild goose chase.
I appreciate
and didn't
that.
even know who he was.
Thank you for the 2.
He is a defendant in your own district who preyed on girls.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, you know what? If he were part of the Epstein investigation, you wouldn't do anything about it.
Online chat rooms and committed sextortion. Yet he didn't even know in your tiny little district who he
Mr. Chairman,
was.
she's embarrassing you.
He's about to be
This is your committee, and she is embarrassing
Shame
you.
on you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. I would.
I mean,
remind
to
the
be
committee
fair.
that last Congress,
Chip George is sitting there. I was like,
Secretary Mayorkas was here numerous times, and he wouldn't answer our questions, even when we sent them to him ahead of time in writing. So That's what we've had to deal with. I think the Attorney General is doing just fine. We have votes shortly. I will go to the gentleman from Virginia, and then we will take a break to head to the floor.
I thank the chairman, Attorney General Bondi. Thank you for being here, and I wanted to thank you for your work at DOJ in restoring the rule of law, encouraging transparency surrounding Jack Smith's partisan investigations into President Trump, declassifying information about the Russia collusion hoax, cracking down on sanctuary jurisdictions, and establishing the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Let me first go to securing the border and immigration enforcement. Our new governor has recently rescinded 287G cooperation between the state and ICE. Can you talk about, have you evaluated the public safety impact, how that would affect safety in Virginia to withdraw that support and what that would do to criminal activity involving illegal immigrants in Virginia?
Yes, it would be detrimental. And as you know, Congressman, one of the top members of MS-13 in the entire country was living.
So is this what they do? Like they get mad at the fact that they have, no control in their state?
In Virginia.
Yeah.
In a suburb, among all of us, living not even probably half an hour away from where we are now.
Is that investigation still ongoing? Can you speak to that?
I can't discuss that.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans. Last year, President Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill into law, which included the Hearing Protection Act, part of it that was sponsored by myself and Congressman Clyde. It reduced the national firearms tax, $200 tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms to zero. And while the tax has been eliminated, the NFA's registration and paperwork requirements remain in effect. And your DOJ
God, I remember when silencers were like illegal.
has said that would, even though the tax was reduced to zero, that the registration requirement is still somehow necessary, even though with regard to Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act, when that mandate was, when that tax penalty was reduced to zero, you decided that the mandate was no longer necessary. How are you justifying the existence of this registry?
It's because she's afraid of leftists buying the pew-pews.
Congressman, that's pending litigation right now.
Ah, it's pending litigation. That means that she does not want to give up the goat, which, guys, you know who's coming for your guns?
It is, and I hope
her and Donald Trump. They're the ones coming for your guns, because guess what? They can't differentiate between, an actual dissenter, so you trust me. And then, funny enough, you'd be perfectly fine with it. If they came for my pew-pews, you would not use your First Amendment right to stand up for me to keep my pew-pews. That's why you're not American.
you would reconsider.
That's why,
that.
honestly, you guys are traitors.
I yield back.
Gentleman yield.
I yield to the chairman.
I think
that I would still fight for you on.
Attorney General Bondi, why did Jack Smith have to pay some secret source $20,000 of taxpayer money? Do you know the answer to that?
I can't discuss anything on that matter. That's a good question, Chairman Jordan.
Well said, it's a good question because he subpoenaed just about every Republican in this town, got half the Congress's phone numbers if you were a Republican. But he has to pay some secret source a bunch of taxpayer money. We'd like to know, the committee would like to know how many other sources he paid. Was it more than $20,000? Why he had to do those things? We'd like.
I don't know. We doing that with Tom Homan too?
When you can, if you can get that information.
Wait a minute.
Committee, I think when you.
Wait a minute. We playing games? Are we actually playing, Jim?
Think about the guy who was trying to put the President of the United States
All right, let's go.
Prison. Ridiculous as that whole thing was. We'd kind of like to know the answer to that if you could. And with that, we're going to stand in recess. We will go as quickly as we can and vote. We have 2 quick votes on the floor, and we'll be back. There's actually some lunch if you all need it. We have for our members, and since you're back here, you can have some. We normally have plenty.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll take a recess.
Before you gavel out, can I ask for unanimous consent to enter to a record the article entitled Inside Trump's DOJ dated October 16, 2020?
Without objection, we stand in recess.
All right, so let me find part 2 here. They broke this up into 2 parts, by the way. All right. Bring this up. Bring these down. Play.
That man works for you now, right?
Who was that, Congressman?
The man in that video, the one who was in the police-worn body cam footage, the one allegedly yelling, "Kill him," at police.
Oh, they show. Okay, so they started this weird. This started with this guy showing a video of the January 6th situation, and there was a guy there that had a shield, and he was telling the cops
officers on January 6th.
Yeah, that he was gonna effing kill them.
His name is Jared Wise.
He does work for us.
He works for you at the Department of Justice.
He does.
This is an individual whom a federal grand jury indicted for 2 felonies and 4 misdemeanors related to his participation.
How dare you say I'm uneducated, you lefty?
In the attack.
You're
Back
uneducated?
on January 6th. One of those charges was forcibly assaulting, resisting, opposing, impeding, intimidating,
Man, this idiot Kirk and Chad, I don't know what's going on here.
interfering with police
I'm just assuming that, his name's not Kirk.
with the intent to commit another felony. This is who you choose as the chief law enforcement officer of the United States of America to
Kirk, I know you're just you're just another MAGA chud.
hire at the Department of
even-
Justice. Someone on video yelling, "Kill him," at police officers,
Interesting.
right?
I believe he was pardoned by President Trump.
Oh, he was pardoned. You're right.
Wait, so that makes everything go away? Wait a minute. Guys! Are you guys still mad about Biden pardoning himself? Because once you're pardoned, it all goes away. Don't you know?
You're right. Pardoned by President Trump for his offense.
It's almost like they know they're full of shit.
Pardoned for yelling, "Kill him," at police officers. And yet you expect hardworking police officers across the country to believe that you take law enforcement seriously. You could imagine the reaction of so many folks
Yeah, fuck Biden.
across
Biden sucked too.
the country hearing the chief law enforcement officer of the United States refuse to even condemn what that individual whom you've now hired did. But in any event, let's talk a little bit about some of the other divisions within.
Yeah, do you know who was the prosecuting attorney in Palm Beach at that time? Reality check? Certain blonde. She's the one that gave that sweetheart
the
deal.
Department of Justice and what's happened over the last year.
Interesting.
You're familiar with the public integrity section of the DOJ's criminal division. I think it's
She literally worked with that fucking guy.
referred to as PIN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which presidential administration under which the PIN was first created?
I can tell you what administration that the weaponization was ended under.
I'll reclaim my time. This wasn't a trick question.
You don't get to
Madam Attorney
reclaim
General.
your time.
Madam Attorney General,
Because I don't like.
Mr. Chairman,
I
will
don't
you explain
answer
to the witness that
question the way
he
you like
does
it.
reclaim his time?
Because I don't answer a question to your satisfaction.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Attorney General, the time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
the president under which PIN was created was Gerald Ford. It was
Barbotola.
created after
Hello.
Watergate. I'm not asking a question, Madam
Barbie-tola?
Attorney
Is that what
General.
it is?
The administration under which it was created
Welcome
was
over from Twitch.
Gerald Ford.
Appreciate you
when
popping
you first
by.
started as the Attorney General of the United States, there were 35 people working in that office.
Nothing will come of this?
now
No, these things, they are leading to some pretty big things. Like Kash Patel, you guys don't see it yet because you guys only know how to really look at what's in front of you instead of looking at the future and the possibility of these guys using this, I don't know, to catch some of them. So like, for instance, if she did indeed lie out under oath, that's going to be interesting. It's kind of like Kash Patel. Did he lie under oath? Sure seems like it.
people working in that office because you have gutted it. How many people work for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the criminal division today?
Can I answer the question about PIN?
I've asked you a question. How many
You've
people
asked me a
work?
question, but you don't
How
want
many
the
people
answer.
work
No, he asked you another question. This is how this works.
for the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team? You won't answer how many
I'll
people?
answer PIN.
You.
PIN will not be
you know what?
weaponized.
You know what?
What's
Madam
funny
Attorney
about
General,
this?
I'll say to the chairman.
What's funny about
Chairman,
this?
you know what? The answer is.
What's funny about this?
And I think I understand
funny
why the
about
Attorney General
this?
does not want to answer the
The fact that you're such an idiot that you're a confident idiot. Confident idiots are enjoyable to watch.
Question,
I will
because
admit
you
that
eliminated
because
the
it is kind of funny to watch them kind of, dig that hole.
National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team last year. So I understand why you don't want to tell the American people who works there.
Yeah, I
no one
understand
works
Weird.
why you don't want to
anymore,
talk about
Madam
Mohammed
Attorney
Solomon
General.
in
So,
your district.
In any event,
who
I will
murdered people.
Mr. Chairman, will you stop the clock so his time is not wasted by the witness?
Very generous
He literally just said, you got rid of the people who investigate crypto scams.
with allowing extra time when we have these little.
Why would that be?
I understand.
You got the time, Mr. Goose?
I might as well ask the chairman these questions.
Ellen Meyer,
What
welcome.
is
Carol Seaven,
What's
thank you for the sub.
profound?
Appreciate
The
that.
questions I've
Found?
asked,
The crime in your
I've
district.
asked, Mr. Chairman, are not trick questions. They're not gotcha questions. They're actually basic questions about how the Department of Justice functions and the unwillingness of this Attorney General to answer them in good faith When a member of Congress asks how many people work at the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team and the Attorney General refuses to answer it, it is not a coincidence. It's because she eliminated the team. Why? Because her boss, the President of the United States, is making money hand over fist, $1.4 billion over the course of the last year through cryptocurrency holdings. I think what is happening at the Department of Justice is a disgrace, Mr. Chairman, and I would urge you to gain control of this hearing. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah. I would ask the gentleman, does he agree with the standing up of the Deputy Attorney General for dealing with fraud? That's something that's happened in this administration. First time. You talked about PIN. That happened with this Justice Department.
We're talking about this committee.
Mr. Chairman, had you answered the question, had the Attorney General answered the question
Mr.
in that
Me.
way,
Thank you for the
perhaps
sub.
this hearing would have some modicum of resembling something that has typically been fairly conventional, an oversight hearing of the Department of Justice.
The gentleman's
That is
time
not
has
this.
expired. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, I want to express my gratitude to the President, you and your team for your continued efforts against extreme anti-energy policies taken by states and cities that serve only to increase costs on the American people. This is an issue of great concern for Congress as well as the consumers.
Our energy bills just skyrocketed. What the fuck is she talking about?
At the behest of networks of non-governmental organizations and anti-growth activists, Democratic-controlled states and cities are enacting laws and pursuing
Oh, she's happy that they're getting rid of like anti-smog laws and shit like that.
coordinated lawsuits that would impose retroactive liability on energy producers for past global emissions based on speculative future climate change harms. The proponents of these plans call them climate superfund laws, but in reality, that is simply window dressing for taxes and fees imposed on consumers and businesses that don't even have a presence in these states or communities. But if you look at the billions of dollars they hope to gain
Yeah, well, then they should only go to the people that are, contributing.
from these efforts, the real goal here is to increase their already mismanaged state budgets by imposing fees on consumers and businesses in energy-producing states such as the state of Wyoming. I would describe this as the tobacco litigation on steroids.
Yeah, because Wyoming produces a shit ton of methane. Do you not know how cows work?
Vermont has
Have you ever driven, dude, I've had to drive through, if you've ever done the drive, to Seattle, you, especially, when you're coming from, the other coast, which I've done, you get the full Wyoming experience, and it's about 100 miles of smelling cow shit.
has enacted such a law, and another has recently
You literally get to the point where you're just when is Wyoming going to end so I don't have to smell shit anymore?
gone into effect in New York. Similar laws are under consideration in a number of other states. Clearly, this problem is spreading. Would you agree that Congress has not
Yeah, but kneecapping it unilaterally instead of going through it and just being here, we'll give you an exemption. That's what you want? Okay.
authorized states to impose retroactive liability against energy producers
Whatever, man.
and lawful carbon emissions?
Yes.
And would you
Suck a tailpipe, lady.
also agree that protecting consumers is a core part of the DOJ's mission?
Absolutely.
Would you further agree that combating state policies that seek to hide and shift the true cost of programs like these onto consumers fits within your mission?
Yes.
So, Attorney General Bondi, fossil fuels are the foundation of the U.S. economy, and the recent winter storms underscored that gas, coal, and oil
The best part about living in the city is no farm smells. I mean, trade it in for the occasional, smell of piss and dumpsters.
essential to grid reliability and heating our homes. Can you confirm that the DOJ is fully committed to using all available legal tools to stop these state and local level attacks on domestic energy production?
Congresswoman, we are committed to that, and so is the entire administration. We talk about that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The President's April 2025 executive order directed the DOJ to identify and act against state laws that burden U.S. energy production. What concrete actions has the DOJ and the administration more broadly taken to
No, ban private flights as well.
carry out this directive?
Well, we filed 4
Taylor Swift, yeah, she contributes way more than your average fucking cow farm.
lawsuits.
Let's be real.
We're filing multiple lawsuits. Many things are pending within this office to carry that out.
Okay. States continue to invent new causes of action to pursue state climate lawfare, as is evidenced by Michigan's recent novel claim related to antitrust violations.
Oh my God,
The
bitch, you
city
are
of
so
Boulder,
fucking
Colorado,
annoying.
has also
Okay, this is the most annoying part is how everybody else has had something substantive, but when they get to someone like this, it's like, can we address the fact that I represent some corporations and lobbyists that they feel like they're getting kind of ransacked through for having all of these regulations on them. Can we do something about these regulations, please? Because my corporate lobbyist friends aren't exactly happy.
Upheld the life
Fucking
sentence.
The time the gentlelady has expired,
back.
the gentlelady
Shit,
is back,
I'll be right
and the
back.
gentlelady from
Someone's at my door.
Georgia's
Oh, fucking A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bondi, as the Florida Attorney General, attorneys from your office handled the appeal of my son, Jordan Davis's murder, which was denied. As a result of the efforts of those attorneys under your watch, the court actually upheld the life sentence for a man who used prejudice as his defense for murdering my son and scarring his friends for life. Attorneys from your office, under your management, worked hard to remove a dangerous man from the community who terrorized innocent people like my son and his friends. The compassion and respect that my family received throughout that ordeal were critical in helping us keep faith in the rule of law and justice. Based on my experiences, I have seen how strong victim services, sustained investigations, and well-supported prosecutors can make a meaningful difference in the lives of families who are grieving and suffering. Ms. Bondi, just yes or no, would you agree that government officials should be respectful and supportive of victims' families as they mourn?
All right, that sucked. My neighbor locked themselves out of their house.
First, Congresswoman, thank you for talking about that, and I'm so...
That was that was random because they're just like, can I use your phone? I'm like, yeah. What's up? They're like, I locked myself out of my house. I was like, oh
very
shit.
sorry for what happened to your family.
Thank you.
And yes, I agree with that with all victims, including the ones sitting
Ban all lobbyists? I'm down.
behind us today. I absolutely do. And also, thank you for voting yes on the Lake.
Honestly, actually, we should do this because if lobbyists don't want to give money and stuff to the country, okay, fine. But you have, every time you have to go up in front of Congress just like this and make your case.
Riley Act.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so your answer is why the recent treatment of families in Minnesota raises really serious concerns for me.
Ooh, she tricked her.
Because shortly after Mr. Alex Preddy was murdered, administration officials referred to him as an assassin.
That's what we call buttering up.
They called Mr. Preddy the definition of domestic terrorism. They also lied about Mr. Preddy holding a gun and threatening officers. After Ms. Renee Good was murdered by ICE officials in Minneapolis, administration officials also accused her of being a domestic terrorist and investigated her wife in a clear act of retaliation. The statement Mr. Preddy's mother made after the murder resonated with me more than you'll ever imagine. She said that, and I'm quoting, "The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting," end quote. And I assure you, I know how it feels to hear lies that are told to justify the taking of someone's son. They were used by my son's murderer as a defense, and those lies still affect me today. He was called a thug, and he was called a gangbanger. And the attorneys from your office actually defended my son's name, his memory, and defended his honor. I'm certain that Mr. Preddy's mother watched...
I'm sure it had nothing to do with, the preferential treatment that someone, theoretically would get for being in Congress.
Videos of her son, Alex, an ICU nurse at the VA hospital, using his phone to record federal agents. She also
Stan
watched
complaining
him
he's
getting
a file a
pepper
lawsuit
sprayed,
for
kicked, hit in the head,
and surrounded
Listen,
by at least
he's watching my neighbor trying to get in their house.
7 agents
So-
before having his gun removed from his waistband, which he legally
Silver Fox. Yes,
carried.
I agree.
And she watched
FDJT.
seconds later as 2 of those agents shot her son Alex at least 10 times. Administration was
Dude, but you don't need to keep spamming my chat with the like, if it's P3DO, okay? Like,
quick
it's his droid name.
to spew an incorrect narrative and
We're in agreement here. This is a chill stream, so just stop.
call him so many things that they wanted us to ignore the truth that we actually saw with our own eyes. Ms. Bondi, will you denounce the statements that were made to tarnish the names of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, and will you protect their names like those attorneys back in Florida under your watch protected my son's name?
What I will say is we are looking at everything to shed light on what happened that day, and it is an ongoing and active investigation. Both of those cases, and I assure you they will be investigated.
Investigating, we understand that, but will you do everything in your power, as you have done for my case, as you are asked to do, as you've sworn an oath
This
to
isn't
do?
good for her.
It is your responsibility
This is
to
bad.
make sure
This
that
is
you are following
bad
the
for
rule
her.
of law. Those families
Man.
in Minnesota,
There we
deserve
go.
the same respect. They deserve a full investigation, which you have not even begun to do yet. So what are you saying, is that they don't deserve any respect for a full investigation into their murders?
Well,
that is
Jesus Christ, it's so telling how she can't just say yes. Yeah, she's literally done that this entire time.
competence on your behalf.
Well, that
The
is not
American
accurate.
people do deserve better. Non-commitment to defending the rule of law is what we see from you.
I
I
told
will
you we
always
were
stand up for
investigating.
survivors, and I heard you say earlier when you told us that you will fight for them as well. And based on the information before us, these
P3DO. No wonder Anakin went to the dark
families
side.
have not received the same commitment to investigate what happened to their loved ones, nor have they received the respect that I would expect from the nation's top law enforcement officer. Investigations have been slow-walked, they've been canceled, and the special agent assigned to Renee Good's investigation resigned following pressure from your officials to reclassify Ms. Good's case.
Time of the
For
gentlelady.
families seeking answers and accountability, the withdrawal of investigative
Time of the
resources is
gentlelady
simply
has
unacceptable.
expired. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman
Natch, what did they say that was bannable or
California.
removable? I think that was an
Chairman.
Sorry, I think that was an accident, guys.
Madam Attorney General, I get the sense that we've lost a little perspective here. The most fundamental responsibility of government is to protect the lives and property of its citizens. Now, you cited some crime figures in your opening statement.
She
and I
can't
wonder if you
maintain eye
repeat them,
contact?
Because I
No.
think it's one of the most extraordinary achievements of the Department of Justice in our history. And I don't think some of my colleagues heard you clearly.
Thank you, Congressman. Know someone
We fucking get it.
who has been impacted by that. That hand in hand with the mayor, with the
No one wants to hear you guys suck on her clit, guys. We want to hear you guys grill her over the Epstein files. That's what people have the real passion for here.
Metro PD to keep everyone safe
So-
in DC, and it's been a tremendous effort. And now we're in Memphis, working with the mayor in Memphis, as we talked about earlier, doing everything we can. These
What's that mayor doing?
are
Is he walking in Memphis?
iconic cities in our country, and we want to help every city in this country who wants and asks for President Trump's help to make America safe again.
Gentlemen,
Mr. Chair, I have, you see.
let the record show that Democrat was applauding the Attorney General's answer there. The unanimous consent?
Yes, please.
All right, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I have a few unanimous consent requests. I would like to submit into the record this New York Times article titled "Alex Preddy's Friends and Family Denounce Sickening
Not
Lies
object.
About His Life." I also would like to submit this Daily Mail exclusive interview with Vice President J.D. Vance titled "J.D. Vance Refuses to Apologize to Alex Preddy's Family After Spreading
objection.
ICE Assassin Claim." One more. My last submission request is a New York Times article titled "FBI Agent Who Tried to Investigate ICE Officer in Shooting Resigns."
Without objection. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney General Bond.
Ninja Y top. Thank you for the
I think you and
sub.
pretty much everybody else here and throughout the country believes that convicted sex offenders don't deserve special treatment or privileges in prison. And yet, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirator, received perk after perk in prison. In July, she had a 2-day interview with your deputy and President Trump's former defense attorney, Todd Blanche. Just days after that,
Wait, this is why, Pep? Okay, got it.
was transferred
I got it. Thanks, Natch.
from a federal
That was not a mistake then.
correctional institution
I missed all this.
in
How the
Florida
fuck
to a
did I miss
minimum
all
security
this?
camp in Texas, which she, as a
Okay.
sex offender,
Oh, Jack
would
cannot
normally
behave
be
today.
ineligible for. At this new facility, as the ranking member talked about, and by the way, it's nicknamed Club Fed. We've heard reports that she's been
LA
afforded special
481.
privileges.
Hello.
Puppy time, private workouts, personal mail, secretarial services.
Yeah, she got a fucking puppy. Exactly.
Attorney General Bondi, does a convicted sex offender like Ghislaine Maxwell deserve special treatment and privileges in
Ooh.
prison?
Ooh, how's she gonna spin
Yes
this?
or no?
Let me be crystal clear on this. No.
Ooh.
And
Thank you.
let me
Oh.
Perfect.
Oh, she's just gonna dig now, right?
No, let me keep going.
Perfect. Well,
It's like she puts she put the shovel in, hit a rock, and was just like, well, you know, maybe we shouldn't dig here, and then just started digging anyway.
I asked you yes or
She
no.
was
and
not transferred
Haha,
to
MAGA snowflakes. Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Trust me,
I
they're
have to
all,
fucking
dude. They're all up in this chat sometimes, man. They cannot stand it. Like, they're so unhappy.
witness of the rule.
Again, if they had confidence in how Trump was doing, they wouldn't be in my chat going, "Oh, Donald Trump's so great."
There's one rule
And,
she needs to
and
understand
I'm
here.
glad that we're agreeing. So when
Who you guys convincing yourselves?
we're agreeing, we can move on to some other things.
When
But
we're
I
not
want you
agreeing,
to
we move
know that every time she does get these perks, and it's been publicly reported,
Yeah, that's gonna be embarrassing when her and Linda McMahon face off in the hallway, and they think that they're seeing double.
that her
She looks a lot like Linda McMahon.
the folks she's abused, the survivors who are sitting here,
Yeah, they know they're sinking.
they
Yeah.
see themselves as being
No, I see it.
denied justice. They feel
Rebecca, yeah, I know.
and I'm glad
How
that
you doing?
we agree on that. But she should not be in that prison.
Yep, I'm pretty packed today.
And she needs to be moved
I appreciate having you all here, though.
back to a
Even if you're here to, you know, kind of make fun of me or whatever, appreciate you stopping by.
maximum security prison as soon as possible. But what she
If you guys are enjoying the show, though, hit the like button and sub.
has told another committee here
I do usually have more discussion than what's happening today, but obviously we are listening to this.
is that
so.
she won't cooperate with them
You're so confident that you're not sinking that you had to tell me that you weren't sinking.
unless she gets clemency from Donald Trump. It's just crazy to consider that she can
This guy's nickname is Titanic.
be wielding this kind of influence within the administration. But that begs the question, who ordered her to be transferred to the minimum security prison that she was ineligible for? Who signed off on the special privileges? Was it Mr. Blanche? Was it one of your
Oh, this is a good line of questioning because this is going to make her implicate somebody,
or other
right?
subordinates? So please,
Or how's
can
she
you
gonna
tell us who
weasel her
sent
way out
there,
of this
since
one?
You don't agree she should be there.
Yeah.
I said I do not agree she should receive special treatment. She was transferred, I learned after the fact, to the same level facility, and that is a question for the Bureau of Prisons. I was not involved in that at all.
Dude, the way that she just threw up, that's a question for the Bureau of Prisons.
All the same level facility. I don't
didn't even
know why.
know.
But, you know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska,
I have a couple
who
of
died
other
on a
questions.
subway.
Right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
I have been talking about it and actually helping
Yeah, she has
with
actually.
these issues. But we're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because...
Yeah, it's almost like you guys can do this. Like, this is my favorite part about MAGA is how they'll disingenuously use something like that Ukrainian girl. But then we'll bring up like, oh, well, yeah, you know, we have this situation where you guys blatantly ignored crime. What's up with that?
You're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is. So of
Oh, this teacher's cooking.
course we're moving back to you. It is all about you.
Did you guys catch that? Did you guys catch that? Oh my God, Pam is getting cooked.
That's what the whole point of this
Oh,
endeavor
this was fun.
is. So
Here, we're gonna watch that again.
Subway.
right, and I absolutely...
You don't talk about that.
But you don't
talking
talk
about it and
about
actually
that.
helping with
God, she literally uses the same arguments as YouTube chat.
these issues.
This is a lawyer. This is the top lawyer in the country. What?
We're going to move back to you.
I bet we are.
Yes, of course, because you're here to testify. That's what the whole point of this endeavor is.
Oh, dude, when she gets clowned, she gets clowned.
So of course we're moving back to
Oh
you.
my
It is
God.
all about you. So, as we've heard, she took the fifth in response to every single question in that committee hearing. And her lawyer dangled the offer of clemency. Should Donald Trump pardon or commute her sentence? Should she be released from prison, yes or no? You said you hope she dies there, so I'm hoping the answer is no.
I already answered that
God, he doesn't take
question.
shit from anybody.
Very
Yeah, she just got bodied by this elementary fucking, like, this kindergarten teacher.
glad. I
Yeah.
really like this bipartisan agreement about
Well, when
what
it
should
agrees
happen
with
with
you.
her.
But you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You don't want to talk about
I talk about her
murdered
all
by
the
a
time,
violent crime
but I
offender
am not
in
here
your
to
jurisdiction.
testify before Congress. You are. That is your job today.
You're
That's what you're getting paid for.
obsessed with
She got out bitched. Oh, she just got out mean girled. Oh my God, I love it. Oh, more of this. All of this.
So I want you to know that your own
That was hilarious.
DOJ employee, he's
She just literally got out bitched.
recently been demoted and had some other
That was fucking hilarious. Did you see how much she... Oh,
problems,
wow.
advises on pardons. Do you think he will be advising Mr. Trump on any
I'm going to keep looking at my paper because I'm mad at you.
kind of clemency or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell?
Oh, man.
I'm not going to speculate, and you couldn't even
I mean, she thought she was Regina, but the thing is, she forgot what happened to her at the end of the movie.
identify properly.
This, hey, Regina, I want you to meet this lady in the pink shirt. Her nickname is The Bus.
That's why you don't want to talk about Irina Zarutska. You couldn't properly identify her relevance.
Oh, Pam, you are so cooked here.
I
This is really funny.
absolutely
It's embarrassing.
have been, and her family, by the way,
Crikey. All right, so here we have the perfect example of two wild bitches going after each other. Crikey, the one in the pink shirt got the other one really good.
appreciates all of the condolences, all of the help,
Wow.
everything that our law enforcement in North Carolina has been doing to help her family. Her family feels well treated. Thank you, and I yield back.
Lady yields back.
This is not Kirk marijuana. No, it's not to cause brain issues. Get educated on dope.
California's recognized.
I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article by former Attorney General William P. Barr entitled, "Why Pam Bondi Didn't Publish All the Epstein Files in 30 Days." The answer is simple. It was not possible, from the Wall Street Journal.
Well said. Without objection, the gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, geez. I wonder if this one's going to be like, thank you for your service.
Chairman.
Madam, I'm sorry. May I respond 20 seconds to something that Congresswoman Ross said?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. She also opposed a sex offender registry as head of North Carolina ACLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General.
Not true.
And I'd like to pick up where you left off a moment ago, because we convene here today as a committee for the stated purpose of conducting oversight of the Department of Justice. And so it's critical for us to focus first on the mission of the department and assess your success in discharging it. So the mission of the department is to enforce federal law, defend the rule of law, and protect the American people from violent crime, terrorism, drug trafficking, boat operations.
Oh, sorry. She's just so busy sucking her clit.
And renewed hope to help rescue more child victims, and the Defiance Act to provide legal recourse to victims of deepfake AI intimate images. I would love to hear your perspective and what you are seeing related to these technology-based criminal trends, sextortion, and AI deepfakes. What are you seeing at the Department of Justice, and why do you believe that efforts to combat these types of crimes are important?
Again, nothing about the Epstein files, but okay.
Sextortion and
Softball.
law enforcement and working hand in hand with them. We will
Yeah, bored of this shit.
continue all of these programs.
I'll
and
admit it.
working
Yeah.
jointly with both
That
sides of the
one.
aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman
She literally just.
Tennessee is recognized.
I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Hines.
Just a way to get people to tune out. Yeah.
And a letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta.
Yep.
And a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make
Objection.
clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, there's unanimous consent. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department, a child is sexually abused in the United States every 9 minutes, and the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a two-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected, and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve
the lady from Florida.
accountability.
Yeah. It was nothing.
And I'm here to try to get
She just wanted to show off that really, smart blazer.
some for them.
Jesus.
Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files.
Looks like she stole it from Goldie Hawn from the frickin'.
And obviously, as you know,
Oh
President
God, what was that movie where she had the giant shoulder pads?
Trump's
You
name
know
is all
what
over
I'm talking
them,
about.
so are the
Fuck,
names
it
of
had,
other senior Trump officials. Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce.
Meryl Streep
John
in it.
Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy, and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary
It's a human centipede of brown nosing.
Lutnick
It all starts at Trump, then you got Pam Bondi, and then you got lady from Florida and her butt.
about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has
The one with Bruce Willis, yeah. Death
Dress
becomes
code.
her. Death becomes her.
ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary
Vertical chat be abusive as fuck.
Lutnick about his
Yeah, dude,
ties
trust
to
me.
Jeffrey Epstein?
I know.
He has addressed
We had a really chill day yesterday, and God, I needed that.
those ties
But yes, they're here for
himself.
Has the DOJ
a little bit of masochism is always good for the spirit.
asked
Yeah.
Secretary
It makes you a bit stronger.
Phelan about his ties
Yes.
to Jeffrey Epstein?
Call me shitlib one more time, Daddy.
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the deputy
Yeah, it hurts so bad, but it hurts so good at the same time.
has Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no?
I'm sorry. We gotta go back. This isn't just a freeze frame. She holds his face for a second. Just,
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick
Okay.
has addressed
This
those
is hilarious.
ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
It's, as I said, guys, it's these moments where she has that little like split second to go, fuck, I'm under oath. I'm fucking under oath.
Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to
I don't have an answer.
Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm
instead of a Border
reclaiming my
Patrol
time. I'm
agent
asking
murdered.
you not a trick question.
Wow.
A simple.
Dude, when my sister got caught like sneaking out of the house, my sister had better like energy and better answers than this, and she got caught red fucking handed.
Question.
Like, I am kind of astonished that she's so bad at this, and she was somehow so powerful in the lawyer community. Like, how the fuck did she pass the bar? Like, this is kind of like, honestly, this is bad for all lawyers, because I'm starting to become more open to the idea that you don't even need to be that smart. You need to be like lucky.
Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know?
Like, what the fuck is this?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I
does
can
ties
conclude,
mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean?
I think America.
I'd be fine with replacing Bondi. Are you one of like the ones in here that's MAGA and you're just like, this isn't good? Because if that's the case, please sound off. I want a little bit of honesty. If I could get one person in here to be like, I'm MAGA, and I think this chick sucks.
Would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these
He's got Rashad on speed dial.
officials who have ties to Jeffrey.
Thank you for the 2.
What across the world, you define across the
At
world,
Bandit McSee,
prominent
$2.
men who've
Bondi
been
got Rashad on
exposed
speed
in the
dial.
files have resigned their jobs
Uh-oh.
in disgrace, and
We're
that's a
out.
good first
Oh,
start.
no.
And
We need to go
that
buy
same
more.
standard,
Not saying the
this
word
same
We have backup.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
Who is Chris Malin?
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions.
You think I suck? Oh.
It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
1 second.
Well, I think you rock, and I hope you have a good day.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein
Yeah, take that positivity and do what you will.
when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to
shocked
conclude
that
that
she
the president, in
never
fact,
mentioned
did
him
know about his
in
ties
her
because he
district.
was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes,
You're
this
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic.
beautiful.
I'm, you know what? You may like be saying TDS and anything you want to try and defend this. This is the head of the Department of fucking Justice. And you want to sit here pretending that everything's great when this is who's in charge?
This is pathetic.
Do you really believe in all the numbers from the official government numbers that we're getting now, like on jobs reports and just again crime or any of this shit? Or are you starting to kind of wise up to the fact that all these people are lying to you?
Pathetic, Mr.
Committee will
Chair.
be in order.
I am not asking trick questions here. The
You got your
American
5
people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration.
Only people with TDS are the ones worshiping Trump. Yep.
This is not
I
a
call it Trump daddy syndrome here.
game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Ooh. Ooh.
By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser. And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary
Wife really have cancer or cat?
about what he
I would not be putting it up there otherwise.
saw when he was at the
I could, not have to lie about any of that stuff or just be like, hey, donate to the stream, but no. Like, what the
Island.
fuck? What kind of question is that?
which he lied about not ever going to. Why are you not asking these questions? And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South
Wow.
Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
So that'll be up to the gentleman, but.
Absolutely, Madam.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
of course.
you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman,
She was not comfortable with that.
asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet.
Oh, God. Dude, I love seeing this chick behind her. Her body language is giving everything up because she's Pam's aide. So she's the one that's just like, oh, fuck, I'm going to have to deal with this too.
Not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was in office about Bill Clinton. Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once when he was.
Weak sauce.
And also.
Weak sauce. Weak sauce. Weak sauce.
I want the
She
record to
just
reflect
fucking
that.
chimed in with weak sauce on the record.
You know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now,
All
she
right.
voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
He
is
is
Jewish.
Jewish.
I just want to be clear.
Oh,
do you want to go there, Attorney
time
General?
belongs
Or
to
do
the
you
gen-
want to go there? Are
Time
you
belongs to the
serious?
gentleman
Talking
from
about
South
anti-Semitism
Carolina.
to a woman who
Lady
lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
The committee will be in order.
Talk to Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
She's like, this fucking bitch. This fucking bitch.
Can I get like 30
She's out.
seconds back, you know?
Yeah, I've been.
Ballant took
I think
30
the
of
whole
mine.
committee knows I've been very
All right,
generous,
thank
in
you.
making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the same.
Attorney General,
reply
I'm
to
going
the
to talk about
gentleman from South
sanctuary cities
Carolina.
for a second.
Oh, are you?
Which,
well, then I'm
limit
going to fast forward.
the federal
Because
government's
fuck
ability
you
to
and your
enforce
sanctuary
immigration
city
law.
fucking
They're
bullshit.
kind of a new thing that.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. You see on
She's a
National
joke.
Institute of Justice's study on undocumented immigrants having an offender rate lower than
Weak sauce. That's a new meme.
U.S.-born
Yeah,
citizens.
That was
I'd like to
pretty
introduce
good.
The record from 2024.
Without objection.
And I have several myself, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian,
Bias coverage. Yeah.
January 26th.
Yeah, I'm a leftist.
2026. Why is Trump granting clemency to convicted fraudsters?
Objection.
January 2020.
I've already watched this one, so I'm not going to fucking go just so you guys can hear the glazing.
NBC. Trump's pardons forgive
It's also boring as shit. The guy literally talks about like procedurals with fucking sanctuary cities.
financial crimes that came with hundreds of millions.
And also gets checked by the guy in North Carolina because the guy from North Carolina is a Republican. And he's just like, that's not what a sanctuary city is. And he's just like, listen, this is my time, and I'm going to take it to give some false information about how sanctuary cities work.
of dollars in punishment.
Objection.
Washington Post, December 19, 2025. Trump's pardons wipe out payments to defrauded victims.
Without objection.
And finally,
Yeah, you dummies know that that Pam Bondi acted unprofessional. She needs to
May
go.
30th,
Yeah.
2024.
They don't care about unprofessional. They want memes.
Or Trump found
No, they like her mean girl bullshit, but they don't understand that, yeah, that's actually showing that she's losing this. She's not an adult. Like, they don't think like grown people. It's insane.
found guilty
It's insane how they peaked in high school, and that's where their brains stopped developing.
by Manhattan jury on 34 felony counts of fraud.
Without objection. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
MAGA is a cult. I left, so can you. I am not MAGA.
Thank you, Chairman. Attorney General Bondi, glad you finally made it here after
Hey,
hiding
Chewy!
for 4 months from this committee.
This guy's
I
all right.
understand
Whoa,
why
I thought
you're
you were
hiding
hiding
from us.
Chairman?
You're one of the
He was my I voted for Chewy.
attorney generals in our
I think it was my first or second election.
history and an instrument of Donald Trump's lawless
Illinois 4th.
authoritarian agenda. And I'm glad the American people are seeing who you are, how you act, and the lack of good
Chewy's a
values.
badass.
You
For real.
weaponize the Department of Justice to target immigrants, working families, and anyone.
Is my hat part of the merch? If not, where do I get it? This is a Tokidoki hat.
Trump deems an enemy
Pretty cool,
of
right?
the state, all to protect real powerful criminals, including in your administration. My Democratic colleagues have focused on your cover-up of the Epstein files and your passion for protecting pedophiles and child traffickers. That alone is grounds for impeachment.
You might not be able to find this one, though.
But there's so much more
Let's see,
to
actually.
your corrupt tenure as Attorney General. You directed prosecutors to investigate elected officials in welcoming jurisdictions, and you got thrown out of court when you sued Chicago, Cook County, and Illinois. You directed prosecutors to prioritize
They got a bucket hat. They got a chromatic. Ooh.
level
Ooh, I
immigration
might have to get that.
cases while gutting enforcement against corporate criminals and public corruption. You revived draconian
You're
law
talking
of
about public corruption to
1798,
me? Whoa.
which should
I still
be
can't find the one that I have.
to illegally send people to a torture prison in El Salvador.
Yeah, Tokidoki's like a kawaii company
Fired over
from an Italian artist named Simone Lingo.
100 immigration judges, including the assistant chief immigration judge in Chicago, without cause, and installed unqualified military judges whom you instructed to deny asylum in violation of the law. You prosecute.
You should cover the 4th on Illinois on a later day. Weird stuff going on there. I'll be honest, there's a reason that I don't live in the 4th anymore.
The president's enemies like Jim Comey and Tish James,
Yeah, it was a little
while
whack.
giving impunity to federal agents who are murdering and brutalizing and terrorizing constituents, including in Chicagoland, in my neighborhood. I saw it last year firsthand. You and Kash Patel covered up the murder of Silverio Villegas.
She needs to be fired just the same. I'm seeing more of this pop in chat here. Are you guys MAGA, and do you think that she's doing a great job?
In my district,
come on,
by
man.
ICE agents. You tried to investigate.
If this was somebody on the left, I would be so uncomfortable with how she's even, like, her body language, like this, where she just will not make eye contact. She doesn't actually engage. She's just looking through her notes.
Renee Good instead of.
Which, you know, because of the way she does this, she saw who's on this and said, I'm going to go pull up dirt on each and every one of these fuckers, so I'm prepared just in case, so I can turn this around so it doesn't come back on me.
Of the ICE agent who murdered her, and you tried to cover up the murder of Alex Preddy by CBP agents. You bring fake charges against
I'm independent, conservative leaning, but I hate how she avoids answering anything meaningfully.
protesters
Yeah.
like the Broadview Six and Marimar Martinez, whom your administration labeled a domestic terrorist. This is the Montessori
Her body language is I don't give a fuck, and it's horrible.
teacher who lives in my district, while protecting thugs who terrorize us and DHS authority. That's what you do. Protect and
This is
enable
literally her.
the criminals who are plundering our society and destroying what's left of democracy and the rule of law. Epstein accomplices, mass DHS thugs, corporate criminals, Tom Homan, Eric Adams, insurrectionists, the list goes on. And you talk about fighting crime, but you protect any criminal
You lived in Chicago back in the 60s,
who
and you're saying that it's a ghetto piece of shit?
helps you.
I'm assuming you left in the 80s.
You and Trump turned
Jesus
our
Christ. You couldn't be way farther off, but okay.
country.
Remember, crime is at an all-time low, so which one is it? Do we live in a crime-ridden hellscape all through America, and we need Daddy Trump to come and send his Gestapo thugs to make sure that crime stays down? Or
an authoritarian
is crime actually not that bad, and it's a little ridiculous that these people always try to use it disingenuously?
gangster state. And after all this, nobody
I live in Chicago now. It's definitely a bastion of the U.S. Yeah.
supports you. I'm not talking about Democrats.
No, these people like him think that they're going to go to River North and get robbed.
I'm talking about conservative judges who are condemning the rampant lawlessness at DOJ under
Yeah, I fucking love
your
Chicago. I love my
leadership.
city. Exactly. Right, Bear Dog.
Your prosecutors are
Chicago
quitting
Pride. Chicago Proud.
in droves over being forced to prosecute low-level immigration cases, including in Chicagoland. Your MAGA base despises you because you're covering up the Epstein file. How ironic. And
I live in Chicago. That isn't true. It's one of the nicest
even
cities.
your own
Yeah.
boss.
Again, they have never, like, this is why I'm convinced that people have not actually ever been to Chicago.
Repeatedly
When they are sitting there like, Chirac!
complain to your staff about you, calling you weak and ineffective. Weak and ineffective. That's what Donald Trump thinks of you already. You will not win, however. Chicagoland rejects you.
F the Cubs,
The
though.
American people reject you. Our communities
Get out of here.
have demonstrated our strength and resilience in the face
Well, at least he didn't say sucks.
of cruelty and cowardice. Democrats must impeach and remove lawless officials like you and Kristi Noem.
Fucking
And
Cardinals, really?
impose accountability for every criminal action. But you can spare yourself more humiliation. Resign now and submit yourself to accountability by the
Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Cubs are gonna win today.
American people. Mr. Chairman,
Go,
before I
Cubs,
yield
go.
back, I ask
Go,
unanimous
Cubs,
consent
go.
to submit for
I fucking no.
the
I just got
record,
chill. I just got goosebumps. I'm like, oh, baseball season.
Wall Street Journal article
Yay, we're getting close.
dated January 12th.
Ah, but the bleachers, dude. I tried to go to a bleacher game this summer. This last summer.
2026.
It's insane. The fucking bleachers. So, as I was growing up, you could go to a Cubs game at any day. Any day. $25 bleacher seats. You could BYOB. It was the shit.
And
Now it's $125. And yeah, no more BYO. It's like, oh,
Trump
this is
has
bullshit.
complained about Pam Bondi repeatedly to aides. Thank you, and I yield back.
Objection.
Yeah,
Gentleman
being a teenager in the city was it was so cool.
yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman.
May I have 20
I don't miss the blue line after a game, though.
seconds, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's hear the opposition
Sucked.
research.
Thank you. That's absolutely
Bears
right.
still
that
suck.
They're not
Hey, we made it to the playoffs. You cállate.
running for, he's not running for office again because, well, I don't know why you're not running for office again, but after the
She thought she had an insult lined up. Well, I don't know why you're not running for office again.
filing deadline,
Just assume it's for
after the
something
filing deadline,
bullshitty.
you publicly announced you would not run when your chief of staff, Patty Garcia, announced
shit.
and took your seat.
That's
I
a
believe
state matter.
Democrats
That
got
isn't a
angry
federal
about
matter. You
that
should
as well.
investigate crimes.
believe
Time
Democrats
belongs,
You
time
should,
belongs,
you should
about that as
investigate
time belongs to the gentleman
violations
from
of the law.
Texas. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas.
There's some
Little
shit going
flexibility
down
in the
in
time
Minnesota. I
agreement,
might have to
Madam
cut
Attorney
to here in a
General,
minute.
Am I correct that under your leadership, the Department of Justice has prosecuted cases of non-citizen voting? So it's false, as some of my Democratic colleagues have claimed, that it doesn't happen.
Yes.
I ask that today because we're voting on the Save America Act today to enact common sense policies to ensure only American citizens vote in American elections and enact federal voter ID laws. But it's true, for example, that in just this month, a federal grand jury in Newark indicted 2 men with illegally voting
Yeah, I know it's funny how certain Republicans are coming out against that, too, because they realize that that's a fuck
in a
them.
federal election and making false statements. Mohammed Mazammel and Mohammed Shakil were non-citizens at the time they registered to vote.
Consent to introduce the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 dated September 25th, 25.
Objection.
The Bondi Department of Justice memo dated December 4th, 2025.
Objection.
An article from Newsweek entitled DOJ Deletes Study Alleging Rise in Far-Right Terrorism dated September 18th.
All right,
Congresswoman
okay.
Douglas.
All right, so this is what I wanted to get to, was this guy.
I wrote this morning. We've known each other a long time, and I'll always be appreciative for your assistance when you were Attorney General in Florida after the shooting at my high school, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, in my hometown of Parkland when we passed a bipartisan bill, the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which was the largest policy response to a school shooting in American history. Your department also prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law a constituent of mine and former felon that had plans to kill me when he was picked up by law enforcement after he was target practicing in his backyard with 2 rifles, a scope, a
It's a dope jersey. Thank you.
silencer, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, an anti-Semitic manifesto. My name was the only name on their target list, and my kids found out about this from their friends at school. So thank you. However, the most transparent administration in American history. Before Trump, we didn't know the word transparency, apparently. It's been 12 months since you gave Republican influencers part 1 of the Epstein files. You said the list was on your desk. Then a memo came out and said that there was no list. Phase 2 of the binders never happened. The President of the United States says the Epstein thing is a hoax. He blasts his own base for wanting the release of the files. He blamed Barack Obama. Republicans voted against the release of the files in the Rules Committee. Then
I appreciate Moskowitz because he's really good at putting the timelines together. His his ability to just cut to the chase also much appreciated. Are those first edition Harry Potter books?
Protected from future votes on the release. Speaker Johnson sends Congress
Why
home
does he have Harry Potter books? What's going on? Oh, I know where he's doing. I know where he's going with this.
Day early before
I
break.
know where he's going
They
with
sent the
this.
Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell.
Wait
She
a
says
minute.
something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security facility. No one can explain why.
He's super efficient. Yeah, he's a really good communicator.
Miraculously, the leaks to the Wall Street Journal stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey discharge petition. Republicans drop a rule, a non-binding resolution.
That's funny. It was going down in 2023.
Trying to kill the Massey discharge
and it continued to go down.
petition. The White House says passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act.
No, actually, I can thank J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson.
Trying to stop the necessary 218 signatures, according
I say it here,
to
numbnuts.
Republican members that signed it.
Like this idea that Trump said to you guys really do. You live in a fucking child's la la land of America where you're just like, Daddy Trump sent his brown shirts into blue cities, and blue cities are now getting what they deserve and lowering crime. And then when they lower crime, then we can justify keeping them there, right? Wait, you're telling me crime was already going down?
White House brought them into the Situation Room, you know, the place where the president goes for time of war, promising things like appropriations
Fantasy
or maybe
world,
even to
yeah.
primary them. People in the room say you were there. It didn't work. We get the 218 signatures. We eventually passed the Massey petition. You guys didn't release the files. You were forced by Congress. Every member of the House except one. And
Yeah. The funniest part is that this goes back to like 2008. The only time crime spiked was after COVID. It's almost like we have this collective thing where we all want to forget about COVID, except for when we can use it disingenuously to be an asshole.
entire Senate. The reason the president signed it is because it was a veto-proof majority. We can't agree on anything, and yet the entire House but one member and the whole Senate forced the administration to release the files. Kash Patel under oath said to Senator Kennedy, the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. We know now that's not true. According to documents, Epstein had a worldwide sex trafficking ring. Girls from Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, Paris, modeling agencies sending him girls. He even had a relationship with a summer camp where he groomed girls at a picnic table. Ghislaine Maxwell says 29 Epstein associates cut secret DOJ deals. Turns out there is a list. 6 names readily available if you unredact them.
Because there's no reason for martial law? Yeah, because you keep thinking that protests are riots like a fucking idiot.
But we got them when you unredact them. Maxwell recently tells a House Oversight Committee that she wants clemency to release more names.
I can't make listen, I can't help you with your mental incompetence, which you obviously have a lot.
Kash Patel
So
under oath said
when you're sitting here just going, why don't they have martial law in Minnesota? It's like, well, there haven't been any riots there. It's weird. Even with 2 of their citizens getting shot by the fucking Gestapo or the Trump Stapo, still peace.
Trump's name appears
still peaceful
less
protests.
than 100 times in the files. We now know that's not true. Trump's name appears
Yeah.
more times in the Epstein files than God's name appears in the book about God. Okay, by the way, this is the Trump Bible. Move over, King James. Trump's name also appears more times in the Epstein file than Harry Potter's name appears in the 7 books about Harry Potter. Lutnick says that in 2008, he went to Epstein's home, says he had a massage table in the living room. But Epstein said he got one every day, that it was the right type of massage. He and his wife decide to leave and say they'll never be in a room with him again. Howard then says, I'm sure the Epstein stuff is all on video. He was the greatest blackmailer of all time. Well, how would Howard know?
Can't fix stupid? No, you can't.
But now the files are
That's why Trump used them.
public. And in 2012, we
No, honestly, I'm not even kidding about that, guys. Like, I know that these little bitch boys, they really get up, up their own ass on this one. But Trump used them because of how stupid they are.
found out that he and his family are on
And he's literally on record saying it.
Epstein Island after
He's on record saying, I'm going to go Republican. You know what? Democrats, they tend to have they're a little bit smarter over there, and the smart people, they don't like me too much. The uneducated love me.
after
Am I paraphrasing and taking two separate times that he said these things? Yes, but he said these things about you.
Epstein pled guilty to state charges. I'm from Florida. I take my family to Disney World, not to Epstein Island. There are documents in the files that dispute the president's claim that he kicked Epstein out of his club. Allegedly, the president.
You just don't make enough money because you're a loser, according to Princess Victoria.
Said Epstein,
or whatever her name is.
That he asked Epstein to leave. Supported now that's disputed though statements from the manager of the club. Now, Madam Attorney General, I have like 25 seconds left. So because I'm curious, and I'd like to see you flip to the Jared Moskowitz section of the binder. I'm interested to see what staff provided on the oppo on me, and because we're in the Olympics, I'm going to give it a grade. I just want to see how good it is. So give me your best one.
So first of all, nothing is funny about mocking the Bible and holding up a Trump Bible. That's what you did. You made a joke, and I find.
Yeah, it is. It is actually. It's hilarious to mock the Bible that he held upside down. Shut up and clutch your pearls was something else.
I want it back.
Come on, Pammy.
That's all I have to say.
Is that what you're going to do? Really? We're going to do that? Okay.
I want it from the burn game.
Okay.
I want it from the burn book. Which is the best one? What you got?
Has expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
0.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to clear something up that was said earlier and is frequently said, and is manifestly not true. And that is the supposed small number of crimes committed by immigrants or illegal immigrants in the country. That has been based on a poorly done study by the Cato Institute, and I believe the Cato Institute itself has even updated that study. The reason that we know that study is not true
Oshkosh, Sheboygan, and Fond du Lac.
is that those
I can tell you right now, the Culver, like the Culver's, you know, like the Butterburgers, is in Fond du Lac.
Statistics are
so his who he's representing definitely isn't your average American.
Are not out there. For whatever reason, when somebody is arrested, even for very serious crimes, we do not have on the paperwork.
Actually, Oshkosh is also pretty well-to-do for Wisconsin.
Whether that person is a legal or illegal immigrant. Okay, if I go to one of my local
MAGA's
sheriffs
unraveling.
in
Yeah,
Wisconsin
yeah, they
and
are.
ask them how many illegal immigrants in your jail, they will say, I have no idea.
The department issued new guidelines protecting all Americans and protecting against the weaponization that happened under the Biden administration.
Time the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bondi, I went over to the department yesterday for a couple of hours to review some of the unredacted materials. And I am looking forward to your detailed explanation for why you have withheld almost half of the documents, which is required by the bill. Now, obviously, there are 3 million documents, so I didn't get through much. But one thing I didn't see was the client list that you said you had on your desk a year ago. I did, however, find a couple of important documents. An 86-page prosecution memo from the Southern District of New York.
The average person. Yeah, that's why they're tanking in popularity, but okay.
And a draft.
That's why their morale is shit.
Indictment from
I mean, their morale is also shit because they're not getting paid.
Florida against Jeff.
It's almost like everybody, you know, kind of knew that Donald Trump doesn't like to pay people, so they were definitely going to be on the hook.
Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. For reasons that I cannot understand, nor
The world won't forget this administration for generations. No.
are permitted by the bill.
No, but to be fair, that's how it was with Nixon, too.
They were still redacted, even for
No, the world forgets.
members of Congress. So, Ms. Bondi, will you commit right here to immediate
This will either lead to an era of, like, boring politics again, where there is actually, like, movement, like, with a Green New Deal, like, it's actually, like, progressive policies, or this is actually the end of the American experiment, and we just sold our country out to Russia and China to placate to Trump's ego. One dude. We're celebrating 250 years of being a country. It might be literally the last year that we can do so.
immediately providing those two documents in unredacted form to members of Congress? Not a complicated question.
Me, how?
Oh.
Get used to it.
Well, I guess it is for you because you have a law degree and those are privileged.
Okay, they're not privileged, but we will discuss that later. I also found an email that I have right here from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell that was unredacted.
Man,
And it
she's so
included
bad at
notes
this.
of statements that Donald Trump made about his prior relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there is no reason for this to be hidden from the American people. There is no privilege. There is no attorney-client privilege, and I see you're checking with your staff.
History will not forget Trump is a PDF.
And I can assure you, staff, this is not under
No, and the
attorney-client
funny part is history is going to do some more deep dives.
privilege because it was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. Will you commit to publicly providing the unredacted version of this so that the American people can understand the extent of Donald Trump's lies about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
You're about as good of a lawyer today as you were when you tried to impeach President Trump in 2016. Have you apologized for that in 2019?
So will you unredact this? Will you unredact this?
He did get impeached.
On that privilege.
I'm asking.
In the same vein as Bill Clinton getting impeached. That's how it works.
Will you unredact?
You guys could keep saying that we tried to impeach him. No, he got impeached twice.
Privileged.
Privileged.
Democrats need to own that one where it's just like, no, he's twice impeached.
Of course. I look forward to discussing this more. Now, these are obviously improper redactions.
Well, and let me stop for a minute.
I'm talking. I'm
if they're not privileged,
Bondi's floundering. Oh, dude.
Quiet.
don't yell at me. If they're not
Mr. Chairman, would you
privileged,
stop the clock? This is on your time. It's not on Mr.
if they're
Goldman.
not privileged,
Quiet.
we review
He wanted to say quiet, Piggy, so bad right there.
Improper
Quiet, Piggy. Quiet, Pammy. Pammy, Piggy. Shut the fuck up.
you'll like my answer.
To
If we
continue
review them
to
and they're not
protect
privileged,
Time belongs to the
we'll
member.
be happy to release them.
We'll stop the clock. We'll stop the clock. Time belongs to the member. Go ahead.
Even though you used improper redactions to protect Donald Trump and other predators associated with Jeffrey Epstein, you did the exact opposite thing with the survivors and victims of this scheme. So their identification information was really the only thing required to be redacted, and it was not. And it's clear this was not a mistake. This was not by accident. This was not because you only had 30 days when you really used 75, and that doesn't even include all the hours last March that you were redacting it.
Piggy Bondi. Oh, did that one actually stick? Can we keep that one?
I'll tell you why it's clear it wasn't a mistake.
Yay, we got a lore name, Piggy Bondi. Piggy Bondi out there. Look at her little oink oink face. Her nose is always up my own ass. You know what? She is quite the piggy.
Here's an email
She laps like a piggy.
entitled Epstein Victim List.
I also like to call her my bidet.
There are 32 names. One is redacted. 31 are not. So someone looked at it and decided to redact something. And I will tell you that that is clearly intentional to intimidate these survivors and victims.
King Goku. Nice name.
Now, in
welcome to the show,
last
everybody.
week-
If you are new here, I appreciate you being here. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. If you can do me the solid, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the content. I really appreciate it. Let's continue.
Tell me that's intentional.
In an interview last week, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche
You can't go off script.
said that
I never realized Republicans were this fucking stupid. It's incredible.
any
It is.
victim that wants to speak with the department has done so.
That's why I was like, wait a minute. This procedural C-SPAN fucking congressional hearing is some of the best entertainment I've had all month.
So, hopefully. Well, thanks to the incredibly brave people sitting here behind you, we can actually ask them if that's true. Now, with the survivors and victims who are here, please stand up one more time.
Outside of Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Is that what it's
Just
called?
by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony
Piggy Bondi.
and evidence?
She will not look at them. She hasn't looked at them once. She has not turned around to say anything to them.
None. And of those...
This was honestly, this is iconic right here. You see what she's doing? Like the way that she, look at her body language. And look at them. Just staring at her. Honestly, this one, she's kind of a dum-dum. She was actually still praising Trump through some of this stuff, trying to kiss their ass. But then she finally just said, I don't think Trump has my best interests at heart. It was like...
Those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out
adorable.
either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to
You got to forget that, statistically, there's at least a few of them that did support Trump.
provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those...
This is absolutely amazing that the Attorney General of the United States is allowed to not understand how a effing impeachment works at a congressional hearing. Yep.
All of you who have reached
Will Mark Korea, I appreciate the sub.
out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses
Gentleman's
to
time has
talk
expired.
to, and I yield back.
We will go to the good gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Knott. Thank
May
you.
I have a moment, Congressman?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Here we go. Here's the photograph. This is why he wanted to repeat everything that had been said previously on Epstein. This is his state, New York. You probably don't even know who this is. Wahid Mohammed from Afghanistan.
That's because I'm no longer a prosecutor.
Convicted of assault. Wow, he represents New York. Wow, yet he doesn't care about the
Yeah, it's not how that works.
illegal aliens convicted of crimes, assault and homicide. No longer
We can do this too, though, Pammy.
a prosecutor,
Like,
so he doesn't care about his
we can start bringing up all the people that committed domestic violence in any district in a Republican district, which we know there's a lot of that.
constituents. Here we go.
Trust me.
Arson, El Salvador, Miguel Palacios.
Mackenzie, hey, thank you for the follow.
Furman Flores Ramales, Mexico, rape.
Let's talk about the 70% of immigrants who are detained without a criminal conviction or arrest.
Stop the clock. Stop the clock. Time belongs to Congressman Knott.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Attorney General, I want to be sure that the American people understand exactly what we're referring to when we talk about sanctuary policies. They are often
Oh my
framed as
God, we fucking get it.
percent. Since President Trump, we turn to the good lady from California, Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank
This is about the Epstein files. If you guys keep trying to make this about sanctuary cities, like, again, we know what you're doing here. I hope that you MAGA in chat took your new marching orders and run with it.
you, Attorney General, for being here today.
Now, you heard it here, so, like, doing the whole thing where you're just like, wow, you know, maybe I can't use it in this chat, but go on. You got your new talking points. You can
I
go.
want to talk with you about an
Jesus
issue
Christ.
on which there is broad bipartisan agreement, the importance of ensuring trust between the American public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that
Pap, this is like an SNL sketch. It really is.
it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Of course, as well as members of Congress.
Thank you. And would you include
Yeah, because it's a lot to talk about, man. It's one of the biggest scandals in the world. The entire world is involved in this. Man, you guys are so good at this shit. When MAGA says bury your head, you're like ostriches just instantly in the ground.
yourself?
Holy fuck. And then you go around kicking everybody else saying, oh my God, why would you even bring this stuff up? Oh my God.
as a law?
And then sure as shit, when it comes time to deal with the repercussions of said policies, a la, you know, Trump 2016 to 2020, then you're nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. It's almost like you did this thing where you rewrote history and you're like, oh, all these bad policies that, you know, definitely started with Trump, it was all bad.
Enforcement leader.
Even though Biden had some objectively bad policies, guess what? A lot of it started with Trump in 2020. You forget.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You know, President Trump has also,
Ooh.
he has referred to the
What was
American
that?
public and those government officials who wield powerful law enforcement responsibilities. So, Attorney General, would you agree that it is important for law enforcement leaders to be honest?
Yeah, you.
Of course, as well as members of
Right,
Congress.
thank you. And would you include yourself as a law enforcement leader?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
We're all quote unquote better off
Thank
now.
you. You know, President Trump has also,
Hey, you.
he has
Go ahead.
referred to himself as the chief law enforcement officer of this country. So do you believe that President Trump is honest?
He is the commander-in-chief of the United States
do
of
you
America,
believe
and
that
not only
President
is
Trump
he
is
keeping
honest?
this country safe,
Do you
he
believe
is keeping this
honest?
world
It's
safe.
a simple question,
Of
which
course
you didn't
I do.
answer.
He is
Okay,
the
thank you.
commander-in-chief.
Last June, Minnesota lawmaker Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and their dog were brutally murdered in their home. And your USA's office in Minnesota investigated this crime and obtained a 6-count indictment of the murder suspect, stating that he had intent to kill, injury, harass, and intimidate Minnesota legislators. And I have the copy right here. I read through it. Yet a few weeks ago, President Trump suggested publicly that Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was behind these murders, posting on his Truth Social account a video raising this conspiracy theory. And it wasn't true. And you know it wasn't true, or else you would not have brought an indictment against the subject. Do you know what else Trump has said? He has said he has cut gas prices by 1,400%. False. That he won the 2020 election.
Actually,
False.
gas is down
That
to
he
$1.99
didn't
a
know
gallon. Thanks.
No, it's not.
That he didn't know Epstein.
Maybe $5
False.
in
That he
California.
sent, it's my time, Mr. Chair. That he sent water to LA during the wildfires.
No, it just went up again.
False. That Governor Westmore of Maryland called him the greatest president of his lifetime. False.
I can't believe the Republican Party still exists after all this evidence of fuckery. Yeah.
So many tales.
But this is where Democrats, and like, honestly, you abolish the lobbyist state, there's no more of this, because then they don't have to constantly, like, kowtow to the fucking, you know, interests that are keeping them going.
Too many.
There are a lot of these motherfuckers that are taking payments from the same people.
To keep up. But I want to go back to what he said about Tim Walz.
There's a reason. Yeah, you know what? There's a reason that Biden didn't pressure Merrick Garland to go after a bunch of people in the Epstein files. You know what that reason is? It's not that he was in them. Not like Trump. Like Trump was actually worried because he is in them. But guess what? They definitely were protecting people too.
Do you agree that
But you know what you won't catch me doing? Standing up for that fuckery. Here you guys are literally making that your entire case.
President Trump undermined public trust?
It was Biden. It was all Biden. With all the proof that Trump was in it. Nah, still Biden.
In law enforcement by suggesting that Governor Walz was involved in the Hortman murders.
I am not familiar with that statement.
Well, that is a disappointing response, and it is also why your office and Donald Trump have zero credibility, because I know, and you know, it was a right-wing extremist who...
Yeah, notice how you haven't heard dick about the companies going into Venezuela or anything about Venezuela for that matter.
Murdered the Hortmans. And you and the president are being dishonest with the American people. Last fall, after the horrific shooting of Charlie Kirk, President Trump was asked...
Exactly. You can dislike Biden and still know that Trump is worse. It's simple as fuck. No, because these people don't like thinking like that. I still have like the independent way of thinking where it's just like, no, I don't placate to any, like I'm not placating to the Democrats. I'm not going to sit here just blanketly defending them because they're Democrats or something like that. This is where I do genuinely think it's weird that these people are part of a cult and do not recognize that.
More extremists on both the left and the right. And his exact...
I've never loved anybody enough to defend them the way they defend Trump. It's genuinely fucking disturbing.
Words were, I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy. Do you agree with this statement? You're taking too long, Madam Attorney General. But you know the answer, because your own department has addressed the question. In 24, the DOJ's research
you could have just said, I'm taking that as a yes.
arm issued a report on domestic terrorism, stating that the number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence extremists. The DOJ published the report, and after the
Haha, you couldn't even spell your insult wrong.
president made those comments, the
Bad Boy sucks.
DOJ took the report down. And
Bad Boys is like the worst troll in chat today. He fucked up the one thing. 3 fucking letters, you got it wrong.
I sent you a letter.
You pathetic loser.
Asking you a simple question. Why did the Justice Department remove
TDS? TDA. Oh, God damn it. Did you have that moment where you typed in TDA and realized it? You're like, oh, fuck.
That shows right-wing extremism?
Unless you're actually like just, I don't know, LOL, what's up? Hey, what's up, man?
Have killed more
Nice to meet you. Did genuinely think that was funny.
innocent people than left-wing extremists.
Did you refer to immigration enforcement as domestic terrorism?
You're a POD. Wait.
Should answer my question. Yes. You're on my time, but you won't. And what I am asking you
No, he's not MAGA. Okay.
to do is put the report back. Restore the data. Stop scrubbing important data from your website. Stop taking down reports that you know the American people need to know about. There are violent, dangerous...
You're staring at it. Right here is TDS. She's deranged by Trump's guidance and presidency and all of it. And this is why she is looking down, knowing that she is pathetic, that she has absolutely no ground to stand on here.
There's people out here with real threats, and the dishonesty from your agency come from the covering up of these threats that could hurt American people and put our lives at rest. Do
I hope she just licked her poo finger.
better. And with that, I yield back, Mr.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
We all know she can't wipe properly.
May I have one moment?
You may.
Her district includes Culver City, and she's not...
That's actually probably what she does when she's not with Trump, is she sticks her finger in her butt crack and she's just like, yeah, it tastes just a little bit like his.
Not talking about any crime in her districts. Nothing about helping crime in her district. She's not even worth getting into the details.
Well, thank you, Madam Attorney General, and we are grateful to have you here today. And let me just say that you've shown great perseverance today, and I think you're coming to the last lap here of those of us that are left. But I applaud your strength, and I applaud your resolve. Madam Attorney General, as a pastor for over 37 years now, I take serious issue with any attempts by agitators to disrupt church services or
Better not be
activities
still
at
locked
houses of
out. I
worship.
swear to God,
And I just want
that's-
to take a moment to clarify some things. I realize you can't talk about pending cases per se, but I do want to ask some very general questions for clarification. Does the DOJ consider unauthorized entry into a house of worship to be protected activity under the First Amendment when undertaken by a member of the press?
Unauthorized with the intent of disrupting, yes.
Okay.
Even
And-
if it's a blogger like Don Lemon.
Correct. How does the DOJ distinguish between news-gathering activity and expressive or protest conduct when a
Oh,
press
it was
defense
even more
is asserted?
important. Girl Scout cookies! Woohoo!
Congressman, I met with
Yes.
the pastor
Oh,
of that
man.
church, and what happened there was horrific. Of
That
course,
was worth
the
it.
press is welcome, and I would hope all houses of worship, whether it's a
fuck yeah.
synagogue, whether it's a church, any house of worship.
Where's this new one?
However, what happened here is a pending case again, but within the four corners of the indictment, they were, quote, gearing up for a resistance. They entered a house of worship, and I think the video speaks for
Exploramores.
itself. What happened
Rocky Road ice cream inspired cookies.
in there, what the video doesn't show, is there were approximately 400
Don't
parishioners
mind if I do.
in there on a Sunday
Tag alongs,
morning.
you gotta.
Family.
One of my favorite memes from like the past few years is, "Where are the tag-alongs?"
Grandparents
And this
with
song's about how I
canes,
fucked your mom
children
last
upstairs
night.
in Sunday school who were, their parents were blocked from getting to them once this resistance took place, and they had named it Operation Pull-Up. It was heartbreaking for those families. They were
yeah.
terrified. I
Oh,
think
dude,
they've
that
all
makes-
said that, and nothing like that should happen
So it was technically my neighbor.
in this country, and under my watch, it won't.
Thank you. And just to clarify,
You got carb smart fudgesicles? Ooh.
accosting
Try
members
those.
of a congregation and creating a scene marked by intimidation and threat inside a house of worship would not be protected First Amendment activity, correct?
Absolutely not, and a grand jury has indicted individuals over that.
Yeah, well, that's for the judge to decide.
Thank you. One other question, just shifting a little
Because that's also, that's a gray area, I gotta say.
bit. You know, my home state of North Carolina has been making national headlines at times, and particularly in the city of Charlotte. We've made pleas at times for our governor to get involved, bring in the National Guard. Our Fraternal Order of Police had pointed out that we were about 270 local cops below what we needed in order to adequately police the city, and yet the governor's declined.
Yeah, it's almost like you should make incentives to bring people to the police force, not do this thing where you can completely double down on the whole, oh yeah, you know what, federal government supersedes your local cops. Hey, local cops, come become ICE agents.
Partner with the federal government to bring in reinforcements to Charlotte. I want to give you just a few moments, really the balance of my time, to explain the impact that Memphis Safe Task Force has had on crime and safety in Memphis, because I know there was a place we saw that cooperation has tended to breed great results, and I would love to hear a little more about that.
Thank you. And I have numbers for you, too. Well, and we're all right here in D.C. We're all living right here in D.C., and I think we've seen the remarkable impact that it has working with members of the Democrat Party on this, with law enforcement, with the mayor, with the police chief, doing everything we can to make D.C. safe. As of February 9th, there were nearly 10,000 arrests. This is D.C. 1,000 illegal guns seized since the operation began, with carjackings down 81% from this time last year, and violent crime down 42%. D.C. is safer because of it. We know we had a National Guardsman shot, and we had a beautiful young woman killed. I went to her funeral, and I keep in touch with the National Guardsman who was shot, his parents. He's doing great. He's a miracle. Please continue to pray for him. I know my time is up, but same results I spoke about earlier in Memphis, and we're still working on that with the help of
That was my other neighbor.
Memphis safe again.
Well, again, I think it just draws an incredible contrast between what we've seen happening in Minneapolis versus what we've seen happen in D.C., what we
That was nice.
saw happen in Memphis, and what I would love to see in some
My neighbor's husband came over to say thank you for helping.
ways, if we could ever get our governor to
Larry, use the phone, dude.
work with us in North Carolina to happen in Charlotte. But with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record the research that Representative Kamlager-Dove and I referenced concerning the threat of right-wing domestic terrorism, which the Department of Justice scrubbed from its website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from
Thank
Texas
you.
is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions. But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Ballant, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness.
Damn.
Our witness who's
Say this about Jasmine Crockett. I mean, I kind of want Tallarico to win. I think that he can get the religious base in Texas more than she can. But I got to say, man, she cooks.
somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried. But typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that
Oh, fucking A, she's
we
good.
use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails
Right
to
there.
actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors because
Like, could you imagine in every fucking testimony where, like, you get called in for something, right? And you just start asking, you know, every time they ask you a question, you just you answer with another question that has absolutely nothing to do with the case.
that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are
Ice
currently
cold,
the
yeah.
laughing stock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massey, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption. But nevertheless, let me keep going.
Tell me you're racist without telling me you're racist. Crockpot. Crockpot Crockett is insanely ghetto.
Colleagues have been attacked.
Right there.
This entire committee hearing, they have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. In the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had
We know who crosses the street when he sees a certain skin complexion.
two main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice.
Don Almos.
And second,
Don
to return
Almos.
the department to its core mission. Not
Don Almos.
only have you lied about both, you've
Crosses the street.
intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles.
Oh, Dave, what up?
And
Good
creeps.
to see
In
ya.
fact, your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely
Okay, what substance is lacking here, by the way?
don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ. 'Cause
Yeah, she was well prepared for this.
you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer
Just
resources arresting
say
these
it.
journalists. In fact, we know after Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested,
Oh my God, she's just.
we know that there were homes of journalists
Lori Baker, thank you for the sub.
that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against
Go
students
Crockett.
protesting
Yeah,
your
this
actions
is-
and force tech companies
she's
to remove
cooking.
apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this
Do
administration,
you even know what condescending is?
I believe that facts matter, so let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein
Or are you talking about Pam Bondi?
files. At least
If you're talking about Pam Bondi, then we cool. But Jay go to Texas. If you're talking about Crockett, then
5,000 files contains more than 38,000
my question stands.
references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented
Oh, this is the thing that you guys don't understand. I can like what somebody says and they don't become my hero. Oh, actually, I can play this game. Pam Bondi's your hero. You love Pam Bondi.
A young
Pam
girl's-
Bondi is your representative. You are represented in every word that Pam Bondi says. So you know what? I'm going to take her word as your word.
President
cool.
Trump, who spent more
Yeah, she's totally your hero. Pam Bondi, your
than
representative.
20 minutes apparently flirting with her.
Right?
Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President
wow.
Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the the president
I can't get over the red with the black top because it does look like she's an ensign in Star Trek: The Next Generation.
is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files
I mean, she even has a little gold pin. Kind of like,
is very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit.
Scam Bondi. Oh, yeah.
But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to...
Watching this guy and watching her and then watching her just simultaneously like...
obstruct justice.
Because they also know that if they go back and forth with Crockett, that she's going to make it a moment.
In the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have...
The sad thing is they really do worship the people they follow. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They worship Trump. Like, literally. I'm not kidding. I think that they're at this point that Trump would ask, you know what? I just need to, I need to spend a special night with your child. You know what? Everything that you think is going to happen is totally going to happen. What do you say? Do you support me or not?
Tape accepting a...
Are you not MAGA? And then they would just be like, you know what? You're right, Mr. Trump.
And your agency killed the investigation.
Or President Trump. President Trump. They would never call him Mr.
Or
Trump.
how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear.
Yeah, they replaced Jesus with Trump. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
The president shall...
And then they would make sure to arrest Jesus because, you know, if he did come back, it wouldn't be in America, number one, so he'd be an illegal immigrant if he even tried to come here.
Not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritize obstruction over justice, corruption over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized. Excuse me, gentleman from Kansas, the Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years.
Boy, she can cut a rug.
I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions, because she certainly did not condemn her leader, Hakeem Jeffries, for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about. Texas, from Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what are we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you. You refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
She ain't going to play that game.
Belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide.
She's like, I'm not going to be able to
Cecil
not do
Joseph,
this.
From Dominican Republic.
Leave the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here. You know what? We haven't made headlines like Minneapolis. It's supposed to be a monetary remedy.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ send FBI SWAT teams to arrest pro-life advocates with no criminal histories?
Yes.
Did the Biden-Harris DOJ use the FACE Act to target pro-life advocates, while it allowed anti-life agitators to vandalize, destroy, and firebomb pregnancy
donations for Mr. Epstein, only when that came to light on the floor with a potential resolution. And you would think there would be more outrage on those types of things if they were taking credible. But we do know the performance value of what goes on in this committee.
Long in the tooth here, man.
About the big things that Department of Justice is doing. And when I look at the dramatic decrease in crime
careful
in
with
this
that one,
country,
dude. Careful with that one. Just remember that Pam Bondi spent the majority of this hearing yelling at people, so careful.
Last year, since the Trump administration has come, you see the...
So now you're just going to acknowledge that Jasmine Crockett was doing the exact same thing, right?
board behind me, violent crime plummets across major U.S. cities. And I guess so my first question would be, and when it comes to the big stuff, how are you guys getting this stuff so right? What is the
Crockett's cooked scam Bondi?
What contributes, from your perspective, to this dramatic decrease in crime in major U.S. This historic tax?
Oh my God!
Executive order directing HHS to review the clinical evidence.
Longer, my bone structure permanently masculinized, my Adam's apple more prominent, my fertility
received it, and she was not.
And then a few older rates were already falling. I just saved some.
You know what's funny? None of the moments with the Republicans are going to get any traction.
See request for the end.
But every single bit of Jasmine Crockett, they got what they wanted out of this hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Thank you kindly. Record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration. Crime down in every category in 2024 under Biden. FBI report says Trump takes credit for violent crime drop where rates were already falling. From NPR, Trump administration targets ATF with plans to cut jobs and ease gun restrictions. And then
You maggots are really out of touch with reality.
a few oldies but goodies. I've introduced these before.
No, it's kind of fun to watch.
About the claim that we didn't have
I'll admit it. That's why I can deal with this, because it is genuinely kind of exciting to me to be like, oh, wow. I mean, you definitely lend to the whole like, oh, you make the world a little less boring with the fucking shit you believe.
anything to say about Epstein before the Trump administration. Raskin joins call for Attorney General to reopen Epstein case and publicly release Acosta misconduct investigation.
Good show. I enjoy listening to what all the MAGA dumbasses have to say. Brian Dykstra, appreciate
March
that.
1,
You're not related to Lenny, are you?
2019. Oversight Committee plans hearing with Acosta on plea deal with Epstein, July 10, 2019. And finally, 68
Lenny Dykstra is the only person on the Howard Stern show that collectively got everybody to just go, oh, what the fuck?
Members call for resignation of Labor Secretary Acosta, July 10, 2019.
Without objection.
No? Okay.
Attorney General Bondi, thank you for your service to the country. And thank you for being here for a long day. We appreciate your willingness to come and answer our questions.
J.H. Sells. Hey,
our country. And I got one thing I got to say. This concludes today's hearing. We thank our witness for appearing before the committee. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days.
Woo! Finally, we got through it. Yeah, baby! All right, we got arrests happening at Target.
Together we will abolish.
This is live, by the way. It's that guy. It's that one guy. Oh, you cannot please her. You can't. No, you haven't pleased your wife in so long. That's why she is sleeping with us protesters. You have a little pee-pee. Yes, you do. All ICE officers have little pee-pees. But his voice, I can't. The fact that he sounds exactly like Tommy Wiseau. I did not abolish ICE. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Did you just get out the C-cot? I got a good little clap going there.
Fuck you, Jay. Yeah, that's the fucking manager.
Dude, I love when he gets going.
I hope your wife doesn't divorce you.
I love him. Your wife is going to divorce you. Yeah, you don't understand. Every time you go to work.
Hey, guys.
That was obviously one of the protest marshals. Yeah, so if you guys don't know the context, this is the Target that that one kid got taken from. All right. But I'd prefer not to do this.
Yeah. The reason why I'm here is because, as you can see, I'm a person of color, I'm an immigrant, and I'm here to support those who are going through this. And I'm here to just raise my voice, support, and show that by numbers, we're doing what it needs to be done to keep our community safe and keep everyone that needs to be, that belongs here, safe.
How do you feel about Target's complicity in, your ICE terrorizing your community?
Yeah, I feel like, terrorizing the community is exactly right. They're here just terrorizing everyone, and it's not okay. And then I feel as far as Target's complicity, that's what it is. They're here, they're profit from everybody, and then when it's time to support the community, they turn their backs. That's what's happening.
Now, ICE has claimed that they're ending the operation, or but national media makes it seem like things have calmed down and it's less violent. But from your experience, you live here. What is the reality on
The reality is that's not what's happening. I live here in Richfield, but I'm also a teacher in Minneapolis, and we still have, in my own school, we still have about 200 students who are affected. They are being robbed of their education. They're at home, and where they should be at school, feeling safe, getting their education, educational needs met. And that
Thank you for the sub, Chemo.
The reality is that things are still happening in our community, and they need to stop.
I said that right.
What is he being trying to do? Torstenson. Torstenson.
Tortenson?
All right, so they arrested activist Derek. All he has been doing was on the loudspeaker, on his megaphone.
What's your name? I can't. I'm not trespassing. Derek Torstenson. I am not going to tell you again, ma'am. Step back. Here's the deal. Just tell us his name. What's wrong with you people? You need to leave, otherwise you will be trespassed as well. Everybody needs to go to the sidewalk like I said 3 times.
Oh man, I really wish I didn't see this lady right here. Outside of her demeanor, she looks a lot like my mom.
You have a job because of us.
This has been happening more and more. I saw a lady in the grocery store not too long ago that looked a lot like my mom, and I just broke down.
Everybody needs to go to the sidewalk or you are subject to being trespassed. Now.
God, this is heartbreaking. Yeah, they're leaving.
The parking lot is private property. You need to go to the sidewalk.
That's... Yeah. Honestly, all these protest groups would do really well to have somebody that is a specialist in, like, auditing. Like cop auditing. I know that, oh God, what's his name? He's got a really famous auditing page. He's been showing up to the Minnesota protests.
Probably because they're all trespassing at this point, right? Because you guys were told to leave and you guys are not leaving.
Is there a reason why it was one particular individual?
Yeah, I mean, I've been very, very adamant about this. You got to know the law. At PEP Law, it helps when you know the law. And guess what? These folks didn't know the law. They didn't know that you can't trespass. That's technically illegal. So when they asked them politely to move off their property, that was their number one warning. Then they got another warning. Then they got another warning. And now, here we go. You know what? This is why at PEP Law, you gotta listen. Go to the fucking sidewalk, stay there, don't obstruct, and then you could peacefully protest. But what you guys were doing right here was wrong. Also, when the police come up and they say you will have an unlawful assembly, you technically are being told, hey, you're gonna have to go. You get 3 warnings. You can go up to the third one, but once the third one goes, get the fuck out of there. If you stick around, you're getting arrested, and PEP Law ain't coming to save you. Unless you got the money. Come and pay for PEP Law.
To tell you guys, if you want to tell you why he was arrested, why he was handcuffed. That's information we cannot share, right?
Arrested for speaking? No. It's not. This is not violating your First Amendment right, because like the law actually does protect like law enforcement and like, entities that would say you need to disperse, that kind of thing. Also, it like, yeah, it gets a little hairy where we start playing games with like, oh, well, technically I had a permit to do this. It's just like, eh.
He will be at one point once we're done with the IDing and everybody. Okay, so please step back. Please step back.
Get some gum and get in line. You're a customer now. I should just show up in a brown trench coat, doing my like little Columbo bit, just like, all right, I'm your lawyer. It's like, wait, do you have a law degree? No. At PEP Law, we don't need a law degree. We need faith. All right, they taking off? All right.
Today, I interviewed Congressman Ro Khanna on the Epstein files. He's one of the origins of the
Waiting to play
Epstein
this, so you know what? Why not? Good a time as any.
Transparency Act, along with Thomas Massie, who I also tried to get on the show. They are a Republican-Democrat duo who have been fighting to get the Epstein files publicized, and it's my privilege today to interview him. You're one of the few people who's actually been allowed to see the unredacted Epstein files.
Oh, shit. Pep just found a new way.
Fine.
Fleece Christians.
Well, first, we found that they were protecting the identity of 6.
Ezekiel 102, 420 says, trust in PEP Law.
Men. I mean, Massey and I went for 2 hours, and there were 6 men who were listed as co-conspirators.
Ecclesiastes 420 also says, follow PEP Law.
And their names were redacted. I went to the floor of the House of Representatives today, and I called out those 6 men by name.
Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikaladze, Leopig Leon.
He got arrested for not respecting the trespass warnings, not because of speaking. Yeah, that's what I said.
Nicola Caputa, Sultan.
Caputo. It's Nicola Caputo. He's actually like a prominent businessman from Italy. He owns a bunch of grocery stores. I gotta say, man, we knew he was connected. Like, he's one of the OGs, dude. They like, I'm gonna just say this. He's allegedly part of like the Sicilian contingent, if you know what I'm saying.
Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner.
We need courage in this country to hold people accountable who have been accused of some of the
Trump would just love the way these pigs are acting. He loves nothing more than chaos. Oh, yeah.
crimes. I mean, men who either underage girls or went to Epstein's Island knowing underage girls were being
Soprano shit.
around.
One of the biggest parts of this story has been the meta story of the cover-up.
You guys forget what city I'm from.
Every time it seems like, they're going to get
I kind of know my stuff on this.
Files out there, it's like opposite day. They redact names they shouldn't. They miss deadlines. They mischaracterize evidence. You know, just recently I saw an FBI memo that there were no cameras in bedrooms of Epstein's house. And then you look at the photos.
My mom watched the Gambino crime trial. Oh, my God.
The FBI took. There's a camera in his bedroom. So I just want to understand this. To
For
me,
not
this looks
being
like
Italian and being from Chicago, it was kind of weird how we were like really into that shit.
A cover-up, but who are they covering for? First of all, do you agree with that? Who do you think they're covering for?
I mean,
if you
again, not being Italian, I do get away with being able to do this.
They're covering it up at all.
It's obviously a cover-up. It's probably one of the biggest cover-ups in American history. I mean, they're covering up for rich and powerful people.
Matt, you know, Matt Arnold. It's like, oh yeah, hey, you want to go visit Al Capone's grave? Which one, the fake one or the real one?
Where young girls were being. Not just the American elite, the global elite. This
Matt,
is shaking the British
you're
monarchy.
definitely welcome
and
here,
they
man. I
toppled the
appreciate
British
that.
government.
I always
it
love
has
my
the Norwegian
locals.
princess now not being able to be a queen.
Godzilla God King? Love the name.
International reverberation.
Of course, I'm so glad you brought that up. That's one of my biggest problems with the story. Internationally, we're seeing some accountability, you know, however small. I have seen zero accountability in America. And so,
Matt,
look,
you know what's up.
While I appreciate the transparency, I was talking to friends, people who follow the show, and they said, where is the accountability? Are we going to see a single person?
My favorite is to take people down to where the vault was. Al Capone's vault, you know, the famous one that Geraldo opened and there was nothing.
America, besides Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein, face justice.
Well, that's why I went to the floor today and named these people. I wanted those names public. I mean, if the Justice Department isn't going to do their job, if the FBI isn't, then members of Congress can take to the floor and start naming names. And that's why I did that. But we need investigations, and we need political accountability. I mean, how can you have Howard Lutnick, right, who lies to the...
Yeah, I've read the files. He's not a good guy. You're picking and choosing the ones that you want to fucking be like, oh, he's a good guy because he talked to this one cop in 2019 and said that, yeah, you know what? She was evil. She was very evil.
American people. He says, oh, I never had
because you don't know how to read.
Anything to do with Epstein.
Was never in the room.
Everybody keeps saying in 2006, Donald Trump contacted this guy saying Ghislaine is evil. That's not what happened. This guy was investigating Ghislaine in 2006, and then Trump met him in 2019 and said, I'm glad that you locked her up.
Him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy.
Then it comes out that he actually went to Epstein's island.
We had lunch on the island. That is true.
And then it comes out that he allegedly had a business with Epstein after Epstein was convicted of pet.
Yeah, I barely knew him. Only been, took my kids there instead of Disneyland. That was a good line.
It's an indictment on America that in other nations, literally their heads of states are falling if they just had email correspondence with Epstein. And here we've got someone like Lutnick still in government. We need accountability. We need prosecutions of people who actually showed up in the island and folks. And we need, by the way, the cover-up, Dan. What is the biggest cover-up? I just want to explain this simply.
I love your Trump impression. Thank you.
The FBI scrubbed these files in March before my law.
It's the greatest one. I'm telling you. I'm better than even the man himself. I pick up the cadence. It's the sliminess. You get the sliminess.
Most sensitive information are in the FBI files.
You can tell that I've made a few sales in my life.
That's where the survivors name the names.
Did I fuck over my clients? I don't know. I will never tell.
Of the people who abuse them. They're in those FBI files. Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed that in March.
Welcome to the art of the deal.
And they sent...
Did somebody say they wanted you to do a deal for them? Okay, take the money and run. That's how you do the art of the deal.
The scrubbed files to Justice. And so Justice...
What up, Sean?
Did a second round of redactions. But under my law, the Epstein Transparency Act that Massey and I passed, we need to have
needs more jazz hands.
FBI files unscrubbed. We need them unredacted.
That's right. I'm the jazz hand. If you speed me up, you could never tell. Am I doing a pep rally? I don't know. The pep rally. Are we doing a pep rally for pep talks? I don't even like the pep talks. Pep talks. You know what? Pep talks. Gotta say, mean guy says really nice things about the Democrats. The Demorats is what I like to call them, but you know what? He's out there doing a really bad impression of me.
And that,
even though I said he does the best, it's a bad impression. Doing jazz hands
is where the information is, and the only reason I believe they're redacted is they're protecting very rich and powerful people in this country.
Well, look, I mean, part of the thing that I've appreciated about this push, it's a bipartisan push. Both left and right have gotten behind it. Look, saying, "Hey, we gotta unredact this. We gotta see who's really in there." You bring up a great point. A lot of powerful people
grab them by the pep talks
have lied about their association with Jeffrey Epstein. That's been one of the great revelations that has come out of it. But it's I criticized Howard Lutnick, but we also have Stacey Plaskett. She's saying,
by the way, 4-minute warning for the 420 fun half. If you're new here, what we do is we kind of hang out. Once I reach 420, 4 hours and 20 minutes. If you don't know, if you know, you know. If you don't, we're getting there. Then we all kind of just, I step off camera. We do a little celebration, you know what I'm saying? And then, yeah, we kind of just have some fun. Watch some fun videos and maybe cover some politics, but we have a fun, swing to it.
Now, I wasn't a friend of him.
Do my Biden impression.
They're not your friends.
Ooh, whoa.
Jeffrey Epstein.
That hurt my ear.
Had information, and I
always hate when it's like mono, like, and you don't see it coming, and you're just like,
gonna get information. Having a real friendship with him is not something that I.
Now I feel like I'm in a pool and I got water in my ear, like
would deem to have.
And then we see text messages where she says, I'm gonna call you my friend, and he.
Hey, Jack. I'm Joe Biden. Yeah.
He says, yeah, don't worry, like, we're friends. I mean,
where'd I go?
This is a
something about corn pop and ice cream. I want some ice cream.
Problem that crosses party lines. And my worry
I don't do a very good Biden, sorry.
Is this. Look, right now there's a lot of push, bipartisan.
They're having a sale at the dispo?
Especially from Democrats. Look, we got to hold these people accountable. I agree with them. I agreed with the Republicans when they said they were going to
It's
hold
that
him
time in 1 minute? Yeah.
last time. My problem
I
is this.
started the show a little late.
Next time,
so here, I'll do it.
Let's say you
I'll do it
guys get in
double.
power. How can we trust that you guys are going to do what's necessary with the next DOJ? Because it doesn't seem like we're
Godzilla, God King. Thank you for the sub.
going to get the DOJ to do anything this time. I think we probably both agree on that. How can we trust the next DOJ to take the proper action and hold people accountable?
Well, I think you have to look at the record. You can trust people like Massey and me. We didn't politicize this. We said whoever is implicated needs to pay the consequences. There are Democratic donors like Bill Gates that are in the files. They need to testify. Keir Starmer is someone I knew. I met with him. He's someone who shares. I celebrated when he won. I have no sympathy for Mendelsohn or the Starmer government. I have no sympathy for Democratic donors or big tech folks, some of whom who have supported the party, who are in these files. I have said that President Clinton should testify, and he is. So Massey and I, the reason we've been successful is we haven't made this about Donald Trump or Bill Clinton or politics. We haven't made this Republican or Democrat. We have said wherever the facts go, that's where we're going to go. If it takes down the Democratic donors, it's going to take down the Democratic donors. If it's going to take down Republicans, it'll take down Republicans. And why do you think other people haven't been willing to do it? Because we made some very powerful.
The saddest part is, and this is in all reality, the one that would comment on Ivanka's ass is Trump.
Enemies. There are a lot of
Ivanka, my daughter. You know what? I got to say, quite the piece of ass. And when I say piece of ass, she got a nice donker.
Billionaires
would totally smash if you know there's that thing. But if we go to Alabama, you know, if I had only been born in Alabama, or if she was born in Alabama, this might be different.
This Epstein class who are against us. So I don't think you can trust a party per se, but I think you can trust people who have a track record of standing up for doing the right thing.
Sad part is it's not too far off from what he actually said on Howard Stern about his daughter while she was sitting right next to him.
I want to go to the July 2025 systemic review.
That was the most uncomfortable Stern
FBI
episode
claims
ever.
it
That when you make Howard Stern blush, that's how you know you done fucked up.
Did. They made a bunch of surprising findings because later they were
we're
revealed
5
to
seconds
be, in
away,
my
so
view,
I'm going
false.
to
They
pop
say,
off
one,
camera
this
here for
systemic
just a quick
review has
second,
no
smoke,
incriminating
and then
client
come on
list.
back and
What
we will
see in
enjoy
Tr-
this. Let me pause this and then do that. God, the day YouTube becomes like Twitch, and it actually lets me
Internal
do that on
slide
camera
decks,
would be
basically,
awesome.
from the FBI, where very prominent names such as Trump, Jess Staley, Leon Black, Les Wexner, Bill Clinton, a bunch of people have pretty shocking allegations against them. It goes to another part of their memo. They said there's no evidence that's going to predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Why not even investigate? That's kind of my problem.
You have hit the nail on the head. None of these rich and powerful people have even been asked under oath why they were on this island. What did they see? Who were the girls? Who was being raped? They've just escaped not just prosecution, they've even escaped investigation. And the
This is one of my old hockey hoodies.
Department of Justice could open the investigation tomorrow into these people. And people say, well, why are we obsessed about something that happened years ago? First of all, the survivors deserve justice. And it's very callous for people just to say move on. But the second thing is, if we
Best part about
live
it, though,
in a society
giant
where people
hood.
think the rich can just get away with things because of who they are, that the powerful can just get away with things because of who they are, then you don't have a democratic government.
The Epstein files, why it's so frustrating is it's exposing
Agree.
a justice system that has two different classes. For the weak, you have laws.
Pretty sure you submitted this vid to the suggestions.
That
Pretty
bind,
sure you
but
did there, Mr. Distracting. So, yes, you could take credit for that one.
Protect. For the powerful, you have laws that protect and do not bind. I mean, do you agree this is what we're seeing with the Epstein files?
Yes, it's two tiers of justice in America. That's why I came up with the term Epstein class. If you're
You didn't
part of
watch it, mister. I'm pretty sure I can go back into some of my content and I coined that. This is why I do get a little like, hey, who's watching my content and like taking some pointers and just not giving me the
rich, powerful club, then you
like Hassan all of a sudden has a little fucking mic charm. Like, what's up with that?
feel like you're above the law.
Speaking of accountability, I want to talk about, one of the claims by the Justice Department. I mean, they say there's no credible evidence Epstein is blackmailing individuals. This is a huge problem because the FBI basically failed to get a bunch of CDs, hard drives that later were found removed from Epstein's properties. But, there's this email basically Epstein sent himself about Bill Gates where he alleges that he facilitated trysts with Bill Gates. Bill Gates denies this, but it reads as straight up blackmail. It's like, you need to give me X millions of dollars. Otherwise, something's going to come out. Well, here's my problem. And this is what I'd love for people like Gates to be asked. He says he separated himself from Epstein. And then it turns out he sends a $2 million gift to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein. So if he had nothing to do with it, this wasn't blackmail, why is he sending a $2 million gift? I mean, are we going to ever have it make sense? The gaslighting is what bothers me. You brought up Howard Lutnick. He says, oh, I was so disgusted. And then he's found to be a business with the guy. Like, I just don't like, and I don't think anyone likes, being lied to, especially by people in...
Well, so confidently, too, where they, like Pam Bondi was doing it, where she's like, oh, you're just an idiot for even believing this.
Power, and people who are making decisions sort of for the rest of us. Bill Gates has enormous influence.
Holy shit. I got to say, thank you for hanging out with me today, all of you who have stuck around for the majority of the stream today.
The idea that he would be kind of, compromised by some of these things is very alarming.
It is alarming, and that's why he needs to come under oath and answer these questions. That's why there should be an
he's so goddamn cute
investigation where he's asked by the Justice Department and Congress. And I say this as a Democrat. I mean, he supported a lot of Democrats, but we need fundamental accountability. It can't just be about Lutnick because he's in the Trump administration. It needs to be across the board, regardless of people's politics.
And hey, thank you for the 50 joules. Appreciate that.
The issue in terms of what Epstein was and what he was doing, look, even my law doesn't allow for the release of classified information. You can't in Congress declassify things. That's the rule. But what we need is a president who actually appoints someone who has credibility in the military or in intelligence to look through the classified information and make a public report of what Epstein did and whether there was anything there. And that person has to have incredible credibility. Until then, there are going to be both rumors out there and conspiracy theories out there.
Drag Bongino back in and hold him in contempt. Not a bad idea.
And legitimate.
He definitely is a weak link.
Questions, but that won't be answered just by my law. We need actually
he's so cute.
A commission that can look through the classified
Cannot get
information.
over it.
I'm glad you brought this up. One of the questions is, why did the plea deal in 2008 happen? Why did it seem like every time there was going to be something happening, it seemed like some bigger players were reaching in?
Was your brother not
the
playing
CIA
with you?
was FOIA'd by Jeffrey Epstein about Jeffrey Epstein, and they basically denied it. They said, hey, we can't confirm or deny any classified evidence that we may or may not have on you. The NSA basically did the same thing. This is a big problem was Epstein working for our government or foreign governments? This is something that's kind of speculated about a lot.
Not that cute. Hey,
there's a lot of emails with connections with powerful world leaders where Epstein seems to be in some type of...
Well, yeah, not that cute. Look at him. Look at him.
Official or unofficial capacity.
Whoa.
I mean, what do you know, if anything, about this?
I genuinely don't have insight into his relationships other than to say it's odd that he's got pictures at the CIA. It's odd that he has relationships with so many world leaders, that he's getting access from Gordon Brown's trade secretary about what purchases UK is going to make in the financial markets, that he has access to what India's prime minister is going to do in the United States or Israel, that he has access to an Israeli former prime minister, so much so that Netanyahu is making statements about the former prime minister's relationship with Epstein. I mean, how is this person as connected? Actually, that's one of the questions I want to ask.
I was about to say, oh, come on, that's cuteness overload.
President Clinton is like,
really
who is this guy?
Like,
or Trump, or in our
chin rubs.
Classified information. I mean, why is this guy as connected as he is? People say, oh, he's just a collector of influential people. I know a lot of people who network in Congress. I try to network. I don't know all these world leaders. You don't get there just by networking. There's something else going on.
That's a great question. I have the same question. I mean, it's a very strange thing. I want to talk about Trump's relationship with Epstein for a second. There have been a lot of revelations from the files. a lot of weird behavior from the president, who normally is unbothered by anything press related. And yet we just had something come out very interesting. It seems to be a 2019 interview with the Palm Beach police chief, Michael Ryder. And he said that basically Trump blew the whistle on Epstein's activities and said, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this, saying Maxwell was evil. You know, this definitely surprised
thank you.
me.
I really appreciate you liking the show.
I'm not going to lie. I said to myself, why didn't they? If I was them, I'd put that out sooner. I mean, I was just kind of shocked that was in there. But also, it seems like later he said he didn't know what was happening.
At the time, did you know why he was taking those young women?
No, I don't know really why.
So
Triple H was behind him for that.
I mean, what do you make of this? Were you surprised?
It's time to play the game.
To see that, I was pretty shocked. I was like, what is this? I don't know what to make of it, really.
Yeah, I was surprised. I said it on its face, it looks like a good thing that he was saying that Epstein should be held accountable.
You know, I have one half of the greatest tag team ever, and what was it that you said, Mr. H? What was it? Suck it.
Well, I wish more people have done that. I guess the questions for President Trump is why did it
continue? And that's what I have to say about the Epstein files.
Continue, and does he know other people who were abusing these girls, and what else does he know about Epstein's relationships?
Right.
But you know, on the face, that one call is it seemed like the right thing to do.
Yeah, it was weird. And, well, it also made me wonder, because in 2002, there's that birthday book, right? 2005 or 2006, it looks like he calls and says, hey, we all knew this was basically going down. So glad you're taking him down. I mean, the whole thing is very confusing, actually. I don't know if we're ever going to get the truth on that, maybe. But, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell is an interesting character because he says, oh, she's evil. Well, he was friends with her for a very long time. Now she seems to be playing a part in the game.
Oh, I just realized I missed a Macho Man.
You've seen this. Ghislaine Maxwell basically said through her lawyer, I will clear.
Yeah, bad timing for the Macho Madness. Gotta say, talking about Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, yeah. God, it's not something Macho Man knows a lot about, yeah. All I know, put them in the squared circle, yeah. Then we choke them out together. Although maybe not. Drop the elbow instead. Choking might be something those weirdos are into, yeah.
Trump and Clinton, if pardoned. I mean, is this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
Well, I was in her deposition. She said, I want a pardon and I'll clear Clinton and Trump. But she also says, give me clemency and I'll name all the other people who were these young girls. I mean, come on. She's basically saying, okay, you want to know who these people are? Get me out of jail.
Good. Get them all out.
And so it's the most.
Get all the Dems and all the Republicans. As I said, at this point, let's start new. Can we get a national movement where we just, no matter what happens, we just don't elect the incumbent? No incumbency.
Something I've seen. And
this is the year where we just say it. Fuck it. No incumbency. I don't care what your fucking record is.
This is why
we need to just wipe the board. New people.
We know there are other powerful people, right? Because we know Maxwell is saying it. The documents are saying it. The survivors are saying it. And the only two people who are in jail, one is dead, Jeffrey Epstein, and the other one is Maxwell.
I mean, I want to put a finer point on that. Actually, Maxwell's life got better after the Transparency Act, which, you know, I'm happy about the transparency, but just on stating on levels of fact, since 2025, the only person who's ever faced real accountability on Jeffrey Epstein, her life has gotten better. The survivors' lives have arguably gotten worse. The DOJ failed to redact a bunch of stuff and expose them to the world. I mean, it just seems like this is my problem, and it leads me to the question of, you know, we kind of where we started. It's great that we have transparency. I love the transparency. But where's the accountability, right?
Well, you're absolutely right. But this is the first time any survivors seem heard. This is the first time that we've actually had a government take action and release these files after decades. This is the first time that there's a conversation, at least, about elite accountability. Now, that conversation, as you pointed out, is going very differently in Britain and Norway and other countries. And the question is America going to pass the moral test? Are we just going to shrug and say, no, these people are too rich, we still want their money, we still like hanging out with them, they fund too many of the nonprofits, they fund too many of the universities and fund too many of the hospitals. And so, you know what, we're going to give them a time out. They need to go quiet for a year or two, and then they can rehabilitate themselves? Or are we actually going to have accountability in America where they are stripped of their position, where they are investigated, and where, when crimes have happened, they're prosecuted? And that's an open question, because so far we have not seen the accountability.
Well, also the FBI, you know, for as long as I've been sort of watching what they do, they're sort of the world police. I mean, unlike other kind of national agencies, they don't just concern themselves with what's happening in America. They go after people internationally, right? It's very clear that Epstein's organization was an international operation. Even if you're trying to make the claim that he was trafficking to himself, there were other people assisting in that, right? We see in the files, Epstein was paying a guy named Daniel Syed, who's not dead yet, who to basically go scout for women, right? And those women later, they gave their passports, and later they were brought to America. So all this stuff is in the files, this international ring that was going on, whether or not you want to say he was trafficking to himself. I mean, do we even have the gumption to target that?
Sorry, somebody just sent me a live video of a protest.
I hate to put it,
it's not that good,
so crassly, but I feel like people just want a scalp. I mean, that feels bad to say. We've
been getting more of that
justice, but even symbolic justice would be better than this, right? Which is basically we released everything and we get nothing.
And that's why I went and gave the 6 names this morning on the floor of the House. I mean, those many of those names are foreigners, but they were listed as co-conspirators. And the question is, are we going to have justice? You know, one of the survivors told me that the person who her when she was 17 was happened in France, and that this person has left both France and the United States to evade the prosecution of the authorities. And so the question is just, are we going to care enough to get justice? Because you're right, it's not just justice of famous names that were caught up in all of this.
Oh, Diego, we're watching an update on the Epstein files with CoffeeZilla.
There are a lot of people around the world who are caught up in these girls, and these women want justice. They don't want just a shaming of famous names. They want their accusers held accountable. Think about it. For 20, 30 years, they've seen these people accumulate wealth, fly around, escape any accountability, and they were treated as disposable, as that they didn't matter, as if they were just...
Imagine actually being an American. Carnage of crust. Oh, man, I wish I could be in your position, just not. That'd be great.
For the gratification...
Not exactly...
...of rich and powerful men.
I'm not loving this.
Perfectly said.
Godzilla, God King. Godzilla and me, Godzilla.
The final question here. What's the worst thing you've seen in these files?
I've seen some pretty sick things. I mean, just the grotesque nature of what they did.
Have I talked about I Have It ladies who talked to Rokana? No, I haven't.
To young
I didn't
girls.
see that.
I mean, it's much worse than just. I mean, it's violent, it's ugly, it's sick, and that is just stomach churning. And then the scale of it. I don't think people understand how many of these young girls were caught up in this. And the class issue is at the core of this. That's why I said Epstein class, because a lot of these girls were working class.
Although
a lot of them didn't.
I do want to kind of get just a
fathers.
I don't care who it is, just like a mainstream wrap up to see like how other media outlets are perceiving the Pam Bondi thing.
They were targeted. They were preyed upon.
Don't hate me for being at the beach.
By rich and powerful people. And then they were told, don't call the police, nothing is going to happen. Don't call the FBI, nothing's going to happen. And the person who did call the FBI in 1996, she was called a liar. This is a moral reckoning for this country. It's an elite governing class that is immature, that is callow, that is reckless, that is arrogant, that is self-entitled, and that has done horrendous things. And the question is, are we just going to try to brush it aside and move on, as the president says, or are we actually going to have a moral reckoning, have a new moral vision, and be rooted in the values that built this country? And that is what's at stake.
And that's our interview. Thanks to Congressman Ro Khanna for coming.
That was a good interview.
Whatever the founding.
All right, let's get the Philly D take on this. You don't get much more centrist than, well, I can't say that anymore. Comrade Phil, he kind of made the pivot. Gotta say.
Fathers imagined politics would look like 250 years later. I can tell you one thing. This is not it.
How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah,
anything,
I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
I legitimately feel like this is first grade.
You know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against.
Nuh-uh, Pam took my coloring book.
A resolution.
No, Pam, you know you still got my coloring book, and you also took my purple crayon.
Condemning.
You go give me my purple crayon back.
I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust? Really?
So that's Donald Trump's Attorney General Pam Bondi taking an absolute beating in front of the House Judiciary
Okay, so we all kind of perceive this the same way.
Committee today. With her being the head of the Trump Justice Department, the topic that everyone grilled her on was Jeffrey Epstein. Though it seems like that may not be clear to Bondi because almost every time someone asked her about it, she deflected to something else, be it the Democrats, illegal.
Oh, Pam Bondi knows exactly what colored crayons taste like.
Immigrants, deep fake porn, or that Ukrainian refugee stabbed on a train last August.
You know, instead of talking about Ghislaine Maxwell, who hopefully will die in prison, you should be talking about Irina Zarutska.
I have a couple
who died on a subway.
Now with that, she tried to make it out like Trump's been the one that's actually been pushing to release the files.
This has been around since the Obama administration.
Man, and y'all are fucking right there with her as far as some of the MAGA chat.
This
Holy fuck.
administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law.
Though that, of course, it flies in the face of almost an entire year of feet-dragging, lies, distractions, and countless deployments of the word hoax that we all witnessed. They think you're stupid. They think you have the memory of a goldfish. But then also you had Bondi arguing that nobody asked all these questions when Biden's
and I have to reemphasize.
Attorney General was on the stand, and the Democrats, they actually only care about Epstein now because they want to distract from Trump's stock market.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Now that, of course, it flies in the face of numerous economic indicators, inflation, jobs numbers, debt, health insurance premiums, as well as Trump's dismissal of polling on economic performance. But he's been out there saying that if you don't like the economy, you're essentially crazy, that affordability is a Democratic hoax. Not that, again, any of this is relevant to Epstein. And also, I know we've just collectively forgotten this, but Pam Bondi is not a political operative. She is the attorney.
Why is chat being so nasty today? I don't know.
Attorney General. Like, I know Trump destroyed, killed, drowned norms in a bathtub, but her role is supposed to be nonpartisan, non-political, independent from the White House. And so for anyone who remembers what American politics was just like a couple of years ago, seeing America's top lawyer glaze Trump from head to toe is kind of wild. Not surprising, but just wild. But anyway, going back to Epstein, a group of his victims were actually there at the hearing, and Pramila Jayapal had them stand up and then said,
And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Also, at another point after Bondi licked Trump's toes on national television a little more and claimed that there's no evidence he's committed any crimes, Ted Lieu leveled this serious accusation at her.
I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was gonna stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide.
But you also had Thomas Massie, who's been leading the charge on the release of the Epstein files with Ro Khanna, calling her out first for accidentally publishing the names of victims and then for redacting the names of implicated men.
To my right is an email that was sent by the victims' lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact. a list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors.
Then you had Massey pulling up another document referring to co-conspirators in sex trafficking, and he noted that while billionaire Les Wexner's name was found in other parts of the files, it was redacted there. Right, and while Wexner's name was unredacted after Massey called it out earlier in the week, today he got to directly confront Bondi about it. Though she, to really no one's surprise, just brushed it off.
Who in your organization made this massive failure and released the victims' names? Are you able to track who it was that obscured Les Wexner's name as a co-conspirator in an FBI document? Do you have that kind of accountability?
I believe Wexner's name was listed more than 4,000 times. This
DOJ is a total joke. Yeah.
I already told you.
He brought up a great point, how this wasn't partisan before. So for everybody that was like, how come Merrick Garland did? It's like, because it wasn't a partisan department, bro.
You're acting like everybody.
And on top of that, they were still actively investigating Ghislaine Maxwell.
They're just trying to cover up Wexner's
So
name.
Reclaiming my time.
I'm going to answer this question.
Reclaiming my time.
He was.
I don't know. The more I revisit that, I was like, oh, that does make sense.
This isn't how this works. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700.
And so with all this, unsurprisingly, especially if you watched the whole thing, you've had some slamming Bondi not only for not answering questions, but some even calling for her to be held in contempt of Congress. But also, the DOJ, they're not the only department that has a problem with the...
I mean, she's a public figure, Rebecca, so that's easy.
Children. Right? Because Homeland Security has now been accused of zip-tying dozens of kids during a raid in October on a horse racing track in Idaho. Now, officially, they were targeting an alleged gambling ring with some 300 U.S. citizens and 100 undocumented immigrants getting taken into custody. But only 5 people were actually arrested for the gambling ring, all on non-violent offenses. And now you have the ACLU alleging in a lawsuit that the whole thing was just a cover for an immigration raid, describing how in the process of rounding people up and herding them onto the racing track, better laden smashed car windows where children had taken refuge from a chilly rain. One 8-year-old boy saying that he had to pick tiny shards of glass out of his mouth. Other kids adding that guns were pointed at them, more recalling rubber bullets whizzing over their heads. And according to the lawsuit, multiple kids were zip-tied, leaving welts and bruises on their wrists, including a 14-year-old girl seen in this photo. Now, both Trump's DHS and the local FBI office have flat out denied that any kids were zip-tied, but later you had some FBI officials clarifying that no young children were zip-tied. But then you also had local police acknowledging that, in fact, yes, minors had been zip-tied. And this week, you had CBS News confronting the sheriff who led the raid, and also just to give you an idea of his character, he did the operation on horseback and describes himself as a cowboy. But anyway...
These LARPing fucks.
He essentially...
These fucking LARPing fucks. I never want to hear another fucking joke about D&D when you got fucking Pam Bondi and fucking Christy Nome and this jackass.
The playbook, right? At first he denied it, and when they found...
All fucking cosplaying as something. Pam Bondi, an actual serious person. Christy Nome, it depends, what Barbie outfit she's going to put on.
Checked him right there on the spot. He just tried to justify.
And then this guy.
There were kids in there. They weren't zipped. Those little ones were not zip-tied.
This is a picture of Suhey. We met her this morning. She's 14 years old.
Okay.
She's I would say, a child, a girl who is...
An entire party has now made a philophobia, or whatever the fuck it's called. You guys have now done the age of consent thing. And here it is. You guys did this with the Jeffrey Epstein fucking bullshit too.
Was zip tied in.
Holy fuck. You are all fucked in the head. If you hear the age 14 and you're just like, is that a kid?
Bruises.
You're fucked.
From those zip ties.
Katzil doesn't like clapping? No, he doesn't.
Okay, and
have you seen that?
I forgot you were here.
No, I had not. I have not seen that. But I will tell you this. I've been in this business.
That rolling eyes was disgusting. Yeah. This guy's law enforcement, by the way.
I've gone against gang members who are a lot younger than that.
She was with her 6-year-old brother and 8-year-old sister.
But you're taking that out of context.
These are the dipshits that are in charge of our country right now, by the way. I hope you're all fucking okay with that.
What kind of context do you need?
Jesus Christ. A fucking LARPing cowboy that doesn't know how to differentiate between a gang member and a 14-year-old sister and a 6-year-old brother. You know what? They could have had a gun. They could have been dangerous gang members.
Two 2 small children with her.
We
How
don't-
dangerous could she possibly be?
We don't know.
But that's only one of many cases where the authorities were caught lying, which
Whatever,
actually,
man.
speaking on that, we've got to dive into these revelations about
Yeah, about in Chicago, how the body cam footage literally shows the guy just pointing the gun at her and just shooting.
Martinez. Right? And we talked about her in depth last week. She's the
Yeah,
woman
bro.
who survived being shot by Border Patrol 5 times while she was following them in her car.
I could hear my back passenger window shatter. I looked down and I noticed blood gushing out of my arms and legs.
And with that, you had the agents claiming afterward that she rammed their car, and Martinez, she claimed the opposite. She said they sideswiped her before getting out and shooting. And well, now we have the body cam footage from that incident, and it doesn't appear to back up the agent's story. Right? It starts with
So it looks like the SAVE Act might have passed, so if you're a married woman, you might not be able to vote.
them and their vehicle, protesters honking at them, and then they say,
Time to get aggressive and get the out.
Just remember, this is going to impact Republicans a lot worse than they think, because they genuinely do not understand their base.
We're gonna box this in. We're gonna make
This is why when they cut food stamps, they think it's only hurting Democrats. Just remember that. These are the people you're dealing with.
contact. We're boxed in.
Then the driver, Charles Exum, appears to jerk the steering wheel to the left in the direction of Martinez's vehicle, at which point the video jolts, and then this happens.
All right, out of the car.
Be advised, we've been struck. We've been struck.
Get out.
Where that's Exum firing those 5 shots at Martinez's vehicle, and after she floors it out of there, you can hear bystanders screaming at them. With one agent explaining to another agent on the scene a few minutes later.
Vehicle struck us twice. Then when we stepped out, she floored it and tried to run him over.
And then later in the afternoon, while Martinez was in the hospital being treated for several
Weird how they keep using the same line.
gunshot wounds, then Border
We were scared for our lives, big vroom vroom.
Patrol Commander Greg Bavino
Fucking
sent
Christ.
Exum an email reading. I would like to extend an offer to you to extend your retirement beyond age
As I said, 250 years for the American experiment was fun.
57. In light of your excellent service in Chicago, you have much left to do. Meanwhile, you had Exum texting a group chat with his fellow agents labeled the Posse Chat, where they heap praise on him for his supposed heroism. Where one writing, "You are a legend among agents, you better fucking know that. Beers on me when I see you at training." As well as another adding, "That's
back.
awesome, you did real good," with a heart eyes emoji. Though also I'll say it's not clear whether they knew what had really happened, because Exum said that he fired through Martinez's front windshield, not the back passenger window as she claimed. Right, which is important because, you know, one would seem to suggest that he was in front of it as it came at him, while the other suggests he was back and off to the side. Also with this, you had Exum sharing a link to a news story headline.
failed
Federal agents
experiment.
taunted Chicago woman to do something before shooting her, attorney claims, and then captioning that LMAO. Then in another message, someone asked him if the bosses had been supportive, and he replied, "Big time, everyone has been, including Chief Bavino, Chief Banks, Secretary Noem, and El Jefe himself," according to Bavino. With El Jefe
Just remember that America's experiment is ending without ever having a woman as a president.
there translating to the boss, which many have interpreted as meaning
that tracks.
Donald Trump. And then, of course, there's the disgusting text message we saw last week where Exum wrote, "I fired 5 shots and she had 7 holes. Put that in your
I mean, the SAVE Act has already pretty much passed.
book, boys." You know, for some added context, this guy's not some fresh hire.
It passed the House. It's going to the Senate.
He's a 23-year-old veteran of the Border Patrol. And so, you know, you start to
They had one dissenter on the Republican side.
think, you know, what else has this guy done throughout his career that we don't know about? And also, for now, he hasn't been charged. In fact, Trump's DHS still maintains that Martinez is a domestic terrorist, even though the charges against her were dropped months ago. And of course, this is happening as the agents who shot Renee Good and Alex Preddy are also still free men, though there
I
have
wonder if it'll be constitutional. The thing is, it's going to get signed into law, so they're going to enact it in the next. Like, trust me, this is their way of trying to fucking rig the midterms. But like I said, they're idiots. They genuinely do not understand that this is going to blow up in their face so fucking hard.
have been some people arrested. Or you've now got an associated
The SAVE Act, SAVE Act.
press review out there finding at least 24 ICE employees in contact.
They're trying to call it common sense legislation that asks for voter ID and all that bullshit, right? Right. Now here's the kicker. We already kind of had something like that, like as far as like just guaranteeing, how voting works. But this is a way to disenfranchise anybody who doesn't have the ability to get an ID. You understand that IDs are also kind of expensive, right?
Contractors who have been charged with crimes since
That's just how it goes. But whatever, man.
2020.
This is a lot of old people are not going to be able to vote.
These are stories
because they haven't updated their shit, and they're counting on the fact that like things are run the way that they always have been. Also, mail-in voting, you see that like dual ballots. This is what they just found. with the investigation with Trump, they actually found more fucking votes for Biden than initially tallied, funny enough, because what ended up happening is they had a bunch of dual ballots because you had people that thought they turned in their ballot and weren't sure, so they showed up on voting day just to guarantee that they got their vote in. So they had two ballots out there, you know, almost like voter fraud, that mail-in voting fraud that Trump was kind of worried about.
They're just crazy. You've got a detention facility official admitting that he grabbed it.
Yeah, they found that some of those ballots had been counted for Trump. Huh.
Handcuffed
Weird.
Detainee by the neck and
didn't find what they thought they were going to find.
Slammed him into a wall last year. There's also another facility official who admitted to sexually abusing a detainee for 5 months last year while telling other detainees to act as lookouts. An assistant field office supervisor allegedly abused his girlfriend for years, fracturing her hip and nose, causing internal bleeding, and attempting to strangle her, with the judge calling him a volatile and violent individual. Then another ICE agent was found by local police passed out in a crashed car with his agency firearm on him. Then yet another ICE employee went to meet someone he thought was a 17-year-old prostitute and then discovered it was a sting, and he told the cops, "I'm ICE boys."
That's why I'm saying we get incumbents who aren't as old as dirt.
But a third agent.
We start actually showing up and start voting for things beyond the fucking presidency, and we stop listening to everybody in these, like in Congress right now, and saying, "Oh, well, I need more time to enact our agenda." Fuck you, get out of here.
Being pulled over for driving drunk with his 2 kids in the car, and then he demanded to know
Rebecca, with all due respect,
whether one of the deputies
I don't know your policies, so
arresting him was Haitian, and he threatened, "I'll run him once I get out of here, and if he's not legit, he's taking a ride back to Haiti." And then lastly, at least for right here, a deportation officer allegedly took cash bribes from bail bondsmen in exchange for removing ICE detainers that ICE had placed on their clients, targeting them for deportation. Now, many of these, they happened over the past year. Others go further back, but you have experts warning that this kind of shit, it's likely just going to get worse and worse, right? Arguing that by weakening oversight, shortening training, doubling its workforce, making its culture more aggressive, and arguing that agents have absolute immunity for their actions on duty, the Trump regime, they've just...
Where's it $35 to get an ID?
Left the...
That is not how much it is in Illinois.
Door wide open for abuse. And, with all this, you
backwoods fuck.
At least one group, the Jewish Democratic Council of America, trying to appeal directly to Donald Trump to end this madness. Or because you had them saying
IDs like $60.
They wanted to air a segment during one of Fox and Friends' ad breaks, since the president's known to watch it from the Oval Office. It starts with a voiceover saying federal agents are executing.
Like I said, this is going to disenfranchise a bunch of married women, which, what's kind of funny? Think about the demographic that's, that thinks about marriage as like an American institution kind of thing. Who are they? Who are the ones that usually change their names? Like, I know my wife is safe. She never changed her name, so. Who are the ones who do that? Huh?
American citizens detaining.
You starting to worry a little?
Detaining and tear gassing children, creating chaos.
You should.
And then it cuts to Joe Rogan.
Because you also know that the MAGA side is pretty fucking stupid. So they're not going to be as active in the, hey, get out the word. We need to make sure that we're on the voter rolls because they did pass the SAVE Act, and we didn't really think about this because we thought voter ID was something totally different because we're retarded.
Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers?
Nah, I'm not. That's why you're not going to see me freaking out about this. Like, again, they have no idea.
Is that what
they have no idea what they just did.
Trump to?
And then the voiceover returns saying ICE are out of control when the government kills Americans and lies about the victims to cover up the crime. It's not law and order, and it's not leadership. Those responsible must be fired. President Trump, stop the abuse, investigate the killings. It's gone too far. And while CNN and MS Now are running those ads,
man, a lot of Polish people ain't going to be able to vote this year too.
Ads this week.
Because you think that illegal immigrants are all brown and vote Dem.
Reportedly,
you retards don't understand that a bunch of them come from Poland. And a bunch of them are inherently right-wing.
Refused, offering no explanation to the group as to why. And so
Sorry, I'm going hard on the R word today.
Yeah, you've got Trump just going even
I'm just
deeper
tired
into his
of it.
echo
I'm
chamber
tired
of
of him.
Fox and Friends, Truth Social, AI slop, and whatever the fuck Stephen Miller is whispering in his ear.
And
then
it's
there's
the one that gets him.
More we've got to dive into in just a minute, but
I feel like I'm going back on a promise because, yeah, guys. Yeah, Polish people are very right-wing. Yeah, they are. And now you're going to see some retribution from this one, that's for sure. Whew. How long have I been on? Oh, shit. There's also a ton of people of color who are even more right-wing than most MAGA and their best allies. Dave Casebolt, appreciate the sub. Thank you. Glad to have you as part of the crew. Real ID is different than normal ID. Driver's license is more expensive. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I'm aware because I have to start looking into that crap myself. Man. You can always order new birth certificate. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, you shouldn't need to, because if you have an ID, that means that you've already shown your birth certificate. If they're gonna do redundancies like that, as I said, it's gonna fuck a lot of people, and it's not just Dems. You know, this is why I'm convinced that they aren't actually gonna just rig the election, because they do know that this is too big to rig. Like, I think they genuinely feel like they are fucked, man. That's why Trump is panicking so hard, and he's just like, you know what? I've got a few months. Maybe we can do something about this. I guarantee more liberals have ID and passports than conservatives. Yeah, just statistically, they travel more. Because, you know, they're educated and usually make more. Ordering a new birth certificate, do you know how long and extraneous a process that is? Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? Get on it now. This is where we need to be smarter. Just do it now. Expect this to be what's going to happen. Be ready for it when it does. You know, this is why I don't like the Chicken Little bullshit that we do here on the left, because we are never prepared for when it actually fucking happens. How is that a thing? I like to just prepare. That's why this Trump presidency, I was prepared for. That's why mentally I'm able to do this, is because I kind of saw it coming. You gaslight us enough. You don't do enough shit. You fuck us on Gaza. It was going to blow up in their face, and I'm kind of glad it did. There are parts of me that, you know, like, I hate that we're living in this, but I am glad that we're not living in the same fucking democratic hellscape that we were before. Dang, I got to go to Oklahoma. Yeah, county clerk's office in the county you were born. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people are going to have to travel because, again, there's no transplants in Florida. It's like, what are we doing? This is going to fucking backfire spectacularly on the GOP, and I'm all here for it. Because the other thing is we're more organized. That's why they're panicking about, like, the protests, too. This is why when we're at the protests, you need to make sure that you're on the voter rolls. All right, let's see. Let's get some news on this Save Act thing. Like I said, I appreciate you guys hanging tonight. What are we doing here? Oh, shit. They also repealed tariffs on Canada and approved the SAVE Act. Okay, so they had both. You know what? I'm going to just have to go to the news. Nobody's making a video about this yet. Including the news. Give me 1 second. All right, let's read this shit. Alrighty. The Republican-controlled House voted Wednesday to pass the SAVE Act, a sweeping election bill that Donald Trump is pushing Congress to enact. The vote was 218 to 213, with Republicans unanimously voting in favor and all but one Democrat voting against it. Oh, who's the one Democrat? Democrat voting was Henry Cuellar, Democrat, Texas. Oh, but because of the gerrymandering thing, that actually benefits him. 32-page legislation will require states to obtain documentary proof of citizenship in person, such as American passport or birth certificate, from someone in order to register them to vote in a federal election. But if we're all okay, hold on. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's see where this goes. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just bring this up. All right. The bill, which was revised from an earlier version to include new demands from Trump, also requires voters to show photo identification in order to cast a ballot in person. Slaps new rules for mail-in ballots, requiring voters to submit a copy of an eligible ID when requesting and casting absentee ballots. Like I said, this is going to fuck a lot of old people. It's just common sense. Americans need an ID to drive, to open a bank account, to buy cold medicine. What? Oh my God, these fuckers are so out of touch. It's unreal. To file government assistance, Mike Johnson said, so why would voting be anything different? Because it's a constitutional fucking right. It's called an inalienable right, you dumbass. It's Democrats say legislation is designed to disenfranchise Americans, noting that voting by non-citizens is already illegal and very rare. As I said, the non-citizens voting, they found, like, in Illinois specifically, it's mostly Polish contingent voting for the right wing, but okay. Current law requires voters to attest their citizenship under oath with criminal penalties for violators. This is a desperate effort by Republicans to distract. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said, do better. The so-called SAVE Act is not about voter identification. It's about voter suppression and has zero credibility on the issue. Jeffries and other Democrats note that the GOP bill comes in the wake of Trump saying he wants to nationalize elections and take over the voting in the last, and at least many 15 places. That runs afoul of the Constitution, which gives states authority. Yeah, it's almost like you should stand up for that and challenge it in court right now. So it can't be instituted. It's almost like you guys need to actually play politics, you dumb fucks. Democrats also note that the FBI has seized ballots and voter records from Fulton County, Georgia, as Trump continues to make false claims about that he won the 2020 election. Republicans point out that requiring some form of voter ID is popular. Pew Research last August found that 83% of U.S. adults favor requiring all voters to show government-issued photo identification to vote. That includes 71% of Democrats and 76% of black voters. Who some Democrats and liberal advocates claim would be disenfranchised by it. I don't necessarily buy that. The bill sponsored by Chip Roy. Oh, that bald fuck, Mike Lee, now goes to the Senate, where it's facing a daunting path. Oh, it might not pass. Republicans control 53 seats, and some of them are skeptical outright oppose the legislation. Lisa Murkowski from Alaska came out against it, reminding GOP colleagues they claim to be against federal election mandates to states as recently as 2021. When Democrats attempted to advance sweeping election reform legislation in 2021, Republicans were unanimous in opposition because it felt it would have federalized elections, something we have long opposed. Now I'm seeing proposals such as the SAVE Act and MEGA that would effectively do just that. Once again, I do not support these efforts. Susan Collins, Republican from Maine, believes the revised version of the bill is problematic, according to her office. Senator Collins supports the law and constitutional interpretations of that only American citizens are eligible to vote in federal elections. She also supports voter ID. So she supported the original SAVE Act, Collins said. A Collins spokesperson said to NBC News there were problems with the SAVE Act or Save America Act because it went much broader than these original principles, and we hope those issues are being addressed by the bill's authors in the House. And Senator Mitch McConnell, the former GOP leader who led the charge against the Democrats' unsuccessful voting rights package in 2021-2022, has long insisted he believes elections should be run by states without federal interference and mandates. Even if it does win a majority in the Senate, the bill has no path to 60 votes to break the filibuster, as Democrats vehemently oppose it. Okay, so this is all performative. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, you never know. Good old Chucky boy. You know what? I have determined that we just need common sense reforms. And I kind of feel like we need to work with Republicans on this. Jesus Christ. Vote Chuck out. would impose Jim Crow-type laws on the entire country and is dead on arrival. John Thune said Tuesday that Republicans are having a robust discussion about the measure, offering his support for it and promising to bring back a vote. How we get to that vote remains to be seen, while making it clear that Senate Republicans firmly oppose elimination of the 60-vote threshold. Every time that they need it, they toy with it. Despite the president's demands to abolish it, there aren't anywhere close to the votes, not even close to nuking the filibuster. And that's where we're at with that. All right. You know what? While I'm in read mode, let's get to this Discord thing. All right. So I'm not sure if you guys saw the new Discord terms of service coming out, but yeah, it's a little problematic. I'm just gonna say, Discord will soon require users globally. I had to emphasize this, globally, to verify their age with a face scan or a front-loading form of ID that they want to access adult content. The online chat service, which allows people to create and join groups based on their interests, says it has more than 200 million monthly users. That's about to be cut in fucking to maybe 20 million users. Like, don't get comfortable with that number, Discord, because that's about to fucking dwindle. If this goes through, that's about to fucking go out the fucking door. Its new safety measures are designed to protect people by placing everyone into a teen-appropriate experience by default. Discord already makes some of their users in the UK and Australia verify their age to comply with online safety laws, but it will roll out age checks to users worldwide early March. Nowhere is our safety work more important than when it comes to teen users, said Discord policy head Savannah Baldich. Rolling out teen by default settings globally builds on Discord's existing safety architecture, giving teens strong protections while allowing verified adults flexibility. I don't know, man. Yeah, there's no way that there's going to be a data leak or anything like that. The platform says the new default settings will restrict what people can see and how they can communicate, with only those who prove they are adult able to access age-restricted communities and unblurred marketing material marked as sensitive. By the way, political content is labeled as such. Users will not be able to see direct messages sent to them from someone they do not know unless they complete Discord age checks. That's okay. Sentiment behind creating a safer community. I mean, again, I understand the sentiment, but I also understand how this is going to be completely abused. The sentiment behind creating a safer community for all social media users is a positive mood, said Drew. But he told the BBC putting the new system into place could be fraught with issues considering the platform has millions of communities. Discord could lose users if it implements an implementation of age verification backfires, but it would equally attract... it would not equally attract new users. Are you fucking kidding me? No, your UI makes sure that people don't even want to fuck with it. Are you kidding? Like, seriously, do you guys not understand how you're about to really fuck up here? Okay. Whatever, man. Company said later on Monday it would use inference tools to identify users likely to be adults. For most adults, age verification won't be required. As Discord's age inference model uses account information such as account tenure, device, and activity data, and aggregated high-level patterns across Discord community. So they do know. Wait a minute. First time using Discord was because of you. I was not going to because it was so damn confusing to me. Well, hey, man, I'm glad that you actually use it now. Like, I know I have fun with it. I discovered it not too long before I got you guys, onto the server, so. Safety concerns. Users can either upload a photo of their ID to confirm their age or take a video selfie I'm assuming that just means with their front-facing camera, right? Where AI will be able to what? Yeah, will be able to estimate their facial age. Wait a minute. What if you look younger than you are? Wait a minute. Wait. Adam Mockler is about to lose access to everything if that becomes a thing. Holy fuck. He's never gonna drink again. Users can either upload a photo. Okay, Discord said information used for age checks will not be stored by the platform or verification company. Uh-huh. Do we have that one in like contract? It said face scans would not be collected and updated. ID uploads would be deleted after the age verification is completed. I mean, it sounds great in theory. Privacy campaigners have previously warned that such methods could pose a risk to people's privacy. Discord faced criticism in October after official ID photos from around 70,000 users were potentially leaked after a firm which helped with its age verifications was hacked. It's almost like our concerns are valid. Fucking Christ. Its announcement comes after reports in early January said the company was looking to start selling its shares publicly. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, you dumb fucks are about to lose market value. You don't get it. You don't get it. Oh, you go public with in this form? Oh, man. With its new measures, which include a teen advisory council, Discord also echoing Meta's Facebook and Instagram, TikTok, and Roblox. Yeah, because TikTok is showing great signs of growth. Not sure if you guys saw the numbers on them yet lately. While forced age verification and safe content by default could be a combination of change that we see other social networks adopt, I expect that they will all be watching how Discord implementation lands with users. Social platforms have already rolled out a slew of measures to protect teen children on their sites in recent years, facing increased pressure from lawmakers. Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, they always do. Just remember, the same lawmakers that are voting on Section 230, specifically like when Section 230 initially went to the Supreme Court, I forgot who it was, but there was a fucking like a joke made at it where they were just like, oh, well, we're not exactly the users of the internet, so we don't really, we're not exactly experts on the subject, but you know what? Good thing we have lifetime appointments, huh? I just pooped my pants. All right. Fuck it. You know what? I can put up with her voice for a little bit. Taylor Lorenz did a really good piece on this, specifically on Section 230. And you know what? After reading that Discord thing, I realized that this is probably a good time to show this to you guys. So let's go for it.
There's something massive happening that would affect every single person on this platform that I hear literally
I liked it. I liked the video, okay?
I'm talking about.
Sure, you guys like mine.
Section 230. Their target is a federal law known as Section 230.
Certain politicians are making a big stink about Section 230.
Section 230.
Section 230. Section 230.
For the repeal of Section 230,
Poor Taylor.
which would end the internet as we know it.
Lately, it feels like every single person in power across the political spectrum is
Someone pointed out that she also has a lisp, and I was like,
united on
so she has vocal fry and a lisp?
taking down one law. It's called Section 230. Republicans claim this law lets tech companies
She totally does.
silence
It's a small one because she hits her S's.
conservatives.
This right here, this little piece right here, yeah, this would help her a lot.
Democrats claim that it lets platforms profit from lies and misinformation, which is pretty
She got a
ironic
makeover.
coming from the U.S. government. Both sides are trying to position
She got a makeover and moved. Looks like she moved to New York too.
rolling back this landmark protection for online speech as cracking down on big tech. But that's not what any of this is about, and they're completely lying when they're saying that. To understand why all these powerful people and political leaders want to abolish Section 230, you need to understand what Section 230 actually
It's a bold move there, Cotton, to put your setup right next to a window.
is, what it does, and why it exists. The reality is that the entire modern internet is built on Section 230.
All right, so she's going to break this down. I'm not even going to interrupt. I do have to run upstairs real quick. So
It's the reason you can leave a negative restaurant review with
I never knew she had a list, but now I can't unhear it. Thanks.
without Yelp
You're welcome.
being sued out of existence.
If I have to hear it, you have to hear it.
Section 230 is the reason fan communities can
I really
exist
am the
online.
worst with that.
It's
I'll
why
hear-
any website can host a comment section. Section 230 is what allows blogs to exist and book reviews to be posted online. It's what allows forums and chat systems to exist at all. Section 230 is the sole reason Wikipedia can function as a volunteer-edited encyclopedia. It's why the Internet Archive can preserve snapshots of the web's history. Section 230 is the reason you can sell something on an online marketplace like Poshmark or eBay. It's why you can upload photos to cloud storage or participate in group chats without your messaging app having to surveil and censor absolutely everything you and your friends say to make sure it abides by government-approved narratives. Section 230 protects all of this. I cannot explain how crucial and important this one small internet law is. It's only 26 words long, but it is foundational. So why does everyone in power, both Democrats and Republicans, seem so intent on destroying it? Well, I'm sure you can take a guess. But to understand this law, we have to talk about how and why it came into existence in the first place. This is the first episode in my multi-part series on Section 230. The fight for Section 230 is a fight for the internet itself. And I know a lot of people don't like to pay attention to tech policy because it seems complicated or boring or whatever, but I promise you, this is not. The battle over Section 230 directly impacts any other issue that you care about, I promise you. Over the next few months, I'll be breaking down what Section 230 is, why you should care about the law, and why every single powerful person across the political spectrum is trying to destroy it. I'll be debunking common misconceptions about Section 230 and dismantling the most common arguments for Section 230 reform with facts and logic. I'll be diving deep into the unexpected corners of the internet that Section 230 protects, talking about why big tech actually supports Section 230 reform, and discussing the relationship between Section 230 and the First Amendment. I have so much in store, from an interview with a sitting U.S. senator to some fun and unexpected guests. Please hit subscribe and support my work on Patreon via the link below, or buy a paid subscription to my tech and online culture newsletter, UserMag, at usermag.co. This series is entirely self-funded. I actually tried to get an advertiser to sponsor this series.
So everything I love about the internet, yep.
And I asked everyone, again, this law is foundational. It is social media, no platforms for group communications like Reddit or Discord. Internet did not look anything like it does today. There was no mass social media, no platforms for group communications like Reddit or Discord. The very, 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 very few people in America with internet access went online using
By the way, guys, thank you for hanging tonight.
dial-up
Appreciate
modems.
it.
And
Everybody being, kick ass.
they were really only able to access
Netscape, yeah, you noticed that too. S Jeeves, dude. Oh
a
man.
handful of text-based
Like, I look at this S Jeeves thing, and it's just like, do you want to know what question a young Pep was asking Jeeves?
forums and message boards. The internet was just starting out, and it was so tiny
Not sure if you guys know that he was actually a pretty, good prawn finder, if you know what I'm saying.
and fragile and new. Two of the biggest companies offering internet services back then were called CompuServe and Prodigy. These companies both operated their own proprietary digital environments. You have to remember, this is years and years before Google or web searching or anything like that. People
Did you guys just see that?
effectively
He just challenged the dog.
had nowhere to go
He literally put his tail up, shook it, and went.
once they logged on. So these internet service providers like CompuServe and Prodigy literally taught people what being online meant by creating these little digital
tough guy,
hubs
come
for
here.
users. Ultimately, they paved the way for AOL, which came later on, and
tough
which every millennial like myself is very familiar with. So when someone logged on using a dial-up
Pep asked the snooty butler to show tits.
modem in 1991,
Yep.
and they entered into these little CompuServe or Prodigy online environments. Inside these spaces were CompuServe or Prodigy discussion boards, forums, chat rooms, groups
You know
organized
me
around
so
things like
well.
hobbies, finance, technology, and everyday life. People posted questions, argued about things, swapped stock advice, and shared opinions with strangers that they would never meet in person. At the time, this was all very,
CompuServe?
very,
Yeah.
very new. You have to remember that back then,
God.
the internet was so
I was part of a DBZ fan page on CompuServe.
small. It's
Yeah.
hard to even comprehend how small it was. In 1990,
that's where like we would share like the concepts for Super Saiyan 5, where we're just like, dude, look at this leak of Super Saiyan 5.
effectively zero.
Turned out to be bullshit until it didn't, because now Super Saiyan 5 it looks a lot like that leak did. So I don't know. Did we bring it into existence? Who knows?
0% of American households had internet access. It was actually just so significantly less than 1%, it didn't even round up. The entire American internet was only made up of a couple tens of thousands of people at most. And most of those users were like tech geeks, researchers, people at universities, government agencies, and defense contractors, of course. There was no World Wide Web yet. It was really just these text-heavy and command-driven CompuServe and Prodigy internet environments that weren't even really that accessible to people without some technical ability. Also, you had to pay by the minute to access them. But still, the internet was growing. Over the next 5 years, from 1990 to 1995, we went from less than 1% of Americans having internet access to 14% of Americans having internet access. Again, super slow, like dial-up internet access, it would make that sound. And most people also didn't really understand how it worked. But the
My dad had a T1 at his work.
concept.
Yeah, there's a picture of me with 6 of my friends playing Quake. On the T1, and it was all because he had the T1 line.
Of people connecting to other people via the computer was just beginning to take hold.
That was hilarious. Like, we were sitting in like a boardroom.
So CompuServe
just with our fucking giant PC monitors.
and Prodigy were running these little online spaces, and people would log on and they would chat with each other. But
Good times, though.
lawmakers and the mainstream media
So much Mountain Dew was consumed that night.
truly no idea or understanding of how any of this worked. They treated the internet like a fad or some strange novelty that was really just for like weird men in their basements.
Hey!
They struggled to grasp how the most
I was a kid.
basic online communities function, or
Wait a
why
minute.
any normal person would participate in them. They stigmatized and mocked internet users, and when asked to explain fundamental concepts like, I don't know, the concept of a website, they kept trying to compare the internet to traditional media. They just
That's part of the
couldn't
problem.
understand this new medium, but they knew
Yeah.
that people were already using it to get things like news. So they kind of started to think of CompuServe and Prodigy as newspapers, which is very funny
very
and
much not what it
deranged,
is,
because
yeah.
CompuServe and Prodigy were internet service providers. They were definitely not newspapers. These companies did not write or
Remember having a computer room?
publish a single piece of content or
Oh, dude, those desks, like, those go for a lot now. And my
Employ any-
dad couldn't get rid of that shit.
journalists or editors. They also weren't telephone companies necessarily, because the conversations that were being had on them were not really
I saw somebody saying that was like the perfect streaming setup. I was like, ooh, I could see it now.
one-to-one calls. They were public
The way
posts
that everything,
visible to
like,
many people
was
at
kinda,
once,
you know,
which meant that the
Nice and compartmentalized.
internet had created something entirely new. Places where companies provided the infrastructure for mass communication and users supplied the speech. That's the key, though. The users were providing the speech, not the companies. This is something that quite literally had never happened before at such a scale. Suddenly, for the first time in history,
God, she could fix all of her vocal issues if she just moved that mic away from her fucking face.
people didn't need to go through institutional gatekeepers to get information.
And also, she would really benefit from the Howard, like this. This is how Howard Stern does his broadcasting. I don't like it because I like to kind of project to my mic, but I try to not keep it right underneath, because you're always hearing like the breaths.
Out.
Also, yes, I'm a little stuffy.
And this caused serious legal problems. For centuries, the law had drawn very sharp distinctions
I'm so mean to her.
between different
Yeah, I
types
know.
of information handlers.
I wouldn't expect her on my program anytime soon.
But what do you do when
Does it reduce vocal fry? It would make the vocal fry not as noticeable.
suddenly everyone is an information provider? A newspaper could be held legally responsible for the
Gonna go get some food. Good stream. Thank you, Natch. I really appreciate that. Thank you for holding it down in chat today, man. Really, really appreciate the help. Yeah, we definitely had an active ass chat today.
content that it published, because editors at the newspaper
Yeah, after this,
would
I'm head out.
manually
but,
review, edit, and
sorry.
choose every single word
Wow, I just I just said sorry for...
that ran in that newspaper.
All right, you're watching
obviously.
this. My bad.
This is also why government officials could easily get stories of major newspapers killed or changed.
I'll make sure to link this in chat, by the
As
way.
we all know, editors in the mainstream media have always run in the same elite circles as government officials and CEOs. So people in power had enormous sway over legacy media. Now, suddenly, people were posting information online and reaching other people at scale, and there wasn't some powerful institutional gatekeeper there to stop them. This was revolutionary. But again, the media and internet laws on the books back then were not written to account for the internet. While many people in the media and government thought that we should regulate the internet like newspapers or movies, others argue that these internet providers were a lot more like bookstores or libraries.
Yeah.
No bookstore owner or librarian could reasonably be expected to read and approve every single word in every single book on their shelves, nor would we want them to. These people argued that that's kind of how we should view the internet. We don't
Dude, my father-in-law has a computer that's still running Windows Millennium for some of his admin stuff.
want an internet where
I couldn't believe it. I was like, for what?
every single post
And it still works.
and every single message on every single
It's fast as shit, too.
forum and every single website is subject to review and has to go through some process before getting posted to make sure that it complies with some set of government guidelines. We want people to be able to speak and connect freely. But not everyone agreed on this philosophy and how we should treat the internet. The first
Yeah. Pour one out for Windows XP. Oh,
major
that was one of the last times that Windows was just like peak.
case to test this issue involved
Windows 10, close.
CompuServe in
Still had its issues, though.
1991. A user on one of
Windows 11 could suck a dick. I can't wait. See, can we just skip this Windows 11 and get to Windows 12 already? Because this is bad.
CompuServe's little web forums
They really fucked up with Windows 11.
about finance
Sorry.
posted defamatory
I'm doing it again.
statements about an investment newsletter. The publisher of
And Steven wants to listen.
the newsletter sued CompuServe, arguing that because the statements appeared on a forum hosted by CompuServe's system, the company should be legally responsible for every single word that any user
Oh, yeah, 7 was good.
on that forum. The courts
Wait, was 7... No, I thought 7 was... No, 7 was bad.
disagreed. They ruled that CompuServe did not
No, 7 was... No, you're right. You're right. 7 was good.
actively review posts before
Yeah, 8.1.
they appeared online. It did not edit, approve, or curate individual messages. Instead,
I stopped using a laptop because of it.
CompuServe
And I was like, I'm buying a Mac. Fuck this.
functioned more like a digital version of a library
And
or
legit,
a
I was a Mac guy for a long time.
bookstore, making content available without knowing precisely what each piece of content contained. Because of that hands-off
Vista?
approach,
Yeah, Vista
the
was
court
awful.
ruled that CompuServe should not be held liable for that defamatory post. Instead, the person who posted the defamatory post should be held liable. This makes sense, right? The person who actually posted the defamation should be liable for the defamation. A library shouldn't be sued out of existence because they carried the wrong book. We want free and open access to information. That's like foundational for democracy. The court also recognized that it would be completely
Isn't it adorable how she thinks that our politicians still care about democracy?
unreasonable.
Oh, Taylor. Oh, adorable.
Especially back in 1991, to expect an online internet service provider hosting thousands of posts a day to examine every single message posted to the internet before it appeared. And if CompuServe started
She calls Comcast expecting to talk to somebody right away. You can tell.
to have to do that, there would effectively just be no free speech online. Judges also understood that these systems operated at a scale that traditional publishing never had. Again, even back in the early 90s, holding CompuServe legally responsible for every single post on the internet that it provided would have shut down the service entirely, or basically rendered these forums that they ran unusable.
God, I
and
can only
useless.
imagine
So
the
everything
chats
seems
that
fine
she
and
gets.
dandy, but just a
Because I
few
saw that
years
she started going live recently. I was
later,
like, oh.
a second case arrives, and it challenges this CompuServe ruling. In 1995, Prodigy, again, CompuServe's biggest competitor, faced a similar lawsuit over another defamatory post by one of its users. Like CompuServe, Prodigy hosted discussion forums and message boards. But unlike CompuServe, Prodigy had made a public effort to moderate its digital spaces. It advertised itself as family-friendly, and it used moderators and automated tools to remove posts that it considered offensive,
No, I remember when
vulgar,
they started
or
doing that.
illegal. Prodigy was trying to
That's the first terms of service I think I ever clicked.
make its forums less toxic and more welcoming to try to get more people to use the internet. Because
God, it was so easy too. It was only like 20 words where it was just like, hey, we're going to make sure you don't talk to strangers that you don't want to talk to. And if you have any problems, hit this button.
A lot of people back then were still really scared to use the internet because the majority of the internet was not moderated. And they thought that it was like this dark place.
That fucking computer. Full of
fucking
agents.
Bad stuff. Instead of being praised for this effort, however, Prodigy was punished. The court ruled that because Prodigy exercised some
Seeing those old CRTs though, like now I'm jealous. I'm like, oh, I want one of those so bad. If I could find an old CRT computer monitor that I used to have
over some of the content that appeared online by choosing to delete blatant spam and illegal content, Prodigy should be effectively treated like a newspaper. And newspapers, under long-standing defamation law, can be held responsible for everything.
Which, by the way, news organizations are tied to newspapers on purpose for this. Like Tribune. The Tribune organization doesn't just own the Chicago Tribune, they own a whole bunch of news stations. So they're all held to a standard on which you could claim defamation against. Again, this is Broadcast 101.
Everything that they publish, including...
Anytime you hear somebody saying fake news or... Actually, I'll leave it at fake news. If you ever hear somebody saying fake news, challenge them on it. Just be like, okay, can you show me who owns them and where they're not like tied to a newspaper and like to the defamation law?
Statements written by...
Because guess what? There's one specific entity that you can do that with. And I'll let you guys guess which one.
Others. According to this legal...
Where most news organizations are labeled as news, when they go and they get their broadcast license, they register as an entertainment entity.
Reasoning. Prodigy's decision to remove the most extreme and in some cases illegal posts on their, little online communities meant that it had taken responsibility for literally all of the content on all of its forums.
No, AG, Betty, pirating games is bad.
Even parts of the forum that it failed to moderate or catch. Does this make sense to you guys? Basically, Prodigy was doing early forms of moderation. It was not taking down everything, but it was taking down like
you really shouldn't.
Blatantly,
I mean, especially like indie titles, don't do that.
Stuff, blatantly like gore, porn, etc., etc. CompuServe wasn't moderating anything at all. They were
seeing this old IF is killing me.
Basically, like we're a web services company. We have this little space you can go to that has message boards. We don't really know what's going on there, and we're not going to take a look. Prodigy was like, "Hey, we're like the family-friendly alternative."
Remember, it's Fox News. There you go.
Come on ours.
Hey, special sticker.
Blatant spam and gore. So the first court case again found that CompuServe was not liable for the content that was on its forums, and then the second court case found that Prodigy was liable for the content on its forums because it had just deleted like blatant spam and like a few things. So it's basically like if you moderate at all, you're responsible for everything. Under the logic of these two cases taken together, online services were presented with a very miserable choice. Either don't moderate a single thing and let your platform become a free-for-all, including allowing people to post blatantly illegal content, spams, and scams, or make an effort to remove
because, by the way, this was like public discourse at that time.
Illegal content and become legally liable for literally every single post, reply, comment, and like made by users.
Yeah,
companies were
I think we can agree that's bad.
Being told effectively that content moderation in any form, even removing blatantly illegal material, was dangerous and would make you legally liable for everything that any user of your service ever said.
Yep,
The
there was a gray area.
Strategy
There was a small time of like where there was a gray area and they were not removing shit.
Then was to completely ignore abuse, spam, and illegal content entirely. Alternatively, a company could try to review every single piece of content before it went live on the internet. But again, even in the mid-1990s, this was totally unrealistic. And also, as more and more people got online, that task became impossible. This legal trap did not just affect big companies.
Her mic sitting there is bothering me because now I'm like...
Either. It threatened the very concept...
Sylvie, how's the Howard work for me? Here. Well, let's not hit myself in the face with it, but I also just don't like the way it works on camera. Like, this doesn't work. Does this sound good?
Of online...
I feel like I have to shout.
Discussion, comment sections, and messaging.
There we go.
One person who immediately understood how insane the situation was Chris Cox, a Republican congressman from California.
His name's Cox.
He read about the Prodigy decision while traveling on a flight home and thought that these rulings were, quote, surprisingly stupid. Not only had the courts gotten everything wrong about the internet, but they were literally encouraging companies to engage in the worst behavior.
It sounds great. Oh, son of a bitch.
They were actively destroying this little...
Looks good. Sounds great. we go.
nascent thing called the internet, right when more and more people were getting interested and finding
All right.
value in the online world. So Cox
Oh, this is gonna take some getting used to.
is like, okay, we need to figure this whole thing out. These courts are trying to apply these old, out-of-date categories of like newspaper publisher
Does give me more space.
or distributor to something that really doesn't fit in
no.
any of those boxes.
Mom's flowers,
The
though.
concept of group discussions and free and
Yeah,
open
if you guys didn't know, these are my mom passed last March, and these are to symbolize her love of flowers. I bought them from a local crafter that, yeah, I told her my story, and she
communication
was really
wasn't
cool
new,
about
of
it.
course.
Okay,
This is
that's
America.
gonna
We have
get
the First
annoying.
Amendment. So it's not like we needed some big, heavy regulation. But Cox was like, Congress should come in and make some sort of small legal clarification here that recognizes the unique nature of online services. Ron
Sylvie, does it sound that much better?
Wyden, a Democratic congressman from Oregon, was
man.
also super interested in technology policy and the future of online communication. He was thinking the exact same thing, despite
No, I know.
their
yeah.
partisan differences.
That's why I call this Howard position. Like, this is literally Howard position.
The two lawmakers agreed on the core issue, which is that the law should not force digital platforms to choose between total
Many blessings. Thank you.
chaos and neglect or impossible oversight and mass censorship. The law should allow the internet to do exactly what it was built to do: connect people
Marginally.
and allow for the free and open exchange of information.
The extra bass sounds good.
Platforms should be allowed to let users speak
That's what I was.
freely while also being allowed to remove harmful material and spam without fear of crippling liability. So they got to work on drafting a new law. The first key idea expressed in this law was that websites and online services that hosted content created by users should not be treated as newspapers or basically
Am I watching this? Yeah.
the speaker of the content.
I've already seen it too.
This is so important. And this is like the key concept of Section 230 that I want you guys to understand. If you say something, you should be held legally liable for the words that you say. So if you threaten someone on the telephone, for instance, we don't hold telephone companies responsible for the threats that you make
Right.
over the phone. Or if you write something threatening and
You ever had that one where you may have, gotten a little heated with a certain provider, and then you're just like, oh,
you send it via FedEx, we don't let someone sue FedEx
did I say something wrong?
for allowing you to send a mean letter threatening someone else. It's your speech, right? So you should be responsible for your own speech. This principle is core to this law. The second idea embedded in Section 230 is also as important. The law explicitly stated that platforms could engage in good faith moderation without losing their legal protection. So they could remove corn, delete threats, spam, illegal
says
material,
corn?
and that wouldn't suddenly turn a website or an internet platform into a newspaper, which was responsible for every single thing that was said and run in that newspaper. This provision gave platforms the ability to remove spam, scams, and delete harmful content without being punished for failing to achieve perfection. Together, these two ideas formed what became known as Section 230. And Section 230 back in the 90s was actually not that controversial, if you can believe it. People back then actually recognized that this was a really, really crucial law to protect self-expression online. When it came before the House of Representatives, Section 230 passed by a staggering margin of 420 to 4. Pretty much every lawmaker
Yay.
was like, yes, absolutely. These are the most fundamental
Thank you, Congress.
principles of free speech and expression, and this law is so important. We all love Section
Court is good music. Fuck yeah.
230. Like, let's go. I just want to take a minute here to say that if you're still watching, please hit the subscribe button and support my work on Patreon or Substack via the link below. Again, I'm 100% self-funded, and this Section 230 series is not backed by anyone.
Do you think Adidas is better than Follow the Leader, though?
My work on this is
That is the question.
entirely self-financed. I have zero corporate support, zero, and no long-term advertisers. I rely on support from people like you to do this work, so please support me on Patreon via the link below or buy a paid subscription to my Substack newsletter so that I can continue to make these videos. Now back to the history. So Section 230 passes out of Congress in 1996.
I'd rather watch Godzilla 98 than Pam Bondi.
President Clinton signed Section 230 into law as part of a larger package of legislation
Zilla taking some
known
hate.
as the Communications Decency Act. The Communications Decency Act has its own sordid history. And as I've covered on my channel before, the moral panic around kids and technology and the internet is not new. In the mid-1990s, as the internet was rolling out, these parents groups funded by far-right religious organizations were irate about the possibility of young people going online and maybe talking to a gay person or seeing a woman in a bikini. You have to remember, this was also decades before gay marriage was legal, and the legacy media environment at the time was extremely bigoted, homophobic, and misogynistic. So these far-right religious groups, like from the jump, they did not want an open internet. Even today, they don't want an open internet. They wanted this top-down censorship model of the internet.
Yeah, actually, this comes from Christian groups.
Where platforms
My school was part of this.
have to manually review and censor any content that was deemed harmful for children before allowing it to be published online. Sound familiar? It should sound familiar because that's actually what Congress is trying to do right now. But anyway, we'll get into that later. It's just funny that the arguments that were being made against the free and open internet back then are the exact same, and I mean like the exact same as the ones that the Heritage Foundation, Jonathan Haidt, and all these right-wing lawmakers like Marsha Blackburn are making today. Like literally word for word. They were like, do you want little Johnny signing up for the big bad internet? What if he goes into a chat room and it turns him gay? What if he sees something about sex on a blog? What if young girls learn about things like smosh-smortion? Sorry, I can't even say the
Yeah, I can't even say the word anymore.
because of
Yeah,
course you
dude, that one. Yeah, I saw that on the new YouTube TOS thing.
censors it. These people were so crazy. They literally wanted a movie-style rating system for every website. Like, I'm not kidding. These parents groups
they did.
wanted a government-approved body to basically rate every single website on the entire internet rated R, PG-13, or G, whatever. They didn't think anyone under the age
Meanwhile, for certain kids, it was rated yeehaw.
of 18, by the way, either should even be allowed to message with friends online. It was so stupid. But again, this is what people also are trying to do today, so it never ends. The Communications Decency Act was the result of this moral panic, and it had some good stuff, but mostly a lot of bad stuff, and it ultimately was found totally unconstitutional. Civil liberties groups challenged the Communications Decency Act pretty much as soon as it passed, arguing that it violated the First Amendment by restricting lawful speech, which it definitely did. The case eventually reached the Supreme Court, which unanimously struck down the CDA's anti-indecency provisions. In a 9-0 decision, the court held that online
They will
speech
just lie to be older? Yeah, it's almost like that's what we did, right?
deserved full constitutional protection, rejecting the idea that the internet should be treated as some legacy news media. The ruling is known as Reno versus ACLU, and it is a landmark case for free expression online. But it's important to note that the Supreme
When Kaza asked, "Are you 18?" Yeah.
Court did not strike down the
13-year-old Pep. Yes.
entire Communications Decency Act. Section 230 stayed and remained completely intact. Once again, lawmakers and the court recognized that unlike the censorship provisions of the Communications Decency Act,
Happy to see me on. Thank you, Elaney.
Section 230 was actually really, really good and really, really important. Section 230 did not suppress speech. Instead, it basically acted like the First Amendment for the internet by making
there it
it
is. I
legally
was like, wait,
possible
where's the center
for
of the hood?
digital spaces to exist at scale. All of this happened in 1997. So just to
1997.
recap, 7 years earlier,
Holy shit.
less than 1% of Americans had internet access. By 1997,
Go Bulls 9-7.
20% of Americans have dial-up internet at home. The internet had grown from a
Pretty
few
sure
tens
97
of
was the flu game.
thousands of users, mostly at universities, to tens of millions of Americans having dial-up. AOL was ascendant. People were learning about web pages, email, chat rooms, and people were kind of getting excited at the thought of early
I am so good at this. June 11th, 1997.
e-commerce. Section 230 very quickly became the legal foundation for our entire modern
Shut up.
internet. If you're a millennial like me,
Shut up.
aka super old at this point,
Yes. You know what? I'm right there with you, Taylor.
you're probably
I think we're like the same age. God.
a little kid at this time. And you might
Yeah.
actually
You're 8.
remember this era. 1997 was the year that
I was 11.
AOL launched AOL Instant Messenger, which literally could not have existed without Section 230. Section 230
I'm so fucking old.
allowed forums, blogs, social networks, review sites, and comment sections to exist.
But MJ,
I can't
woo, got to see
explain
got to
how
see
much
the
Section
master
230
at
changed the
work.
internet. Imagine if Section 230 didn't exist, like what the internet would have looked like. Every single website would have this like rating
Mentioned Zilla 98.
system.
Dude, I remember seeing that the first Godzilla trailer where they it's the big foot that steps through like the museum and it smashes like a T-Rex skeleton. I was so excited for that movie. You have no idea.
And
when I saw that trailer, I was like, oh. Then I saw the Godzilla model. I was like, no.
Every single
what did they do?
word that anyone ever tried to post
He looks like an iguana. I was so mad. He looked like an iguana.
online would have to pass through like corporate conglomerate and government censors. Instead, thanks to Section
Happy near 40. Hey, thanks.
230, AOL was able to launch
I was not born.
Instant Messenger, which hosted vast amounts of user content without hiring armies of editors or lawyers to review.
This is why we're the best generation, though. And Taylor would agree with this. Hell of a freeze face. We lived through this.
Every single IM that you sent to your friend to make sure that it was government approved. Section 230
IM, instant message.
also allowed platforms to experiment
I trip out every time I hear Sam calling an IM, where I'm just like,
with moderation policies and make different spaces welcoming to different groups. For instance, Section 230 allows a BDSM forum
Jen Alpha says you're an unk if you were born 2009. No.
to moderate itself differently than Club Penguin.
I'm a fucking grandfather.
Another millennial reference. I'm sorry. Much like the first
And yeah, Club Penguin, Disney coded.
Section 230 doesn't guarantee that all speech is truthful or fair or inoffensive. And a lot of people get really mad about this. They think, well, maybe these platforms should review every single post with AI to determine if it's true. And I'll explain in a later episode why that's like literally delusional and actually so dangerous. But suffice to say, Section 230 made large-scale online interactions possible. And without Section 230, literally all of the digital spaces we rely on every day would have never existed. You would not be watching this video because YouTube's government censors would probably not allow it. Without Section 230, ordinary people would never have a voice online. There would be no blogs, no comment sections, no group chats, no product reviews, nothing. People today are so brain rotted about Section 230 because they don't understand what it is. And they listen to these craven politicians and people in power and billionaires lying to them, claiming that, it's this evil thing we need to abolish and it's a gift to big tech. And because most people don't understand how this law functions or where it came from, why it exists, they believe it. But Section 230 is not a gift to big tech. I'm making a whole episode on that later, so stay tuned. But suffice to say, Section 230, like the First Amendment, it's a gift to people, to citizens, to users of the internet. It gives users and average people power online. It lets users, aka the public, speak freely online without the threat of mass censorship or having to go through institutional gatekeepers. That is literally, by the way, why all of these powerful people on both sides of the political aisle hate it so much. Like, hello. But anyway, okay, let's go back
She's right about this.
to 1997. So
Which
the law
we all know that was not easy for me.
is on the books now.
I'm kidding.
Internet service providers are scaling up, and pretty soon,
I really do make it seem like I hate
millennial
her. I
kids
don't.
all
I
over
don't.
the country, like me, would be logging on to AIM after school,
certain content
chatting with
that I
friends,
don't
and
like.
exploring the internet. But Section 230 was still really, really new. And as the internet was expanding, nobody really knew how the courts would interpret the nuances of it. The first test came in 1997. 1997 was actually like a really crazy year for internet history when you think about it. But anyway, back then, this
Really
man
is.
named Kenneth Zarin lived in Seattle, and he ran a small business. 6 days after the Oklahoma City bombing, someone started posting fake advertisements on an
Wait a minute. Trump affair revealed? What?
AOL bulletin
Hold
board
the fuck,
using
what?
Zarin's name and phone number. The ads were for t-shirts with slogans that were celebrating the Oklahoma City bombing, saying things like, "Visit Oklahoma, it's a blast." But the advertisements included Zarin's real phone number and told people to call him to order these t-shirts.
Too soon? Too soon?
Obviously,
kinda funny.
Zarin wasn't actually selling these t-shirts. He was being trolled, and he immediately started getting death threats. His phone was ringing off the hook, and he became terrified that someone would actually hurt him. He contacted AOL repeatedly, asking them, please take down these advertisements. I'm not actually selling
the
these
past was the
expensive
worst.
t-shirts. But AOL was
With what we're going through? What?
very slow to act. They actually had never dealt with anything like this before. It sounds so quaint now, but back then, again, 1995, 1996, 1997, no one really thought of online harassment like this happening. Like, this was seen as like really crazy. And so AOL didn't know what to do or who inside the company should even handle this. It took them some time to figure out what was going on and to get the post removed. But as soon as they removed one post, another post would appear. Zarin couldn't identify the anonymous troll who was doing this, so he sued AOL instead. It's important to understand the nuances of his lawsuit. He wasn't challenging the precedent that Section 230 was built on. He wasn't claiming that
Hat will not sit straight.
AOL was like a newspaper, which again had already, that idea had been struck down by Section 230. He acknowledged that it was like a bookstore.
What is AOL? Oh, tell me you're kidding. America Online, you've got mail? What?
Or a library.
No.
But he argued that because this bookstore or library AOL had
that's not
knowledge
okay.
of the harmful content that they were publishing, they should be liable for that harmful content. Now, again, remember, bookstore owners and libraries aren't expected to read every single word of every single book on their shelves to make sure that none of this is causing
Yeah, what are you, a Republican?
someone duress. But
That's what they expect.
if a bookstore owner was specifically told that a book that they were
Fuck.
carrying was defamatory to someone and they kept selling that book,
I worked at a comic shop where we had to put like any comic that had like possible nudity in there. We had to put it in a poly bag, right? Which was a waste of poly bags because that was, about 5 cents per comic. Only to find out that it was like we weren't doing the greatest job because there were like books that you would never think of that all of a sudden like pissed off mom would come back and just be like, "You sold my little Timmy this filth." It's just like, what?
could the person hold the bookstore liable? It's not like a perfect analogy because bookstores are
Well, yeah, we also knew that we had these protections technically because like somebody tried to threaten us with that and we were just like, ma'am, listen, we do this as a policy. This is not the law.
obviously different from the internet, but that's basically the concept that Zarin wanted to test. And obviously, in this case, AOL actually knew about these posts harassing Zarin because Zarin kept telling them about it, and he argued that they weren't working fast enough to fix the problem. The case went to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, and Judge Harvey Wilkinson, a Reagan appointee with a very strong...
You're talking to someone who used to jerk off to fucking Victoria's Secrets mags.
Record on-
Like, trust me.
Free speech, wrote the opinion.
Actually, I think I predate that
He rejected
Sears ads.
Zarin's argument
Oh, man, they had some good ones too in the paper of all places.
and ruled that Section 230 eliminated both
Sunday paper, baby.
publisher liability and distributor liability. So essentially, if someone
Once they got those bra sales, especially around Valentine's Day, oh boy.
called up a bookstore and said, "Hey, this book is defaming me. It's a bad book. It's causing me emotional harm." That bookstore shouldn't be held liable for the content in that book. The author of the book should be held liable. The Supreme Court declined to hear Zarin's appeal,
wow,
and
you
his
just
case
told my
became
ass.
foundational. The Zarin
All right,
decision allowed
here.
the internet to grow into what
You
it is
owed
today.
something?
Because without that ruling, every
Bitch.
single website with user-generated content would face the same impossible choice that Prodigy faced before Section 230 existed. Now, I know what you might be thinking, because this is what I was thinking when I first learned about this case years
You have made my dog expect things.
ago. Like, why is
Excuse
it
me.
good that AOL wasn't held legally liable here? Don't we want platforms to crack down on online harassment? Isn't the decision in Zarin v. AOL a huge failure of justice? A man was like viciously harassed and the platform responded really slowly, and it seems like this law shielded a platform from liability. That seems really bad. But this is why understanding the nuances of these legal cases and this regulation is so crucial, because a lot of it goes against what you might initially think is like common sense. In reality, the ruling in Zarin v. AOL that upheld Section 230 ultimately actually protected the very people most harmed by online abuse. By refusing to impose notice-based liability on intermediaries like AOL, the court actually avoided creating a system where platforms would become legally punished for knowing too much. So if platforms could be sued the moment that they were alerted to harmful
one of those
content, the
comically
rational response
large
would not
hoods.
be faster, more thoughtful moderation, I wish. It would just be ignorance or over
like a
censorship
Jedi.
or basically shutting down user speech altogether. Basically, we would be right back where we were with CompuServe
There
and
we-
Prodigy, and it would be legally risky for any of these platforms to regulate any content at all. So abuse victims would lose forums, communities, and
That's not how it works, though.
channels, all of which depend
Kids have agency, and trust me, they're gonna get around this shit.
active but imperfect moderation.
No, at some point, people just need to understand that, like, keeping your kids from this stuff is just going to make them want to see it more.
Ironically, Section 230.
Some of the most well-adjusted people I know are the ones that they didn't have any of these restrictions, and it's like they didn't become fucking deviants in any way because they understood this. It's the same way, like, my wife. She's not big into drinking because her family's Italian, and she's literally had wine since like before she could remember. And she's just like, yeah, it was never that big of a deal. And if we wanted like, you know, a little sip here or there or anything like that. And then, you know, they kind of explain later that it was for that psychological reason where it's just like, yeah, if you keep telling them that they shouldn't do this, they're going to want to.
By upholding free speech,
you know, hot stove theory
is what makes modern content moderation possible at all. The law protects a platform's ability to remove harmful content without becoming legally responsible for every single post that it fails to catch. Without that protection, platforms would be incentivized to either remove anything remotely controversial or to moderate nothing. Again, the CompuServe
the same way helicopter parents produce this craziest college kids. Yeah.
Because selective enforcement would
usually turn out to be fucking very, very unstable people.
mean lawsuits. Again, the Prodigy situation. It all just comes back to Prodigy versus CompuServe.
Anecdotally,
I can't emphasize that enough. But both of those outcomes actually make online harassment and abuse much, much worse, not better. Survivors, marginalized voices, and small community spaces would be hit the hardest if Section 230 was overturned, because only the largest corporations can afford constant legal defense. Section 230 is what allows platforms to experiment with different forms of moderation, improve their tools, and build trust and safety teams. Section 230 allows platforms to respond to abuse.
That's why with AI, nobody saw this coming.
Without the fear that every single mistake would be existential. I have quite famously experienced some of the worst of the internet. I've spent my entire career advocating for
I'm literally just like not even a fucking pebble on the road for her.
For those of us who care about online abuse and who want marginalized people to have safe spaces on the internet to speak and express themselves freely, the Zarin v. AOL ruling mattered a lot because it correctly placed responsibility where it belongs, on the people who commit abuse, not the infrastructure that carries speech. Holding platforms legally responsible for user behavior does not stop harassers. It just encourages censorship and consolidation. The Zarin ruling preserved an open internet where abuse can be confronted through better design, enforcement, and norms instead of legal pressure that could be easily weaponized by bad actors and powerful people. Over the next decade, courts across the country built on the Zarin decision to expand Section 230's protections. In 2003, the Ninth Circuit ruled that Section 230 protected an individual who republished someone else's defamatory email on a listserv. This established that the law protects regular users and not just corporations, which was obviously a very big deal. In 2006, the California Supreme Court ruled that a women's health advocate who posted a controversial opinion piece to a Usenet news group, that's a tongue twister, was protected, even though she didn't write the piece herself. This ruling was a really good thing because it meant that users couldn't be legally held liable for, sharing a link to somebody else's article that might be defamatory. But in 2008, something different happened. The Ninth Circuit heard a case called Fair Housing Council versus Roommates.com. The website Roommates.com matched people looking for rooms with people who had housing.
I remember this.
Sign up, users had to answer questions about their sex, sexual orientation, and family status, and indicate their preferences for roommates based on those same characteristics. I
thought this was Craigslist, but
discrimination group sued, arguing that Roommates.com was violating the Fair Housing Act by requiring users to disclose protected characteristics and express discriminatory preferences. Roommates.com tried to claim that it was fine that they were doing all this illegal stuff because they had Section 230 immunity. This time, the court rightly said, no, you don't. The judge ruled that Roommates.com had crossed a line by requiring users to answer specific discriminatory questions through drop-down menus. In this way, the website wasn't just passively hosting third-party user
hey, by the way, guys, welcome to Primetime Pep.
generated content. It was actively developing that content. The site's design basically forced a user to make discriminatory statements, and that made Roommates.com at least partially responsible for those statements, which meant Section 230 didn't apply. But the judge in the case was careful able to draw some limits. Search engines, for instance, that let users search for discriminatory criteria would still be protected. Neutral tools that users might misuse to do discriminatory things aren't the platform's responsibility. The key was that Roommates.com had literally designed its system to require legally discriminatory responses. After that, things went along, I don't want to say swimmingly, but we saw the dawn of the social web. For the next 10 years after the Roommates.com ruling,
This was our generation's intro into equity and inclusion.
Took off. We got all the major social networks, but also the internet exploded and went fully mainstream with the arrival of smartphones and wearables. Now, there's no longer a separation between the internet and real life. The internet is real life, and real life is the internet. The internet is embedded in everything we do, from telling Alexa to order your groceries, to group chatting with your friends after work, to your smartwatch monitoring your heart rate while you run. Then 2016 happened, and we saw the beginning of the techlash. Donald Trump won the 2016 election, and instead of confronting years of growing...
Everything just got so much worse. 2016 was... The Cubs weren't supposed to win the World Series. I'm sorry, guys. The Cubs won and everything went to shit. I am so sorry.
Systemic inequality, the failures of neoliberalism, and issues within the Democratic Party, the entire mainstream media and political elite class honed in on one villain: technology. Facebook was responsible for Donald Trump, they claimed, and so-called misinformation was destroying society. Never mind that no one produces more misinformation online than the U.S. government, I would argue. But at
Cubs were supposed to win 2015.
the same
I know.
time, the
This is what we get for skipping over
optimism of the
next generation.
2010s was
Fucking
fading.
Back to the Future.
Gentrification was just beginning. Monopolistic tech platforms like Google and Facebook were crushing competition, destroying the open web, and people in power recognized very quickly that they could leverage this backlash against big tech for their own nefarious means. Did they actually want to crack down on big tech and regulate the business models of corporations like Meta or Google? No, because no one in power wants to fundamentally challenge capitalism or these companies, which continue to be some of the biggest lobbyists in DC. Instead, they realized that a lot of people, especially on the left, are so insanely ignorant about tech policy that they could basically convince anyone on the left that any mass censorship or surveillance law, no matter how deranged, was cracking down on big tech. But chipping away at free expression and seizing government control of online speech while rolling out mass surveillance driven by AI could not be done overnight. Far-right groups, religious fundamentalist organizations, and reactionary pundits knew that to sell their mass surveillance campaign to the public, they'd have to start with the same group that every cadre of bad actors seeking to push censorship and surveillance laws has started with: sex workers. If they had said back in 2018, hey, by the way, we actually hate that the internet is allowing the public to question people in power and challenge government narratives, and we want the government to have complete and total control over everything that you do and say online and off. Oh, and by the way, we're going to enact a sprawling mass surveillance infrastructure that's going to track every single thing that you ever say or do and engage with online.
Let's be real.
We're going to track every single word that you read, every Google search that you make, and if you step out of line or if you go to the wrong protest, we're going to use that information to arrest and prosecute you. And by the way, our AI is going to get access to all of this information and data, and it's actually going to determine if you're a criminal based on an algorithm that you can never see. People would have rightfully been like, I don't want that. But that's obviously not how these legal and political efforts go about it. They take place very, very slowly over years, sometimes decades. For instance, look at how the right was able to overturn Roe v. Wade. It wasn't some overnight thing. These are meticulously orchestrated, relentless legal efforts that play out over decades. So back to Section 230, a decade after the Roommates.com ruling, you had the public, for the first time, starting to turn against big tech. But the public, and especially leftists and liberals, were also fundamentally ignorant about tech policy. They basically completely ignored tech policy, didn't pay attention to it, thought it was too complicated, boring. I don't know why. Even to this day, leftists don't seem to care about tech policy. It drives me crazy.
Do I need to remind her of who was pushing back against the last time that they were trying to do this in, like, what was it, not even 10 years ago?
And a lot of these people, unfortunately, also...
No, like, I brought this up yesterday about Ajit Pai. Like, no, she's just objectively wrong here. And honestly, this is why people on the left tend to not like her very much.
held reactionary beliefs about...
It's because she's trying to do this thing like, I call out my own. It's like, dude, you're pushing yourself out to not even be your own.
certain groups, including sex workers. So in 2018, Congress carved out.
But good thing Taylor saw it coming, and we can now latch on to her little choo-choo wagon.
The first real loophole to Section 230 since the law passed. A package of bills called...
Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just candid with my thoughts, and I can't hold back on this one.
FOSTA SESTA.
Again, this is why no manager will ever like me. This is why I break the social norms of media.
Which stood for the fight on...
Because you do understand that in this space, and this space, that it would benefit me to just kind of shut up, because then I could get her on my show and get exposure, blah, 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 blah. I don't care.
Online
I'd rather give my opinion about what I actually think about her.
Trafficking Act and the Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act. It was the first real shot across the bow from groups like the Heritage Foundation and other far-right religious fundamentalist groups who have led the charge.
Yeah, she is off on some stuff. Yeah.
On seeking to dismantle Section 230. FOSTA SESTA was bipartisan. Like a lot of these protecting kids laws that we're seeing today, no one wanted to vote against something claiming to fight sex trafficking. Never mind, that is not what the laws did. That is so not what these laws did. FOSTA SESTA passed the House with an overwhelming majority, and the Senate voted 97-2. Only Ron Wyden, one of Section 230's original authors, and Rand Paul voted against it. FOSTA SESTA's
like I said, let's vote them all out. Let's get all these guys out.
Basically, sites like Backpage.com were actively enabling sex trafficking, and Section 230 was letting them get away with it. None of this was true at all, and what actually happened after FOSTA SESTA passed was a disaster. Platforms immediately started censoring vast amounts of legal content. Craigslist shut down its entire personal section overnight, and other sites followed. Sex workers who were using online platforms to screen clients and work more safely to actually avoid getting sex trafficked lost those tools overnight. Studies found that FOSTA SESTA significantly increased...
Damn it. Okay, so they just... for anybody that cares about Pokemon, this is going to be a quick second. They just leaked the new Pikachu card from the factory.
Danger for sex workers and was a massive boon for the sex trafficking industry. Because sex workers could no longer operate safely online, they were basically funneled into the arms of sex traffickers. A Government Accountability Office report later found that FOSTA SESTA effectively never produced even one single sex trafficking prosecution. Not one. Instead, FOSTA SESTA became a case study in what happens when you punch holes in Section...
Feeling she is the one realizing about these events, or about these things now, so she is making sense of the events in retrospect, yes.
230.
Yeah, but it's also kind of, I'll be nice here. It's a bit dipshitty to go out there and just be like, well, I just feel like the left doesn't care about net neutrality. It's like, shut up.
Platforms don't respond by becoming better moderators. They respond by eliminating anything remotely risky.
Like I said, if you ever need to have the, hey, how come I don't see Taylor Lorenz on a whole bunch of other leftist stuff? How come I don't see her? Never wonder.
The people who get hurt are the most vulnerable.
You know what? I'm doing the same thing right now. So there is this, you know
what? Who depend on these platforms.
I can respect the fact that she's willing to burn bridges for the sake of just being like, no, I'm getting this out of my system. So you know what? To that, Taylor?
The most. But the FOSTA SESTA legal win for far right...
The way she says FOSTA SESTA is actually bothering
and
me.
religious fundamentalists was like...
FOSTA SESTA?
Like blood in the water. It emboldened them, and they realized that by pushing a moral panic about the internet and social media, while also telling stupid leftists that the
Make note.
Heritage Foundation's tech policy slate was somehow...
Is this her I'm politically homeless arc?
Cracking down on big tech.
I don't know, guys.
They could get wide...
It's almost like I told you.
...support for their deeply authoritarian policy.
I did. I literally said it after the chorus fucking stuff, where I'm just like, no, she's going to be politically homeless.
From across the political spectrum. Gonzalez v. Google involved the family of a victim.
A lot of us on the left have always cared about tech policy. What? Well, no, you must be lying because Taylor Lorenz said otherwise.
Of the 2015 Paris terrorist attacks. They argued that YouTube's recommendation algorithm made Google liable for aiding terrorism by suggesting ISIS videos to users. The case was nothing but a ruse to try to get the court to start to dismantle Section 230, but instead of ruling, the court punted. In a short, unsigned opinion, the justices said that underlying terrorism claims were basically too weak to decide the Section 230 question, so they essentially kicked the can down the road. To me, though, what was so chilling about that case—
No, only Taylor Lorenz is, listen. According to her narrative, we weren't there to care about net neutrality again with Agit Pie during Donald Trump's, whole try to get rid of it. But then people were just like, oh, like Google popped up and they were just like, no, that's not great. But now, I'm not sure if she made this point yet. Kind of in and out. I will say this. She brings up at some point about AI and how that has changed the game.
Case was what Justice Elena Kagan said after.
Please don't make things
worse. She made a
statement
saying,
I mean, we're a court. We really don't know about
here it is. Kagan. It was Justice Kagan.
These things. These are not like the 9 greatest experts on the internet.
Yeah, I remember this shit from when it happened. I was like, what? You got these old motherfuckers making these decisions for us?
I remember hearing this for the first time after Gonzalez v. Google, and it literally made me sick to my stomach. You're not the 9 greatest experts on the internet. Okay, but our entire literal society is enmeshed and intertwined with the internet. You're literally treating the internet as a punchline. The internet is the most important, most revolutionary technology potentially in human history. And you're like, oh, we don't really know about these things. He, 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 he. Like, okay, well, you should know about these things. You should know about—
Yeah, and we're dumb, and we're just like, oh, grandma,
these—
what are you even doing being a justice? Oh, wait.
Things, because you're literally the highest court in the country, and you're supposed to be regulating these tech platforms that have become global superpowers. And it seems like you guys and people in—
Yeah, I honestly don't know how she's singling out leftists as being dumb and not caring about the tech policy when it's the majority of people. Like I said, take her for how you will. I'm not trying to influence your opinion here, okay?
Don't even know how to turn your computers on, and it's all one big joke to you. How can we count on these people to effectively regulate technology when they don't even understand the most basic fundamentals of technology? And in that clip, Kagan continues.
And I don't have to accept all Ms. Blatt's "the sky is falling" stuff to accept something about, boy, there is a lot of uncertainty about going the way you would have us go, in part just because of the difficulty of drawing lines in this area, and just because of the fact that once we go with you, all of a sudden we're finding that Google isn't protected. And maybe Congress should want that system. But
listening to this, I literally want to reach through the screen and shake everyone. Her being like, hey now, wait a minute. If we go along with this crusade to dismantle Section 230, which is basically like what she's referencing in that clip, then something like Google wouldn't even be protected. It's like, yeah, people literally would no longer have access to any non-government approved information. That's the whole point. That's why we're upset about this. And I'm not just trying to like shade Justice Kagan, who's a brilliant legal mind, but it is really, really concerning when she's like, I don't know, maybe Congress can figure this out. When the majority of Congress never even grew up on the internet, doesn't understand the most basic concepts related to technology, and half of them are over the age of 80 with dementia. Meanwhile, the Heritage Foundation and their cadre of extremely online, well-funded far-right fundamentalists are not quitting. These people are funded by billionaires, and their sole goal is to destroy the internet and roll out mass AI surveillance. They're funding an endless stream of media to propagandize and misinform the public on these issues, while more and more cases that attack Section 230 continue winding their ways through the courts. Just recently, Texas and Florida have passed laws trying to limit how platforms moderate content. We're seeing identity verification laws that remove anonymous speech online. Abortion content is being blocked in states like Texas. LGBTQ people are being—
Yeah, Jon Stewart and John Oliver both did segments on net neutrality. Yeah, it's almost like that's where she started caring. But, you know, she was the first leftist and the only leftist to still care, so Give her her flowers, people.
Formed in places like Kansas and Missouri. And Democrats are now leading the charge on mass censorship and surveillance by pushing policies to reform Section 230 that groups like Focus on the Family could have only dreamed of. All because they don't like their constituents being able to speak freely online and call them out on things like funding, you know, I don't know, war crimes in Gaza. This week is the 30-year anniversary of Section 230. And for the past 3 decades, Section 230 has been the legal bedrock of the entire modern internet. It's the legal...
I've just never seen somebody that is simultaneously so willing to make people hate her, but then so, like, uncomfortable with people hating her.
Foundation that allows you to post a restaurant review, leave a comment...
She's more dumb than fake? Yeah.
On a news article.
Yeah, I kind of give you that.
Forward an email or share your opinions online at all in any capacity.
No, she really...
It's the
she believes her, like, she's huffing her own farts on this stuff.
reason Wikipedia can exist. It's why you can sell things on eBay or find an apartment on Craigslist. And these politicians who don't care about any of this, who grew up in a time when they got news by, like, telegram, who are being
I mean, I'm trying not to go to the obvious stuff here, though.
spoon-fed baby food for dinner, want to tear it all down. And these ignorant leftists and progressives are going along with it because they think somehow that mass AI surveillance and rewarding people like Peter Thiel with billions of dollars is somehow cracking down on big tech. Like, are you guys delusional? We have to do everything in our power to protect Section 230. We cannot even give an inch to people who want to reform or alter it. It is the single most important law.
Oh, she's older than me.
Protecting our freedoms on the internet.
She's 42. She looks great.
What I think is so insidious, too, on top of all of this, is that big tech itself is now backing efforts to revoke or reform Section 230. Because as they embrace...
She's proved to how the leftist to conservative pipeline works in real time. Yeah.
AI.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. That would not surprise me to all of a sudden where she's like the neocon, like not like ex-MAGA, but the new wave. You know what I mean?
They know that they have the massive resources necessary to moderate.
Her and Anna Kasparian freaking doing Wizard of Oz skipping towards the, you know, inevitable demise of our fucking...
platforms at scale.
Our
Not
country.
like they'll be doing it well, mind you. But multi-billion-dollar tech companies now want a repeal of Section 230 so that they can consolidate power and eliminate all competition.
Dumb don't crack.
For instance, say you want to start a small internet company or a blog or some...
That doesn't even rhyme, but goddamn, that's funny.
Small forum based on a hobby or niche. Right now, you can set something like that up in minutes. You don't need a massive and expansive legal team.
Diego, that was good.
Capable of vetting every single post of user-generated content on your forum for legal liability. Section 230 means anyone can build a community online without being immediately bankrupted by lawsuits and legal costs. Big tech hates this, though, because they don't want any competition. They want your entire internet experience to be mediated through Meta and Google. Weakening Section 230 would help big tech consolidate power because it would significantly raise the barrier of entry.
Let's realize that Hassan has like a cougar thing going because allegedly this is coming from some online shit, so I don't know how true this is, but allegedly Hassan has been with both Nomiki Konst and her.
Anyone who wants to compete with them by building a community on the internet.
But also,
you know who won't have the kind of capital to compete with Meta and Google? Small communities, nonprofits.
Was Hassan the reason that Nomiki was just like, I am not going to fuck with any of those fuckboys anymore. I am going to go and date the ex-mayor.
Platforms and forums founded for a public good.
Who cheated on her?
If you think the entire internet
God
is a profit-maximizing hellscape now, just think of what it could be when literally our entire online experience is
This is Tea Time with
a
Pep.
big tech-dominated hellscape.
In today's Tea Time, we're going over some of the relations of other leftist content creators.
Surveilled by AI to ensure no one ever
With
says
a special guest star, I must say. Oh yeah, I'm so excited. I want to give all of the details because you know what? Ooh, Taylor Lorenz, you know?
Anything that the government doesn't like. I'll be diving into
She must have something. I don't know, but it almost feels like she has a cadence that makes a man's penis run up into his body. I don't know.
this in a later episode, but the companies most threatened by changes to Section 230 are small forums that serve niche communities built to support those suffering with addiction or abuse, nonprofit projects that run
God, I really am being mean.
on volunteer labor, or really any platform that
I am joking in this. By the way, this is all just for fun, the funsies.
Explicitly profit-based. It's worth remembering that Facebook was one of the first tech companies to endorse FOSTA SESTA. Why would Facebook support weakening Section 230? Because Facebook can afford to fight lawsuits
FOSTA SESTA sounds like a fucking, like a fancy soda pop.
and
Yes. If you want carbonated soda with a crystal clear sheen, don't drink Sprite. Drink FOSTA SESTA.
roll out mass compliance with AI. What Facebook doesn't like is competition from online communities and less profit-driven platforms that challenge its dominance. I really hate this idea that like Section 230 protects big tech. It doesn't. It protects you. When you forward an email, you're
Her sleeves are bothering me.
protected. When you share someone else's tweet, Section 230 is protecting you. When you post a link to a news
She's late to Red Fair, man.
article, you're protected by Section 230. If you
When you're late to Red Fair and you got to finish a political video.
run a blog with a comment section, you're protected. If you moderate a Discord server, you're protected. You don't need a team of lawyers to do any of these things, nor should you, thanks to Section 230. None of this means that the internet is perfect or that tech companies are above criticism. I am a huge, huge critic of big tech. I literally
Liberal prick. I'm not a liberal.
hate these evil monopolistic companies
Leftist prick. There you go. I corrected you.
that are destroying our internet. There are many, many legitimate concerns about how these platforms operate. But Section 230 is not the cause of these problems, and repealing it would not fix them. I'll be diving into way more solutions in a later video in this series, but if you're concerned about monopoly power in tech, the answer is antitrust enforcement, not destroying the legal framework that allows competition to exist. Or if you're concerned about data privacy, the answer is comprehensive data privacy legislation. If you're concerned about algorithmic amplification of certain content, the answer is transparency requirements and giving users more control and more choice, not burning the entire internet down. Almost every single civil liberties group out there is sounding the alarm over what's happening right now. The Electronic Frontier Foundation, the ACLU, a slew of LGBTQ orgs, reproductive justice orgs, and more are speaking out. Library associations, journalism groups, and civil liberties advocates are begging people to please fight to protect Section 230. But politicians aren't listening because most voters don't understand what's at stake. And most people on the left, again, I'm sorry to say it, are completely ignorant about tech policy. No hate.
Man, she knows that she's about to lose some subs.
Seriously, but think about the last time your favorite liberal or progressive content creator even spoke about tech
She did.
policy or Section 230. These leftist and liberal content creators are not listening to sex workers, trans people, abortion activists, and other marginalized groups whose lives would be devastated if Section 230 was reformed. Instead, they push moral panic BS because they're ignorant.
This is why I said it's a bold move to have her film by a window. It's because the edits are so crystal clear.
Audiences think that it means they're somehow tough on big tech. Literally, while they advocate for policies and promote a moral panic
Yeah, if you're going to start streaming, make sure that you're in a neutral space without a window.
that will entrench and is entrenching big tech's power. And the mainstream media is also very complicit in this effort. It's no secret that legacy media and all people with institutional power hate the liberatory power of the internet. They do not want a world where anyone can challenge their narratives online, where the New York Times can be called out for, I don't know, pushing blatant lies about what's happening in Gaza. They want to take us back to the 1960s, where what people in power said couldn't be questioned. So the legacy media feeds these moral panics about the internet and continues to straight up lie to the public about how these laws work and what these legal efforts are really about. And I will say, this is not all tech reporters. There are some amazing tech reporters in legacy media who do incredible work. But I'm primarily talking about these big-name New York Times pundits or the editorial pages of major newspapers, huge liberal podcasters like the Pod Save America Bros, and reactionary centrist influencers who are funded by the same massive dark money groups that are backing these attacks on Section 230. And because technology policy doesn't exactly make good television, so much of this is happening in obscure congressional hearings, state houses, and through legal briefs that basically no one aside from a very small handful of tech policy reporters
Oh, once I did a 3-hour streaming and got 0 views. Oh, bud.
even reading. But
No.
every single one of these state laws and legal
Well, if you stream again, I'll
cases matters
pop in for a
because
minute.
they establish legal precedent.
No one should ever have just 0 views. That's insane.
Collectively, every single time a court upholds Section 230, it reinforces
When I first started this channel, and this is why my wife is my best friend, she would watch me.
the legal environment that
And it was always nice seeing at least that one viewer.
allows user-generated content to even exist. And when a court weakens it, like what happened with Sestafasa, platforms become more risk-averse and likely to remove even more content preemptively. What I want you guys to
But I also did this in a way where I started after I was already making videos, so like I had already kind of had like an audience. That's why Robin is one of my OGs.
understand is that
Robin,
if you
There she
use
is.
the internet, Section 230 protects you. Section 230 is literally what makes the internet as we know it possible. This little 1996 law literally made the greatest expansion of human communication
Hey, she's always supported me,
and
man.
knowledge sharing possible.
Shout out Uni.
So please contact your
Like
representative
I said, she'll be back soon, by the way.
right now. Tell them that you understand what Section 230 actually does and
I was
why
about to say, hey, you're here. Robin, she was watching me before I even
it
streamed.
matters. Tell them that you will not accept reforming this law and do not let their staffers gaslight you or feed you misinformation. Tell them that
You have no idea how much I appreciate that, by the way.
destroying Section
Like, for
230
real.
would hurt ordinary users while helping the exact big tech incumbents that they claim to oppose. Section 230 is crucial to the internet. It is something that you rely on every single
Oh,
day.
Outsmoke, thank you for re-upping your Prime. Thank you.
Whether or not you realize it. And we need to protect it in every way possible. For more information and a script that you can use to call your lawmakers and to learn more about Section 230, go to What is Section 230? It's a great website made by Fight for the Future, an amazing civil liberties organization that fights for marginalized people
Nice.
to have a voice online.
How you doing, man?
I'll also just tell you guys, again, it is so ironic that all these bad actors claim all the time, oh, Section 230 helps big companies, it helps big tech. I've been planning this Section 230 series for literally almost a year. And as
Wendy's
I mentioned,
commercial.
I tried to get this series sponsored. I went to
$5 biggie bag.
so many organizations and companies and asked, hey, do you want to sponsor this?
like my go-to.
Section 230 is allegedly so important to your business model. And no, they wouldn't. Of course they wouldn't. And as usual, almost every single
Oh, dude, Outsmoke. By the way, you gotta try the KFC poutine bowl. It was really good.
thing that I produce for this channel is
I
entirely
got one
self-funded.
for
I
free
have
because I did like a thing on their website, and I was just like, oh no shit.
zero long-standing partnerships.
Which, by
with
the way, if you get that thing, like if you get a KFC email that's just like take this like quick, it's like a quick test or whatever.
any advertisers,
do
and I
it. It's only like a few questions.
rely 100% on support from people like
Free
you to
food.
do this work. I just think it's so ironic that while these
Yeah, poutine bowl, like a straight up poutine bowl.
astroturfed
It's good too.
liberal group
I mean, it's not like Canadian poutine, but it will suffice as I'm an American.
get literally millions and millions of dollars to make content all day about how bad and evil Section 230 is, the people that are fighting for this have nothing. We have no funding. We have no institutional backing. We have no big name
Yeah, but we don't need it. We're the voice. Like,
donors. It's literally just people like me and other, activists,
Big points,
workers,
yeah.
trans people, reproductive justice activists, everyone that is trying to
Free
come together
McChickens, yeah.
and make people on the left wake
are you doing it? Wait, do you get the quarter pounder
up
thing?
and start
There's
to
a whole
care
thing with
about
that.
tech policy. Because the right absolutely cares about this stuff, and it's how they've been able to monopolize so much control of the internet. So if you like my work, please support me on Patreon via the link below or by a paid
All right, she's doing her music. That means I gotta dip out from that. Hold on. I got this to bring up though.
In one of our previous segments on Epstein, on the files, we talked about how there was a text conversation back and forth between Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon, where they appeared to be discussing how, oh yeah,
You just ate?
Trump actually seems like
Sorry.
he's a lot more calm these days.
I tend to do that, man.
And then they're,
I've
well,
had
why? Why is
multiple
he-
people hit me up where they're just like, you know what, Pep? I love your show, but when you go into your food segments, you make me break a diet. It's like, oh,
calm.
I didn't make,
One of them said, well, you know, he's got that new one that's working in the White House. And they go on to say, I call her knee pads. And apparently she's doing the work that Melania won't do, if you know what I'm saying. So the theory was this new...
Meanwhile, we impeached a president for the same shit.
Person
this is crazy.
Who's working in the White House, this young woman who's working in the White House, is
30 years later, here we are.
Off Trump. That is what Jeffrey Epstein and Steve Bannon were casually saying back and forth to each other, as if it was common knowledge, by the way. As if it was common knowledge. Like, well, yeah, everybody knows that that's what she's doing, right? Well, now we
all right, Steven.
appear
Peace.
to have further verification of this theory based on a Michael Wolff email that just came out.
Hey, man, you had Wendy's lately? Their burgers are like anti-grease now? Really?
So here we go.
I always had a problem with that,
According
though.
to the Epstein files, Trump was bragging to his...
Like, I would get the $5 biggie bag with the fucking junior bacon, and it would, like, grease, like, through the paper.
Friends, that he was...
That sounded dirty.
Banging his personal secretary, Madeleine
Yeah, you see that girl over there? She made me grease through my paper.
Westerhout, during
Ew.
the first term, including during holidays.
It's awesome, yeah.
When the first family went to Mar-a-Lago and he stayed behind. Yikes. Okay, so here we go. Have your throw-up bucket ready as we...
I'm all right with that, though.
Dive right in ski. So this is from Michael Wolff to Jeffrey Epstein. Subject FYI. This is what I'm now going with. What do you think? In the White House, the president...
Baconator better be greasy to the max, though. I agree.
General, surprise, announced that he would not accompany his family to Mar-a-Lago over the holidays, a confounding, even alarming turn for anyone who knew how much he valued a golf and warm weather opportunity over any presidential business. Melania certainly had no intention of staying behind. Among other issues, friends suggested that she was still furious about his fireside Christmas Eve chat with a 7-year-old boy, during which Trump asked the boy if he still...
Yeah, I actually just, I went to a Steak and Shake not too long ago, which, yeah, those are around. Yeah, it was kind of wild, though. Like, I had those new fries, the beef tallow fries. They are awful.
Believed in Santa.
Beef tallow sucks.
Melania didn't think that was funny.
Bro, you want to rage? Get a Whopper. Dude. FOB Whopper, fresh off the broiler Whopper. You're talking to an OG here, man.
Somebody said one aide, Trump was clearly a guy who had never dealt with...
Wait, Outsmoke knows me.
With a 7-year-old. In an empty White House...
Yeah, obviously I didn't work at a BK, but I got a buddy that did.
Trump's personal secretary, 28-year-old Madeleine Westerhout, brought his papers and call sheets from the West Wing up to the...
Also, Outsmoke, if you order a Domino's pizza, make sure that you get it with the marinara instead of the normal sauce that they use. It's actually really good.
Residents. Finding him, she told friends.
I used to hate Domino's pizza, but now that's what I get. Like, well, if I don't have good pizza around.
In his underwear. And herein, suddenly, was another subplot. Westerhout had been the elevator girl in Trump Tower.
You ain't ordering Domino's? I know, bro.
During the transition.
I know.
The comely young woman ferrying dignitaries.
Oh, dude, I gotta talk to you soon.
And job seekers up to the president-elect soon became something.
Found out some shit about Stelios.
Of a meme herself. Bannon recalled noting that Trump took a particular interest in her. A leering Trump kept repeating,
"It ain't good.
She's got a way about her." His signature and creepy stamp of approval for young women. Now the president was telling friends that he wasn't staying at the White House because of the shutdown. He was staying because he was banging Madeleine. Shutdown bravado, locker room talk, or all part of a new alternative reality that only he seemed to be living in. Again, this is the second reference. The first time, like I said, was Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein.
Frozen pieces fuck the
casually
world.
Talking about this, and they called her knee pads. You know what's so crazy? What's so crazy is I'm not even sure this is going to crack the top 10
No, it's not.
list when it comes to scandals for this week.
Yep.
For this week, y'all. For this week. And that's how far gone we are during this Trump regime, during this era in American decline, because I actually totally get it why this wouldn't even crack the top 10 scandals for this week. Because there's so much other... Trump is literally starving Cuba to death, which we're going to talk about in a little bit. They're green lighting Israel.
Corner booth equals best? Fuck no. Home run in, dude. Yo, if we're going frozen pizzas, home run in is where it's at. They got that butter crust.
again, finishing the genocide in Gaza, going.
All right, me and Outsmoke used to work at the same pizza place, so I will just say that, you know what, this is a good conversation.
Back to like
boring. Oh, fuck off,
mass
man.
slaughters.
Damn.
Like this is shit that's casually happening.
Boring. What the fuck is boring about
right now.
it?
Never
As
mind
I said, buttercrust.
The
all
fascism that
fucking
they're
day.
unleashing on the country, the concentration camps they're building, the plot to steal the election that we just talked about. Okay, there's so much going on. I don't blame people.
You never had mayo and ketchup before before DC, and holy fuck, it's so good. Yeah.
For missing like,
dude, that's my tartar sauce.
Oh shit, the president.
Whenever I make like fried shrimp, that's what I mix a little bit of ketchup, some mayo, a little bit of salt and pepper, and a little tiny dash of some Old Bay's. Got some sauce.
There's some evidence that the president had a freaking affair here. We have multiple casual conversations at the highest levels behind the scenes of people who know him and are in touch
Ah man, you're killing me here.
with them all the time. And you won't see this on CNN. You won't see this on
All right, wait, quarter booth. All right, I'll
MSNBC.
try it.
You definitely won't see this on Fox News. You won't see this on other independent media shows. You won't. You're only going to get it here. So again, the two pieces we have, Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein talking to each other.
Why do I have this feeling that Kyle watches my content? Like, I got this weird thing. Like, I'm not even kidding anymore, guys. Like, check this shit out. Sorry, Stan. The Squishmallows. Now, I know, innocuous, right? And it's obviously an homage to his cats, but I just, there's too many of these, like, coincidences that happen specifically with Kyle Kulinski where it's like, I'll do something in my content, and then all of a sudden, he just kind of makes that pivot.
They called her knee pads, and they said Trump's been more calm lately because something's going on there, right? And then now you have Michael Wolff saying this.
Stepbrother Fancy Sauce.
The
QX Files music.
Counter argument to it is, and this is certainly possible. Trump could have just fucking lied and told people like, oh yeah, you know that one right there? I'm doing stuff with her. I don't put that by him. He fucking lies about everything. He could be lying to people about.
I don't know, Kyle. You gotta give Pep Talks a nice shout out. I mean, I know you got Courtney to take care of, but come on, brother.
Oh yeah, this one,
What's up here?
This hot young one here. She really likes me. She's doing.
All right. Here we go.
Things
Corner
to me,
booth lineup: 5 cheese, meat lovers, sausage and jarnara. Ooh, supreme spinach. Oh shit.
I don't put it
All
by
right,
him.
he's got me on this one. I think that I actually got to go corner booth
to
now.
just lie about that. So understand all.
Wait, Outsmoke. They got that at Jules?
This is just alleged.
If they got it at the Jules, then I'll go.
But you tell me. The fact that we now have two different things, and guys, I forgot what it was, but in the mid '90s, I forgot the exact year, but in the mid '90s.
No, I know it's a Chicago restaurant, but do they have their frozen pizza at the Jewel?
When you had the scandal come out about Bill Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, that dominated the headlines for fucking months. For months.
Want to learn how to make king sauce? Fuck yeah, I do.
Here we are with what appears to be a very
yeah, go for it now.
Similar type scandal, and crickets. Again, you won't hear about it anywhere else. You're only going to hear about it here. But what's crazy is even if it was proven true beyond any reason.
Oh, they were the ones that did the Fantastic Four pizza. Yeah.
It still probably wouldn't crack the top 10 of the scandals.
I had that.
Living in this country now for this week. Right, with the ushering in of fascism, with literally the worst corruption we've ever seen ever by far, and it's not even close. Even Ann Coulter knows that. Even Mike Cernovich knows
No, I'm having pizza tomorrow.
that. All these right-wing
At D&D
figures,
tomorrow.
low-key, will admit to people behind the scenes, like, well, of course, they're just like flaunting the corruption in our face. There's so much shit so often that people will just shrug and yawn about this, which, by the way, gets to the double standard, doesn't it? Right? That when it's a Democratic president, Bill Clinton,
I'm gonna try it, man. No, you got me. You got me on this one.
2 months straight.
I trust you too.
Of hair on fire coverage with Trump,
Watch
it won't
yourselves.
even be a mention. And that's the thing, you can't keep up. It's like impossible to even keep up with all this stuff. But
you add anything to it? I don't know. My new thing is to add like fresh basil to a frozen pizza. It always adds that little bit of
Madeline Westerhout
zing
and Trump
to it.
I don't know. I think she denies it. But you already have multiple references in these files here. Is Trump flat out lying about this too? Or
I think this is like Bill Clinton 2.0. It makes sense. Like I thought that when I saw this chick.
It was a little something going on. And that also begs the question, well, there's other women in there now, right? These like Oval Office directors. How about them? Should that be investigated as well?
You can grow basil on my counter.
Because
I try, but for some reason, like
He always seems to keep these people,
I keep it by the window and it keeps dying because it gets too cold.
There was speculation about
Now I got aloe, ironically, growing there.
Laura Loomer, y'all. About Laura Loomer. But there you have it.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor.
Play Magic the Gathering during stream. Nice! Fuck yeah. What you got? What kind of... you playing Commander or just a normal 72?
Like and...
Actually, I'm still trying to build a Final Fantasy deck for the OG game. Wait, is it 72 or 60? Can't remember if that one's 60. I've been playing Commander, so. Let's see. Oh, it's 60. Okay, yeah, my bad. Final Fantasy VII Part 3 needs to hurry the fuck up. Yeah, well, you're going to be waiting for a while, because remember, it's still PlayStation first, then PC. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here playing on a fucking PS5 after it's released on PC. Sometimes Outsmoke, it pains me to say that you might have been right. Probably should have just played it on PC, but here I am. You know what? I got a good time. I have a good time with it, so I don't give a fuck the series. The last one, Square's doing what they... I love them. Like, I think that Final Fantasy Rebirth is great. I 100%ed remake and intergrade, so I'm gonna 100% this, but I have a feeling it's going to take me until I get to that point. Square told Sony they done with that timed exclusive bullshit. They lost money. Oh, nice. Okay, well, that's good. You started Rebirth? Yeah. I'm like 30% through. If you want the Cane's recipe, you should be able to find... Alright, so it's mostly ketchup, mayo, then you add a little bit of mustard. Ooh, that makes sense. Dash of Worcestershire. And then ton of black pepper. All right. Damn. Where am I? I just finished Red 13's quest. I'm in Cosmo Canyon. Moving on through. Yeah, I'm at Cosmo, yeah. Yeah, I'm at the second part of the Nani, whatever the fuck they're called. The Gi. Is this game not insane? It's too much. It's too fucking much, dude. The mini games are just, god damn. There's so many things. There's just so much to do. There's so much to do. It really is just so. Hey,
so Joe Rogan had.
Sorry, I just saw Abba and Preach and Kyle Kalinske, and you know what? Stream Session is about to take place because I love all these people.
Has been catching a lot of shit lately.
It gets bigger. It gets bigger than the. Wait. It gets bigger than after the saucer? Get the fuck out of here.
For the Epstein class. He had that.
What am I smoking? I got some Jack Herrera.
That guy, Mike Benz. And it was just beyond humiliating and embarrassing. I mean, the stuff that guy said. I've seen it like on every channel that covers anything remotely related to Rogan and politics. Every single one of them has a video that's like,
damn.
Like, it doesn't look good, dog. This does not look good. Now, Joe himself, to be fair, he was in the Epstein files in that Lawrence Krauss, one of his show guests, tried to get him to meet Epstein. And this was when Joe already knew what Epstein was about because he did a Google search and he learned about it. And so, to Joe's credit, he refused to meet with Epstein. But then he went on to launder the reputation of virtually the entire Epstein class. He had Donald Trump on his podcast and gave him a hot stone massage. He had on Peter Thiel, who was in the Epstein files and then lied to Rogan's face about
like
the
a
extent of his
motherfucker.
relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. He had on, Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk. Elon Musk was begging to go to the island, and it was super embarrassing, the stuff that came out on him. And nobody's a bigger Elon Musk simp than Joe Rogan is. He's had on a billionaire seemingly every other week for the past couple of years, and he basically does PR for them. He does PR for the Epstein class. He does PR for MAGA.
He doesn't see it that way.
It's literally stuck, perma stuck in 2018, where everything, wokeness is so bad, bro. The pink-haired college kids, bro, they're so terrible, bro. But what's interesting is, not only has Rogan changed in the sense that he hopped on the MAGA bandwagon, and he's, defending the Epstein.
What is jelly cake?
Class.
Pinkerbell, what's jelly cake?
Billionaire.
You're our resident baker.
But also, his actual values have changed as well. So I want to shout out here Abba and Preach, who, by the way, do have a phenomenal YouTube channel. You guys should definitely check it out if you haven't. But they're a huge show. I'm sure a lot of you guys already know about it. But Abba and Preach basically lay out here for us how Rogan has sold out. He's quite literally sold out, and he's a very different person than he was back when he was a Bernie supporter in 2018. Right? So let's take a look and we'll break it down here.
I saw the weirdest thing. I was watching a Joe Rogan clip. I think he had an interview with somebody. And this motherfucker, I was like, when did he start doing this? And I was so confused when I heard this, because it's in the middle of a discussion with Rand Paul.
I also don't ever interrupt a podcast with an ad.
And people will be just as upset as they were. And they'll still have the same government, essentially.
Right. NFL playoffs, let's go. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, makes every moment feel bigger. I also don't ever interrupt a podcast with an ad. The only thing I would ever promote is, it's like the same thing I feel about the stuff that I promote for free.
Yeah.
It would have to be something that I like.
I believe Dan.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan started taking gambling ads. I'm like, there's no way that's real. Somebody had to have edited that in. But no, sure enough, he had actually taken a gambling ad. And I was so surprised by this, because I'm like, when did Joe start taking money from gambling people?
By the way, that is the number one sign of really selling out, is taking those gambling ads. Well, crypto is one too. If you take a crypto one, that's...
Or Polymarket,
totally selling out. But gambling is too. Because these people...
Wait, you know Abba personally? No shit?
They're offering a...
Hey, shout out this guy, Pep Talks. I've been watching their stuff for a long time. Wouldn't mind having a little
bag. I mean, they are offering a bag ski to people, man. It is like...
No, for real, guys. If you guys know how to get little cross promotion, or just want to promote the smaller channel and just be like, hey, I know this rad dude, Pep Talks.
They're just throwing money, making it rain. So if it's whatever, DraftKings, FanDuel... the other one is the prediction markets, which it's just gambling, but it's Kalshi and Polymarket.
Wait, does your jelly cake have white layers? I love making them.
This is
layer gelatin molds, basically. Oh, really?
Rogan doesn't even like sports, and he also doesn't even gamble. So it was literally just, hey, I like the size of the check that you're offering me, right? And you could see in the past, I never interrupt a podcast with an ad. Boom, interrupts the podcast with an ad. And it's gambling.
And I only say this because if you watch Joe Rogan a lot, to complain all the time about big pharma and how they have ads everywhere and how that should be illegal.
75% of all television advertisement is all pharmaceutical drugs.
And aren't we one of the few countries that allows
Only
for...
two. In the 1990s, they allowed pharmaceutical drug companies to advertise.
That's right.
Is that something that has to...
You hear about this Pep Talks dude? He really hates Taylor
to
Lorenz.
stay that way? Is that something...
Hey, let's not.
That could be changed with policy.
And I always agreed with him when he would say stuff like that.
And on top of that, it's not like he needs the money, right?
Another guy that I feel like could care less about the money is Joe Rogan.
It's a fact. He doesn't care about money. He did the first 13 shows for free for us.
Let me tell you something about money, kids. Once you get past a certain amount, it doesn't feel like anything different. It had a loft and I had a pool table, and I would look around at it. I go, I can't believe I actually live here. And then I got accustomed to it.
Yes.
It's not like he saw big deals. But then again, I guess for some people, it's never going to be enough, right?
It's literally like a disease, And it's so crazy. Once you get over a certain amount of wealth, I don't know what that line is, and I don't know if it varies person to person, but it really does seem to rot your soul and destroy your morality.
I don't know. Kyle, if you and Crystal got another million, would you just get your penthouse? Bro. You're sitting in $1 million house. I don't know, man.
And your ethics. There's a certain line where people just lose their connection to humanity. And it's so consistent. Why do you think it is in the Epstein files?
So does that mean that that's what you're going to chase?
We have all this talk, not only pedophilia, not only rape, but also talk.
Because honestly, I think that we have two fundamental differences. You put me in front of that amount of money. I genuinely think I'm like, oh, I think I would lose my ability to be a good person with that amount of money. It's like, now I'll take this amount of money. How about that? But no. And people would call me an idiot for it, sure. But the people that would willingly just be like, yeah.
Like,
it's like, those are the ones.
Murder and torture. Like, it's because they view themselves as above us. Like, we're subhuman. We don't count. And like,
Rick House, okay.
Part of the
He lives in like a multi-million-dollar house now.
Initiation into the super.
Like, okay. Where he's living in probably a 4,000 square foot house with like 2 acres.
Superhuman class of billionaires.
Have you seen their property?
Is,
just even in their videos, like,
that sort of depravity. And it, like, they don't think anything of it. They all knew Epstein was engaged in it.
But yeah, you're not wrong.
These other, wealthy elites were engaged in it. And I don't know what it is, but after a certain line, people just lose any semblance of right and wrong. And Rogan's no exception. From I never run an ad in the middle of a podcast to running ads in the middle of a podcast to, I don't care about money, I don't sell out, to taking a fucking DraftKings ad. Jesus Christ.
I would just never guess that Joe was that person. He would always talk about, like, I don't need this money. I'm not going to do anything for money. He always talks like, there's a lot of things that Joe could have done to compromise himself over the years, and he would always say no.
Exit protection. If the player in your eligible NFL prop bet goes down at any point.
You know what kills me too is like, Joe doesn't watch traditional sports. You don't watch the NFL. You don't watch baseball. So hearing him do this fake ass ad is wild. Am I crazy to say I've never heard this side of him? And any OG fans, y'all let me know if I'm bugging. I remember him advertising Alpha Brain, but these were all products that he said he believed in because
this is the Burt Kreischer shit getting to him, though.
Help with your like brain function and your sleep. And he was always talking about health or whatever. So I'm like, all right, whatever. I never bought any of it, but like, okay.
By the way, yes, like he does believe in that stuff, and that's why he was selling that stuff. But there's also been studies into that, and you're not going to be surprised to hear this, guys. But like, supplement companies are basically scams. Like they're basically scams. So that was basically scam shit. But I think he believed in it, but it was scam shit, if that makes sense. Now this is somehow even worse because like, you don't even believe in fucking sports betting and DraftKings, and this is part of like what's destroying the younger generation is that now people have given up on any semblance.
In 2015, in a private exchange, Jeffrey Epstein casually explained the rise of the Hadid sisters in the modeling world, not as talented or hardworking, but by bragging that they followed directions. The thread reportedly references money changing hands with agencies including degrading, dismissive remarks about the young women in the industry, written like it was just business as usual.
Of a collective project to make the country better, right? To have new rules.
I don't want to see anybody pushing their kids into the modeling agency ever again.
The road and new social safety net.
Just so you know, it's one of the most toxic industries ever, and it's not because it's just like, oh, you have to lose a little weight here. We have to touch up a little. No, it's that shit.
Rams and like a unified.
They are used. I'm telling you, modeling agencies are just used as high-profile fucking escort services.
Mission for the country. They've sort of given up on that. So now it's almost like the policy perspective of the Trump regime is corruption for all. Instead of like Medicare for all, instead of free college, instead of like a living wage, it's corruption for all. So like, hey, maybe you'll be the one to win the lottery. So go ahead and buy a lotto ticket.
Yep.
Hey, usually this insider trading shit is only for us elites. But now with Polymarket and with Kalshi, like maybe you'll get some insider information and you can trade on that bitch and you can make a bunch of money. Hey, maybe your parlay will hit on fucking DraftKings or FanDuel or whatever, and you'll make a bunch of money. So it's almost like we've given up. Everything is this like hyper-capitalist, corrupt, dog eat dog, every man for themselves type shit.
Yeah.
And now you have Rogan reflecting that back at the world. The U.S. is reflecting it at him, and he's reflecting it back at the world.
Absolutely.
He's not trying to...
Every month he has at least 2 of these motherfuckers on.
Thwart this evil, direction of the country, this race to the bottom. He's like, fuck it. I might as well cash in along the way too.
When I saw him do fucking DraftKings, I'm like, yo.
People are playing them around the clock.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the hell is up with that?
Just plays in your dopamine.
Well, and it doesn't make sense because
No.
everyone knows the house always wins.
Yeah, it's not. It's like a.
God, I love the fact that he has all these conversations with people and people just, remember this shit.
A numbing thing. They just
Yeah.
sit there and press the buttons and press the buttons and press the buttons and hope they make money.
Yeah.
But that thing addicts people. I mean, that's the argument why casinos shouldn't be everywhere. Because people would just, everywhere, they would be falling into gambling addiction.
That's where it bothers me.
Right.
It's just like cocaine. It's just like drug abuse. It's just like the opiate problem.
I remember that episode.
It's just like anything else. You and I both know people who have lost their fucking
Joey Diaz is a scum as human being.
lives gambling. You see how they get, Joe Rogan. There's no difference in the drug addict and the gambling addict.
No
Not
difference.
at all. No difference.
It's just as scary, too, because they're conscious. It's like if you see the drug addict, you see him, he's shooting up or whatever it is, and you see him fainting, you go, oh, the poor bastard. But when you see a guy who's fully in the grips of gambling, trying to figure out how to get his money back, and he's all jazzed up with adrenaline, he doesn't understand
21-year-olds.
why.
In a casino.
Guys,
you shouldn't have it on your fucking phone.
knows he sold out. He knows he sold out. There's no way around it. You think, and by the way, when he endorsed Trump, you think he didn't know the horrible shit about Trump? Like, you think he didn't know all of it? No, of course he did. He's had me on the show. He's had fucking Abby Martin on the show. He's had people hold his hand and walk him through it like he's a child.
Well,
he knew all of it. He didn't care. He rode the wave. He rode the vibes. Because, hey, that was the cool thing online, is to hop on the bandwagon for Trump. So he did. And now he's fucking paying the price for that because people are abandoning his show at a record clip.
What's wrong with Diaz?
But,
he used, dude, he's openly talked about having underage women.
Shout out
He's talked about trafficking women.
to
No. You don't get to be fucking upset with Epstein and listen to Joey fucking Diaz and just be like, yeah, I like that guy.
Abin preach here because they're exactly right.
No, fuck Joey Diaz.
Right. And I love that they went back and dug up, clips of him saying, I'll never run an ad in the middle of the, and then he does, and, talking about how gambling's fucked up and it's just one of the worst addictions, and then doing DraftKings ads, and, I mean, shit. It's really a shame. I guess the one thing you could say...
I actually did a video about why Joey Diaz is horrible.
Is at least he didn't go full Bill Burr, where Bill used to talk about how, oh my God, Beyonce and whoever else is selling out by doing a show for the Libyan prince. And then, then he sold out to Saudi Arabia, effectively doing a very similar thing, right? Basically doing comic washing for the atrocities of the Saudi regime.
Can YouTube get their fucking search to move per page? That'd be nice.
Regime, like genocide, like executing people for free speech, like killing Jamal Khashoggi, right? So Bill Burr sold out and blew up his career, and Rogan, I think, is on a similar track. He's just at a much higher mountain, so it might take a lot longer for him to get down to the bottom. But look, we're at the point, I think everybody sees it now, right? I think everybody sees it now. There's so many people who are like former Rogan fans who now like have channels dedicated to breaking down Rogan's bullshit, and that the whole Rogan sphere is bullshit. And the other thing is, you guys know how it is, right? Like, the way they talk about anybody who criticizes them, Rogan never engages with the substance and the specifics and the particulars of the arguments of the people who are criticizing him and the Rogan sphere. It's always, oh, they're just jealous. Oh, they're just haters. Oh, like, it never, like Mark Maron, who, like, had detailed criticisms of, like, here's the problem. You're ushering young men into fascism. Here's how you're doing it. Here's, here's the veneer of the argument you make about how, oh, let comedy be comedy, and we got to be anti-woke because the wokeness has gone too far. He has very detailed criticisms of, like, you ushered young men into fascism and, like, thought nothing of it. And Rogan's reaction is, like, you're just a jealous hater. And it's like, I think people now sense the bullshit in that, too. That you can't just swat aside all criticism and say, jealous haters, whereas the people doing the criticizing have like a fucking essay of here's every point as to where I think you're wrong and the specifics of how I think you're wrong and how you're hurting the country, right? But that's what they do. So anyway, I think the downfall is that they are right in this smack dab middle of the downfall, and I think it's only going to get worse.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Real quick, here's the link to my video. It took me a minute to find. Didn't realize I made that so long ago. But yeah, that's my Joey Diaz video explaining why Joey Diaz is a certifiable piece of shit that you should never support. He's the fucking worst. He really is. All right. You know what? Screw it. I got an idea. Let's do this. Boom, boom, boom. And then let's do this.
I watched the Bad Bunny show. I saw nothing problematic about it at all.
This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos.
I want to send a signal
Oh, I want to see her crash out so hard, so fuck it, I'm in.
to Americans that the most radical act in a capitalist society is non-participation, and that you have power to decide where you want to spend your money and where you don't want to spend your money.
The left wants to tank the U.S. economy in order
I'm not going to watch my own video.
to punish President Trump for the crime of having been elected by most American voters.
Even we think this is bad. We love kissing the president's butt. We don't think anything is racist, and we still think, I don't know.
Latinos, bitch!
Maybe you shouldn't put the Obamas as monkeys.
Absolutely terrible. One of the worst ever was the US president's verdict on the Super Bowl halftime show. Nobody understands
Dana M, thank you for the sub.
the word this guy is saying, said Donald Trump. A slap in the face to our country. Trump didn't comment on the alternative all-American halftime show staged by Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, presumably because he was watching Bad Bunny. And the truth is that both the alternative show and the president's statement felt like they were contrived as a response to something which ultimately didn't happen. Many expected Green Day and Bad Bunny to use the biggest show in the world of television to skewer the president and rail against ICE. But actually they didn't. Now, I'm no Bad Bunny apologist. I didn't know much about him, actually, before yesterday, and also don't speak Spanish, but I actually really enjoyed his performance. I thought the staging, the choreography, the theatre was the best I've ever seen in a halftime show. And actually, the message was about togetherness and love and unity. What's wrong with that? He didn't perform in Spanish to prove a point. He always sings in Spanish, just as Luciano Pavarotti sings in Italian. The criticism of the whole thing is that he sang in a language spoken by 60 million Americans, including the Secretary of State. Is that a problem? Like I said, the president used to play Pavarotti's Nessun Dorma at his campaign rallies. It even played at the end of the emotional 2024 RNC as Trump accepted his nomination just days after being shot. Nessun Dorma, to remind you, is entirely in Italian. Well, I'll be joined by my panel in a moment. But first, let's hear from the host of the Megyn Kelly Show. Megyn Kelly. Megyn, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Great to see you back, sort of on your feet and looking so well, Piers.
Do you know what? I took my first steps. I felt like Neil Armstrong today. I was walking along my high street with 2 crutches 24 days after face planting. And it felt like a moment. I was like out of the house, suddenly breathing fresh air again. The whole thing has reminded me that in the end, if you don't have good health, you're screwed.
It's so true. But you're strong. Good for you. I'm amazed. I saw that picture and I thought, A, it's great you're back on your feet, and B, good for you for posting your progress. A lot of men wouldn't want to post that with the 2 crutches, but it's a testament to your fortitude that you're doing it at all and that you're still doing your show. I admire your strength, as always.
The way they manufacture this shit is insane. These rich motherfuckers trying to manufacture, like, oh, the idea that a man would post a picture on Facebook with him getting out of the house after a fucking major injury. Yeah, he would never do that because, many men don't do that.
Do you know what? I mean, I won't labor the point, but 100,000 people
Megyn.
a year in the UK alone have hip replacements. Now, mine was forced by injury, but actually, that's a lot of people. And I just thought, I've got a lot of followers. Why don't I just tell them how I'm getting on? Because the response I've had has been incredible. People telling me about what they've been going through and it's a big thing. Hip replacements are the new cool thing.
That's right. And now you don't have to worry about it in 15 years like the rest of us will. Look, we're getting older, Piers. That's the truth. But you know what? We're the youngest we'll ever be for the rest of our lives, so let's enjoy it.
Do you know what? You sent me the best response, or best message. You just said, look, pains in the arse like me and you, we never die young.
So we've got that going for us. Fingers crossed.
Well, talking of pains in the ass, let's get into something, because there are going to be some things that I talk about with you where we're going to be in total agreement. But I'm going to start with something where I know we are totally in disagreement, and that is Bad Bunny. So I got up this morning and I watched it all without reading anything about it. I just thought, I want to watch this completely clean without anyone's view contaminating my brain cells. And I watched all 15 minutes of it. And I've watched every halftime show going back 30, 40 years. I thought as a piece of theatre, it was the best I've seen. Just the most extraordinary kind of Broadway on steroids piece of theatre. I also thought it wasn't remotely divisive politically in the end. His Grammys speech was, but his performance, I thought, was actually a lot of things which I would have thought people on the conservative right would applaud. It was about love. A couple actually got married for real in the middle of it. He was preaching about unity, not just the United States of America, but the wider Americas. What was the problem, Megan?
A certain male gesture is coming to mind, but I'm not sure I can do it on this show. No, it wasn't about what he was actually going to do during the middle of the Super Bowl performance. It's about him. It's about him being chosen as the Super Bowl performer, somebody who's been an outspoken critic, of course, of the Trump administration.
Cry harder, bitch.
And of America. And
oh my God, I thought you guys were like the ones who didn't cry about this shit. That you just kind of did your own thing and just, you didn't care.
Our anti-immigrant policies. This is long before the current controversy over ICE. He doesn't want illegals deported from this country.
They are the biggest crybabies ever.
Too
no,
bad,
they really are.
Because the majority of Americans do want that and are not shy
so
about
whiny
pushing
all
for
the
it. And that's
time.
why President Trump got elected. So he and his little buddies over at Green Day never miss a chance to bash the United States of America. He got selected because Jay-Z, for some reason, has got the choice over who performs at our Super Bowl, who's another problem. Don't even get me started on his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, now you care. Careful, Megan.
Why is
careful
he choosing who's appropriate for American children to watch during our seminal sporting event? And I'm sorry, Piers, but who that? To get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for the country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performing.
What's the if I get this wrong, I'm sorry, but isn't it like Chupa Mi Culo?
Performer
or something like that?
We don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
Okay, what is the national language, officially, the national language of the United States of America?
Or Chingal Megan Kelly?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official
you don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have pointed that out that people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay,
right,
so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not allowing that here, whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim.
She really is stupid.
It's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected.
Meanwhile, Taco Tuesdays are a thing at her house.
And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep the Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football is...
I think she's trying to get hired on Fox News again.
It's ours. They call it American football. And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than...
Tough titties, bitch. You have aged out.
Good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf.
Fox News ain't got no interest in you.
Maybe some fried chicken and an English-speaking
Caroline Levitt's next up.
Performer. That's
Megan, you're wasting your time.
That's what the Super Bowl should be.
Okay, two things. One, you've conceded you don't have a national language in the United States officially. And secondly, the language you do want to be your official language is my language. The language of the country you think has gone to pot. So my obvious...
Yeah, because she's stupid and she doesn't understand that we've only been a country for 250 fucking years.
His follow-up is, Megan, why do you want English as your national language if you think England has gone to hell in a handcart?
Pierce, I think those medications for your hip have gone too far. We need to dial back a pill or two, okay? We want something that we can all understand. I don't think Bad Bunny used his appearance to bash America, but I can't be sure because I didn't see any subcaptions on his Spanish language performance.
But what about Pavarotti? What about
Get culture, you dumb hoe.
Pavarotti?
Wow, I'm sorry. I'm using all of them tonight because between her and Pam Bondi, I can't. Like, she sucks.
Haters.
What about Pavarotti, who Donald Trump in 2016 in particular would use at every campaign rally? He's used it at the RNC, right, as a triumphant, tub-thumping anthem. Well, no, hang on. Not only Pavarotti.
I've been to lots of Trump rallies. Pavarotti gets a song, maybe
but
two.
He sings. But when he sings Nessun Dorma in Italian, I don't see you leaping up and down going, I can't understand a word of it. You're probably singing
I don't remember
along.
him being the Super Bowl halftime show, was he?
Well,
that's not a debate.
Would you have minded if he was?
Yes, I would have, because we feature English-speaking performers.
The Ninja Turtles were literally part of the Super Bowl in the 90s, so careful with how much you want to fucking clutch your pearls here.
At the quintessentially American event of the Super Bowl. We do Michael Jackson. We do Whitney Houston. We do great bands that love America, like American rap. That's a different situation. This guy who can't stand the country comes out and starts speaking in Spanish, and I'm sure the people in South Florida really enjoyed it. The people in an American territory, Puerto Rico, really enjoyed it. But the people in the heartland had no idea what the hell was happening. This is a guy who loves to parade around in a dress, who again hangs out with Jay-Z and his Epstein-loving pals.
Ooh, John L. Stewart, like the little drama,
Who gets up there
allegedly.
when he's not bashing America with his pals at Green Day, who are from the far left People's Republic of
Dude, they cried about that last year, yeah.
California, who have never missed a chance
Kendrick.
to rip on Trump.
Which, objectively, I'm just going to say this, as a fan, I thought Kendrick did a better job.
MAGA, half the country.
It was a much ballsier set because he only did 2 hits.
Or ICE, and that's something they share with Bad Bunny.
But now we got
That's
Squabble
not
Up.
representative of
Squabble
what the
Up.
heartland wants to see.
Squabble
and the
Up.
heartland always gets the middle finger
That song's a
from
banger.
people like Jay-Z, like Roger Goodell, who should know better, but he's a panderer who runs the NFL. And that's why you had probably closer to 10 million people turning the channel and turning to the Turning Point event, which was pro-American, which was absolutely beautiful, which had several references to God and faith and this country, which had a tribute to Charlie Kirk at the end of it, and talked about Jesus and how he can change your life. That's what America's all about. We are founded as a Christian nation. We're still a Christian nation. And what we want is...
No, the biggest one that got people was like seeing the little kid at the wedding, like asleep on the chairs, because we've all been there.
Somebody up there to celebrate.
It's almost like this is actually like a thing about like having family and people. And like, this is why they're so pissed, is because their money broke them.
How
they don't have this.
Freaking special.
Their families hate them. You do know that every single one of these people, they make so much money that their families genuinely hate them.
This country is not a bunch of people who can't stand us. And over what? Over our desire to get illegal immigrants who are raping and molesting our children out of our country. That's all ICE is doing.
They're not the ones doing that, hon.
Okay.
Actually, your friends are. Megyn Kelly is
Start the new
special.
year with real comfort. Go to CozyEarth.com and use my code PIERS, P-I-E-R-S, for up to 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code PIERS. And if you get a post-purchase survey, mention you heard about Cozy Earth right here. Let me present a different view
I don't think so.
of Bad Bunny, which is he's the son of a truck driver and a teacher, born in Puerto Rico. He's an American, born there, naturalized American. He is the most successful artist in the world. He's the most streamed artist globally on Spotify for 4 consecutive years. Nearly 20 billion downloads in 2025 alone.
Are those numbers that you can process?
He has sold 123 million equivalent album sales. He's won Grammys. He's won everything. He is a fantastically successful American story, isn't he? And isn't the fact that he ends up performing at the halftime show exactly the kind of journey that America was founded on? which is a guy
The
who
story-
comes from very little, born in America, who actually makes it to the biggest pinnacle because he is, right? I mean, look, I love Kid Rock, okay? And I actually really enjoy the Turning Point show as well. I like them both. But Kid Rock's not had a hit single in the last 11 years. This guy
Try 20.
is right now the hottest star in the world, and he should be on the halftime show. I can't think of a compelling reason why
divisive. Because he's too divisive, Piers. I'm giving you the reason. Maybe because you're not an American, you don't get it. He is too divisive a figure. No one would begrudge him his
Wendy RX. Hey, thank you for the follow or the sub.
personal success
Appreciate
story.
that.
Good for him. Great. We love that here in America. Just like we love when our half pipe freestyle skiers make it to the Olympics. Despite all odds, they overcome them and they make it. But when you go overseas wearing the American uniform
Clutch your fucking pearls harder, you old hag.
and you bash
You
America
fucking
on
hag.
foreign soil,
We get it.
when you're
These young people are having fun in multicultural.
wearing
I
our
don't feel
stars and stripes,
included because no one liked me.
we get very upset here in America. It's not that we don't stand for free
God,
speech
I'm so glad that she's aging like,
or differences of
the
opinion
opposite way.
or love rags to riches stories. We do all of those things. But there are
You
certain
could argue some media personalities are actually looking pretty good for their age, but her?
things that we
Nah, she literally looks like, with every word that comes out of her mouth, she starts turning into the Ghostbusters hag.
expect of the people who are representing us when they're overseas as Olympic athletes or
She's not pretty.
when they're in
No, she's actually the perfect example of like when as I said, every word she speaks, she starts looking uglier and
the
uglier.
middle of the Super Bowl, which is our event. That is a heartland
Even my dick fucking is just like, yeah, this bitch sucks.
event that gets usually
Okay.
man, but lots of women too, on their feet, feeling patriotic year after year.
Plus, she's using she's using like 40 filters right now, by the way.
It's one of the reasons why we love it. And the last thing we want is someone who's a harsh partisan who we know can't stand the country. And you're wrong. He wasn't totally patriotic at that event. He ended it by saying,
She sounds so disingenuous, so fake. She believes nothing, just stereotype. Oh, she's literally going back to her Fox News persona. That's what I'm saying. This is her auditioning for her old job.
God bless America, and then listed all
I have a feeling Sirius XM hasn't renewed her contract, and she's kind of in that in-between phase.
the countries in all of the Americas, which is not how we
Trust
here
me,
in
I
the
wouldn't
United
be
States
surprised
view
at all
the
if that was
USA.
the case.
We actually do believe in American
Excuse me.
exceptionalism, and we believe we actually do have a higher claim to morality than some of the countries he was listing, like Mexico.
But you wouldn't want him to have his First Amendment rights infringed on his ability to criticize certain policies of a particular
Of course not.
American
No one's talking about
government,
that,
would
but he
you?
has no right
As
to
an
perform at the
as
Super
an
Bowl.
American citizen? Really? That's disqualified. So
The First Amendment has nothing to do with it.
anyone who's ever been...
The First
Well,
Amendment
that's
has nothing to do with
interesting.
it.
So
The First
anyone-
Amendment is
anyone
about
who-
government censorship
okay.
of speech.
Hang on. Anyone who's been critical...
Yeah, the thing is, no guaranteed money in that, and she's going to have to build her audience again.
And the U.S. government should not be allowed to perform at the halftime
Only Hassan can move an audience like that.
show. Is that your position?
I don't think that'd be my selection. I do think you should find somebody who is more of a unifier, and there are plenty of them. There are still millions of people out there who have very strong political opinions, but they don't voice them publicly because they
I mean, let's be real. She essentially sold up her own daughter just by being like, yeah, my daughter's a woman.
realize they're in a line of work where that could be alienating to their
Her daughter's 15, by the way.
customer base. The same is true for these performers. And if you want to be super outspoken,
If that's your mom, you got a real winner there.
you want to be a Jane Fonda, then go for it. But don't expect yourself to be placed in the middle of what's supposed to be a nonpartisan event and be a so-called unifier. We put up with this year after year.
Non-partisan event, but you would have been perfectly happy if Kid Rock was headlining this with a MAGA hat on. And then you would have told liberals to get over it. Shut the fuck up, you disingenuous bitch.
Year. But
fuck you.
Right now, we're in a serious battle over immigration enforcement, something the country voted for.
No. Nope. Oh, hey. She's preparing for Donald Trump.
Overwhelmingly. And to pick two acts who are as outspoken against that
misogyny.
as these two and plop
For her, yeah.
them in the middle of the event is a middle finger by Roger Goodell. It's picking a side in the most divisive
Don't protect her.
debate we're having right now in the country, and it was wrong. It was a mistake.
Good. Well, I'm glad we reached a point of zero agreement on that. Well, let's move to an issue where I think we will agree, and this is the separate issue of Hunter Hess, the U.S. Winter Olympic skier, who said this at the weekend.
It brings up mixed emotions to represent the U.S. right now, I think.
Yeah, it kind of sucks to not be proud of your country. Weird.
It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't.
But you should be, you ungrateful asshole who worked your entire life to get to where you are.
I think for me, it's more I'm representing my friends and family back home, the people that represented it before me, all the things that I believe are good about the U.S. I just think if it aligns with my moral values,
no, it's base.
I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
When did the Spike Spiegel become a actual hairstyle?
You see, I think when you're representing your country, I'm trying to think, what would I feel if that was a Team GB guy saying that about Britain? And I wouldn't like it, because I think if you're representing your country in a global event like the Olympics, just avoid criticizing your country while you're doing it. It seems to me
Yolanda Sellis, hello.
Pretty straightforward transactional deal.
How are you?
Do you know what athletes over here would give to don the stars and stripes and go represent?
It's not about donning the stars and stripes, you nationalist person. It is about working your whole life in a sport that you have devoted your whole life to and getting to the pinnacle. It has nothing to do with you. You're not why he's there. So stop.
Represent the United States at the Olympic.
Cry harder. Seriously.
Games.
Go piss your little britches. And I don't know.
Anything. Those things.
But that's all you got.
Get decided by 1/100th of a second when it comes to speed or landings, etc. And this guy, he gets the privilege of going, and he is.
Yeah, because he's better. He's better than them. He's better at the assholes that you're talking about. It's funny. That's why he got there.
Forgotten the most important lesson of the great Herb Brooks, who coached the Miracle on Ice team that won against the Russians in 1980.
Herb Brooks wasn't a fucking nationalist.
In an event so historic, they've made several.
Yeah, that was in the fucking Cold War against the Russians, you dumb hag.
Movies.
I understand that you guys want to create this fucking movie version of America, but that's not how anybody remembers this shit.
Out of it and documentaries beyond, which is the name on the front of your jersey is a whole hell of a lot more important than the one on the back.
Yeah, he used to say that to his alums in Minnesota too. It's not the team. It's the team. It's not the country. It's the team. She's trying to make this a nationalist thing. But actually, Herb Brooks, I know about this. I'm actually a hockey nut. Herb Brooks, being the great coach that he was, said that it was never about the name on the back, that it was about the crest on the front. And anytime you play on a hockey team, that's who you're actually playing for. Not the name, not the number. That's what she's referencing. It wasn't about the USA. I understand that you saw the movie with Kurt Russell, but that's not what Herb Brooks said. He was talking about the Gophers at that point, you dumb bitch.
Go because you're representing.
But you know what? You know sports history, so keep going, Megan.
The United States of America, not the guy back here. No one gives a damn about you.
No one gives a damn about your fucking bony ass either.
Mr. Hess, you'll be forgotten in about 2 minutes, whether you win gold or not. That's the truth. But
is that what bothers you, is the fact that when you know that you shut your show down, it's just going to be like Rush Limbaugh and nobody's going to talk about you?
Your bad behavior about your country.
Actually, Rush Limbaugh, at least he was like a pioneer. You're going to just be a footnote in this.
Country and the flag that you have been
she
sent
likes
to
vodka?
represent.
Yeah, she seems like a vodka gal.
Remembered for a long time. You have single-handedly managed to alienate.
Guy's never played a sport in his life?
More than.
This one I will flex on. Fuckface. You got one of these? I didn't think so. Talk more shit.
Than half the country, because it's not just
One of those rare times where I was just like,
there are still
actually,
a lot
I got a ship. You can fuck off.
of old regular modern.
Nah, me and my boys and my team, we fought hard during a fucking season, and we won a championship. So, fuck off.
Liberal Americans who don't.
What are you talking about? It's not a sport. It's the hardest sport to play. Whatever sport you play, we play it with skates added, and we also fight.
Like this crap.
Put on the skates and come and fucking fight me, bitch.
If you can't represent the country.
Oh, that's right. You can't skate, so fuck you.
Proudly, don't go. And he says, "Oh, I'm representing my family and my."
No, sad part is that's the last trophy I got.
Friends.
I did fucking high school.
They don't have the power to let you wear those stars and stripes.
Whatever.
They are not empowered to grant you that
still.
uniform and let you say you represent the.
No, I got my Pee Wee trophy too.
United States of America and run in the red.
No, you wouldn't.
White and blue, or ski in the red, white, and blue. They can't do that for you. Your friends and family can give you the hot cocoa when you come in from the mountain, but they can't give you the stars.
You don't know how to fight worth the shit. I can already tell.
And stripes and America on your back. So if you can't represent that country proudly, get that jersey off of your back and give it to someone who can. I think I speak for most Americans when I say we'd rather lose. We'd rather come in third or second or not place at all than win.
She's just blabbering on. Yeah, I know.
Win with a guy who can't.
She's adorable though.
Stand the country he's doing it on behalf of.
We're talking about every time. Foo. Yeah, she's cute.
Today's show is sponsored.
It's adorable how she thinks that she could actually, like, you know, take me.
By Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of... Let me ask you a difficult question one of my team asked me, because I kind of agree with you. And one of my team said, okay, but what would you feel if someone from the Russian team or the Chinese team suddenly spoke out against their governments? Would we say the same thing, or would we...
She's repeated herself 50 times now. Yeah.
Actually cheer
That's
them
all
on?
she's got.
It's an interesting question.
Well, I don't think we'd have to debate it because they'd be dead before the beginning of their heat. I mean, China does not tolerate that, and really Russia doesn't either. It's only America that, of course, that's the...
Silver gloves, boxer, purple belt, jiu-jitsu. As I said, put on some fucking skates and I would body your ass.
Their irony, like, you know, there's an ice skater, Piers, some no-name loser who got out there and ripped on America too because she's pansexual. No one even knows what the hell that is. It's fake, made-up bullshit.
It just means that you're in love with whoever the fuck you end up in love with. It doesn't matter, you know, sex, gender, any of it. It's almost like you guys would actually be a lot happier if you could get behind that, but instead you got to hide the fact that you know, hide these, like you have these feelings.
She gets
like, come on, Megan.
Out there to say like, oh, I'm queer, I'm pansexual, and it's been a really tough time for people in the LGBTQ blah, 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 community lately. Really? What gay rights have you not enjoyed as an American citizen? Nothing. It's a lie.
She's advocating for now for a dictator.
First of all, trying to glom onto what's happening in the trans
love is love
community, which the LGB people have broken up with, but she hasn't gotten the memo because there's complete parity and equal rights for all gay people in America. There's an issue over trans people because that's a whole different kettle of fish. And even our
pansexual means you like some hot
Supreme
brands.
Court has recognized that as of late. In any event, she's trying to glom on because she loves victimhood, so she's tried to raise it as a fake issue because that's just what she wants to do. Do you think you could do that in Russia? You think you could even speak out? Will anybody from a country where they criminalize gay rights speak up? No, they won't. And as an American, I have no problem with that. There's a time and a place.
Yeah, you practice jujitsu. You understand what it means to actually find the sweet spot.
You should speak up for it when you can.
Whether you're going for the grab or you're going for the fucking knockout.
You're in your country. If you want to fight for freedom of speech, you want to fight for civil rights, go for it. If
I think that we understand the same fundamentals here, though.
you can.
Spot your opponent's weakness, exploit it as quickly as possible, and take them down.
The beauty of being in America is you can. You can burn.
The difference is, as I said, I was playing a fucking sport while also navigating this.
Our flag, you can stand on the side.
So yeah, it's almost like,
Sidewalks, I love protest. I would be fine with the anti-ICE protesters if they would just behave like normal humans instead of biting off the
Meanwhile, you devoted your entire life to that shit.
fingers of the ICE agents.
Cool.
I have a problem with that. That's not protest. That's criminality. So these people who want to go over there and criticize China or criticize Russia, okay, you should do that in your countries. You should do that when and if you can. And if you can't, it's a much bigger problem. The Iranians are dealing with that right now. As Americans, we can criticize our government to high heaven anytime we want to, all over our airwaves, in our thoughts, on our streets. It happens every day. That's part of what's so gorgeous and awesome about our country. But these know-nothings don't understand that and want to go over there and tell audiences that include people from China and elsewhere about our human rights violations, which are amorphous and unnamed, like from this queer pansexual.
Megan, as you know,
we're just two multi-million-dollar media figures just yucking it up. Are you guys buying this? Like and subscribe.
I love you, and I particularly love you when you're on such feisty form. And I love arguing with you, actually, apart from anything else. But not everyone is a super Megyn Kelly fan. You've been taking a lot of flack recently. And I want to play a clip from Kara Swisher from the podcast Pivot she does with Scott Galloway, who's actually coming on my show a little later today. So I want to get your response to this.
Hey, Megan, good to give you content. You'll attack me and not Scott, who's appropriately critical of you, but that's fine. Whatever you want, girl. Next up, Bill
I've
and
been on
Hillary.
Megan's show. Have you been on her show?
No, of course not. Why would I? Why would I soil
I don't get
myself?
it, though. I think she's very talented.
She has turned into something else. Scott, you're not
But
paying attention.
No, I would argue over the last few years, Megan has gone very, very conspiracy theory and has decided the more insane, incendiary shit I say, is it that she's making money or has she seriously lost her shit?
Yeah, I don't know.
Megan, they think you've gone bonkers. What is your response before I speak to Mr. Galloway a little later?
I mean, I'd love to know what his examples are of that, because I'm the least conspiratorial person on camera. I believe we did land on the moon. I believe the Saudis were behind 9/11. I believe that Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK. That's something my detractors want to say about me because they don't think I'm critical enough of Candace Owens. That's really what it's about. But let me tell you why Kara Swisher actually doesn't like me. Because Kara Swisher is embarrassed. Just bringing up my name triggers her because we used to be friends and I was going to go on her podcast. And I was booked for, I think, a Tuesday. And the previous Friday.
Yeah, I see what you're doing here. You're trying to get in on that Candace Erica grift. Ain't gonna work. We're already in on the Candace versus Erica battle. You know what? That's our mean girls, okay? Sorry, Megan. We ain't got time for you.
Today, my sister, who was only 58 years old, died. And my assistant sent Kara
Angel, what's up?
Swisher an email.
Hey, what's up, guy?
Saying Megan suffered a family emergency and she's not going to be able to make the podcast on Tuesday. And Kara Swisher responded by mocking me, saying she didn't believe that I had a family emergency and she thought I would.
Time for her to make up a fake story? Yep.
Too afraid to go on her podcast because I'd been in the news as being a controversial person for saying the COVID vaccine was causing deadly myocarditis in teenage boys, which we now know was a fact, and I was right about it.
You know what's funny? That's what my brother has. And he was anti-vax.
And when ultimately 2 days later, or 3 days later, when I got back on Monday and it became national news, my sister had died, did she send an email saying, I'm very embarrassed for saying that. I'm very sorry for suggesting she didn't have a family emergency and that she was just afraid of me. No, She didn't. She wasn't sorry. She had made a fool out of herself, and she's been avoiding me ever since. That's
You're doing well? Good to see you. I'm doing good.
Kara Swisher's problem.
And just
glad you're
on
here.
Candace Owens, you've been very supportive of her, not critical, even though she, I would argue, and I have to her face when I've had her on the show, well, I get on well with Candace, but some of the stuff she's been doing in relation to Erica Kirk, Brigitte Macron, and others, I do think is really regrettable, kind of conspiracy theory nonsense just for clicks and money. Why would you hesitate before criticizing her over stuff like that?
I've criticized Candace many times over the years. We've had many public fights over the years. But isn't it interesting that you will, quote, platform Candace? She hasn't been on my show in several years, but I get all the hard time. Why am I getting that? You're the one, quote, platforming Candace Owens. She and I don't have that kind of relationship. Candace took a bunch of crap because she was very anti-Israel in the Gaza war. And it became a thing where you had to say she was terrible in her positioning. And then after Charlie died, she started questioning whether Israel had any role in it. And that's when they really tried to amp up the pressure on me to condemn her. And I refused because Charlie was starting to have serious questions about Israel. Not just its role in the Gaza war, but its influence.
Anti-vaccine people got crackhead logic, yeah.
On American politicians.
No, they really do.
Something.
No, because they also don't like hold themselves to the same standards because they thought that we'd be dead by like the first week. That didn't happen, so move the goalpost, move the goalpost, move the goalpost, take some ivermectin, move the goalpost, move the goalpost. Oh, people started getting sick with long COVID. Must have been from the vaccine. Oh. You mean they weren't vaccinated? Well, we got to find something. Myocarditis. Let's see. Was there a targeted study? So these people already had some COPD. Oh, okay. So here we go. Here we go. Here's what it was.
I spent hours and hours.
Not the smoking, pre-COVID, but the vaccine.
Hours discussing. So I had no problem.
You see how these people can be disingenuous as fuck, but convincing?
With Candace Owens asking those questions. And I refused to condemn her because I was under pressure from these people who...
mRNA vaccine mixed with the virus. That's what it was. They were already testing like mRNA vaccines well before that. That's why this just kind of, I know this sounds like kind of far-fetched, and there are parts of it that like, even to this day, I'm even like, all right, we'll see. But so far, so good, because I have seen like, oh, so you're telling me that this mRNA stuff was being tested from like the early 2010s, right? And we were kind of like, oh, this is very promising. And they were using it in cancer development, anti-cancer development, that kind of stuff. And then we got COVID, which again, novel. I remember when it was novel coronavirus, and it was just like, So this is a new thing. We have no idea how it works, and it's killing people very quickly. En masse. What should we do about this? If it was up to like all just like the Republican brain people, you know what? Survival of the fittest. You die, you die. Like literally, that was their answer. Ivan Drago, just if you die, you die.
And then that.
Meanwhile, here she is crying about her sister dying because obviously she's not that strong.
Morphed into then.
Oh, is she claiming that the vaccine killed her sister, by the way?
Everything Candace said thereafter, with which I may or may not have had serious problems, that I had to, where's the condemnation? And it was all really about the Israel.
Yeah, thanks to anti-vaxxers, polio's making a comeback. Hey, we got a full-blown measles outbreak, so.
And I'd rather
Welcome
die
back,
than
folks.
bend the knee to these people. I'd rather die than bend the knee. It won't happen. I didn't raise my fist and say BLM. And I'm not going to condemn the people they want me to condemn just so that I can get a little pat on my head from them. It's not important to me. What's
Nobody
important
gives
to me
a shit, Megan. You're pretty irrelevant.
Is I live
like realistically, nobody cares.
Free. And that, frankly, is what it means to be an American.
Oh, does it?
Megan Kelly, that is precisely why I am so fond of you. Thank you very much indeed for coming on Uncensored and giving me such a fantastic interview.
Lots of love.
Buff Kangaroo, thank you for the sub.
Well, joining me now is the host of the Daily Wire's Michael Knowles Show, Michael Knowles, Jack Posobiec, the senior editor at Human Events, who opened the alternative halftime show with Kid Rock, Glenn Greenwald, the host of System Update, and Mark Lamont Hill, host of Bet News. Panel, thank you for waiting patiently. Megan had a lot to get off steam there. Let me start with you, Michael Knowles.
What?
This whole Bad Bunny thing, I can't help but think that we've got to a place now in the United States where everybody's desperation to march to their tribal tune overrides any sense of reality or just staying calm and looking at something objectively. I watched the Bad Bunny show. I saw nothing problematic about it at all. I saw a Latino,
so we have Glenn Greenwald, Mark Lamont Hill
at the peak of his powers.
So we have one leftist. Cool.
Absolutely killing it in terms of the production.
Oh, he's an English foxhound.
And he's the most popular artist in the world right now. He belonged there. He owned the stage. He didn't criticize anybody. It was a message of love, of unity, of marriage. I don't get the rage about it.
Piers, you didn't get it because the English and the Americans are two people separated by a common language. So I forgive you for your misunderstanding, but the problem with it was that Bad Bunny hates America. He does.
You are teaching him bad lessons.
He doesn't just hate one president or some other president. He doesn't just hate some policy or some other policy. He is specifically irate over the enforcement of federal immigration law passed by both parties, enforced in history by both parties, and he has frequently thrown jabs at America, up to and including speaking a language that the vast majority of Americans do not speak at this performance. And then I think the key that he did not have good intentions here came at the end when he said, the one fleeting little bit of English in the performance, he said, "God bless America." And then he followed that up by naming a ton of Latin American countries. So when we hear God bless America, traditionally we use that to mean God bless.
Well, if money means treats, then yes, that's what he's saying.
Our country. He was using this in an ironic way to say, you're not even America. And then he named Chile, Argentina, some countries that I do.
No, you totally took that the wrong way. Like, dude.
Like else.
He was saying that we're all Americans, you dumb fuck. Because technically we are.
Salvador.
We got Central America. Then we got South America. Huh? And then we got us in Canada. North America. Oh, right. But United States is only America because, that totally tracks for how selfish and fucking cunty we are.
Cuba, great cigars and all of that. He didn't even make America the final country, the apotheosis.
We're not America. We're the United States of America.
Then went on to say Canada. And then finally he said, and my homeland, Puerto Rico. So even though Bad Bunny's an American citizen, he made a point to clarify. He said, I don't really consider myself American.
God. This is what by the way, this is what they're complaining about.
Homeland is Puerto Rico. It was just a thumb in the face of Americans, I think. And, there were other problems with the performance. I agree some of the choreography was well done. But the question you got to ask is, what is the Super Bowl halftime show for? Is it just for great entertainment? Is it just for musical prowess? Not really. The whole point of public games, going back to antiquity, going back to ancient Greece, is patriotism, is to support your country. And this ran totally contrary to that. That was obviously Bad Bunny's intention. And I just think he had no place there. He can go sing his songs. He can get lots of streams on Spotify, but that's not what the Super Bowl's for.
Mark Lamont Hill, I mean, there are 54 million Americans who have Spanish as their first language at home. That number is rocketing year by year by year. So,
Yeah, it's almost like that. You notice how that thing disappeared? The whole Great Replacement thing disappeared for a little bit, and then they just repackaged it?
In 20, 30 years, it's quite likely.
A little quieter now.
That the United States will have as many people who have
Sentiment's still there.
Spanish as their first language as have English, which, by the way, is my language. So the language thing in particular, I don't get. This is a guy who's the most streamed guy in Spotify history, I think, and he always sings in Spanish. Every album he does, every song is in Spanish. There's nothing unusual about Bad Bunny singing in Spanish. And if 54 million people in America understand it, does it really matter that a few other people like me, for example, watching from London, didn't understand what he was saying but enjoyed the show?
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, there are a few things here. First, you're right. 54 million people speak it as a first language. Tens of millions more speak it enough to understand it. So it's not as if he was speaking in some cryptic, indecipherable, obscure language. He was speaking in one of the most important languages in the world, and certainly one of the most important languages in the United States.
I just found out why his YouTube page has kind of been on hold. He got like a full-time gig with Al Jazeera.
United States. But let's not pretend that Americans only enjoy music that they understand. I mean, half the people, you go to any white bar in America and let it get late enough and Macarena come on. I promise you, they will be dancing their asses off.
He ain't wrong.
And they won't know a word of it. And guess what? It's just true. Okay.
He's nailing that.
But
yep.
Yeah, but performances aren't just about the language. It's about the dancing. It's about the set design. It's about the lighting. It's about all of the things that made that such a beautiful performance. You mentioned the wedding that took place. All these other things that took place there. I thought it was an amazing performance. I also just want to push back against this idea that Bad Bunny hates America. If Bad Bunny were to be someone who hated America, being from a colonized land of Puerto Rico, it would be understandable. But I don't want to conflate a principled critique of America or immigration or ICE with hating America. I have the same critique he does. Does that mean I hate
the Macarena argument? Checkmate, atheist.
America? Does everybody on the left hate America?
Yes.
I'm sure people on the right would say yes. But that becomes exactly. But that's what makes the argument.
I mean, he did just kind of win that one.
So.
They were all like, hey, I like the Macarena.
Unhelpful for the bigger conversations.
They're all like, do I remember how to do this?
Because we position anyone who disagrees with American policy or challenges American power arrangements as being a hater. And that's the issue.
No.
I think the performance was great.
Oh, wait, the hip grab.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
but I think that conversation has become so expansive that it outlives its usefulness.
Yo, you know how bad my memory is? They just lost somebody. I don't remember who it was.
We just lost Jack briefly.
Oh, Jack Posobiec.
We've got to take him.
All right, there we go.
Try and get him back. But Glenn Greenwald.
I was like, wait, we're missing someone.
It was a really interesting thing to watch it clean without having any social media reviews to look.
Yo, the two gay guys in the middle.
At first, I just watched it. First thing I did this morning, I watched.
If you know, you know.
And I really enjoyed it. And then I turned on social media, and suddenly I had to hate it or I had to love it, but there was no middle ground. There was no nuance.
They taught you the Macarena at Girl Scout camp? Really?
So there was nothing allowed. The president said...
I learned it from MTV with my sister.
It was the worst halftime show ever, just objectively from a piece of theater.
And then we rocked my my aunt's wedding with the Macarena because we knew how to do it like properly.
It's very hard to argue. Look, I think Michael Jackson did the greatest one ever, followed by Prince. Other people have different favorites, but as a piece of theater, I thought this was the best
Prince's was good.
I've ever seen. It was so elaborate, so smart, so clever, and I didn't get a sense of hatred. In fact, quite the opposite. I got a sense of love and marriage and harmony and unity, and I don't even agree about the Americas stuff because, the Americas are the Americas, and what's wrong with actually a Latino rapper acknowledging that the Americas go a little...
You're reminding us that technically we're not a white nation.
A little bit further than just the United States.
We don't even have an official language.
Of America.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think to me that's kind of the heart of the matter. I personally didn't like the halftime show all that much. Just like from a musical perspective, it's not the music I like. I'm not of the generation that, likes Bad Bunny.
Then shut the fuck up, Glenn.
Totally fine. I think the question is, why does everything now have to be put through this prism of this like existential right-left culture war? We can't even have the same halftime shows anymore at the Super Bowl. Kid Rock is an extremely ideological and politicized figure. Had he been the host of the presenter of the Super Bowl, the main presenter, I assume that the American right would have been fine with that, even though he's been extremely critical of American policy under Democratic presidents. Music and art of all kinds typically has a politicized component to it. We've had a ton of non-Americans be at the halftime show before, like Rihanna and Paul McCartney and The Who and Coldplay. It goes on and on. Here's an American presenter who's extremely successful. And I just
saw one of the weirder updates. So Trump is teasing an idea to make teachers wear body cams?
I think the problem
What?
is
That's not for safety.
everything gets catastrophized into this like intense culture war where you can't just say, I like the show or I don't. I like this artist or I don't. The reality is he's a gigantic, extreme.
I'm glad that I'm like hitting that middle age point where it's just like, oh, yeah, things really are going downhill. At least I don't have to be here that long. Like, I'm not inheriting this world. I already inherited some shit. You know, thanks, boomers. You really did us good there.
Popular musician among tens of millions of Americans, arguably the most popular, one of the top 5.
And now, ironically, you're staying alive too long for us to actually benefit. Good job.
And that's what the Super Bowl is naturally looking for.
Yeah, Jack Pacific, welcome.
Jacob FNZ. Appreciate the follow.
Welcome back. We lost you briefly there. Look, I got to say, you know, you were obviously instrumental in the rival show that went up. I really enjoyed that too. I watched all that in full as well, and I really enjoyed it. I love Kid Rock. I've interviewed him. I think he's a great character. But I think the point Glenn made
Transracialism
is perfectly made.
We're heading there. Just get used to it.
Which is, if he had been selected, Kid Rock,
that's good. Trust me. In the 30th century, that's going to be a very dumb talking point.
to perform the halftime show during a Democratic presidency.
Pep will be reincarnated back to this whole. Oh, I don't wanna. I don't wanna.
Biden.
If I come back with any self-awareness, I'll just be like, I don't want to do this again.
Barack Obama. You know, he's on record as being virulently critical.
Hey, Indy Fies. How you doing?
You know,
I don't know, man.
With the same rules.
I'm watching a fucking debate. I'm in my fun half. I'm nice and toasty. No, I'm not answering something like that because I don't know.
Why?
I'm going to just say that. I don't know.
You know, would the conservative right be happy with that?
Why are they so raged by Bad Bunny? Because he speaks habla español.
Apply intellectual honesty and say, actually, it applies to our side too. If you've been really critical of a president or a presidency, then de facto you're criticizing the country and you disqualify yourself from being able to perform the halftime show. In other words, I think there is an intellectual dishonesty here.
I mean, it's just objective. The boomers really fucked us. Shut the fuck up.
And it's very tribal. And in this case in particular, I don't see how
they did.
Anybody who watched it was.
And the thing is, statistically, if you think that, that means that you got money from your parents who, okay, you're one of the lucky ones.
With an open mind, could not
shut up.
Conclude it was just a very fun, entertaining 15 minutes, as was your show.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. And, you know, I think part of this, too, is, you know, we want to make sure that we're comparing apples to oranges because, you know, country music.
This is comparing apples to grapes, dude. Come on.
And rock music have not been featured at the Super Bowl in decades. And this was a
decades. You with an S? When was the Who on?
Key reason that when you looked at the show that we put on, you've got Kid Rock, who, you know, kind of straddles that bridge between rock.
Nobody gives a shit about Kid Rock anymore. Stop trying to make him a thing. We get it. You have no culture. And when you looked at Kid Rock, you were like, yeah, we love Kid Rock. Nobody else does.
And he does little rap sometimes.
No, dude. We took Eminem in that one. Like, Kid Rock and Eminem came from Detroit, same time, and we didn't ball with the ball. We went with Marshall Mathers.
Certainly in his earlier stuff. And then he also has country music with his newer stuff, moving obviously now into Christian with his latest song, which is tearing up the charts right now. Till You Can't.
Yes, those charts that are predicated on what now? Radio play? Radio stations are dying, so what is it predicated on? Spotify plays? I haven't seen him on Spotify.
And that cover that he did.
So
added to it with the tribute to Charlie. And so this is a group of people, this audience of people, which, by the way, overlaps very much with the demographics of who watches the NFL, who watches the Super Bowl, that has been completely underserved because for years, the Super Bowl...
Yeah, they also watch wrestling. Have you watched AEW recently?
Back to 2019, signed a deal with Rock Nation that's run by Jay-Z, as Megyn Kelly was talking about that a while ago. And they've completely rejected these...
Remember when South Park made fun of Christian rock bands? Yeah.
Type of artist.
they weren't wrong.
So country music, rock music, not shown the type of music that middle America, average Americans, what they would refer to as flyover America. Stephen Colbert was attacking people the other day saying, oh, these are a bunch of unknowns. You can't even...
You call it flyover America, you disingenuous fuck.
...pronounce their name.
What are you talking about? You live in Florida. Shut up.
Names, right?
Shut up. And then you live in Florida. You go back and forth to New York. It's called... Yeah. There's a reason that you're not exactly vacationing in Alabama.
More views...
You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Anybody got a picture of Jack Posobiec here vacationing in the Ozarks? Anybody? I mean, I would wait, but that'd be a long time. But yeah, if you got any pictures of him vacationing in the Ozarks, I'll take them.
Than he did. And by the way, the numbers just speak for themselves. It was the number...
I'm going to assume there's none.
...1 entertainment event in YouTube history, the #1 U.S. live stream in YouTube history, #1 American event in YouTube history, #1 English language.
The fact that he did ball with the ball and he didn't change the chicks with beepers line, I was like...
Live stream in YouTube.
I don't know. You ever gone somewhere and see like a piece of like memorabilia that really fucks with you? Like I was at the comic shop today and this there was like this tarp over a bunch of like the comic boxes and it was a Blockbuster tarp, like from when the dude worked at Blockbuster. Yeah, that it's like that where you're just like, well, that is old. Whoa.
So the numbers speak for themselves. There were a lot of people who switched over last night.
But why can't we just...
Dude, apparently The Undertaker started a podcast? Yeah.
Just enjoy both. Why does it have to be
it's not good.
Politicized, or as Glenn put it, catastrophized, where everyone races to be kind of virulent, when actually, what's there to be...
If you think it's a troll to tell me that most of my wrestling heroes are right-wingers, hey.
Virulent about? I mean, if Bad Bunny had turned all political during the...
Chris Jericho's wife was literally at January 6th.
...performance, I'd agree with you. It would have been inappropriate.
Well, he was politicizing it before. That he was the one who politicized it in the first place. This isn't even the first time that Bad Bunny has played a Super Bowl, right? He performed with Shakira back in 2019 when she was up on stage. You had a smaller part, a backup singer, but he wasn't being political back then. So
not a backup. It's called a feature. You dill.
Nobody really.
You're a backup commentator.
Batted an eye. Nobody had a problem with it. And Shakira, obviously, she's, I think, Colombian. Jennifer Lopez played there. She has a Puerto Rican.
Who's my favorite wrestler? CM Punk.
Ancestry. And nobody cared.
Brody King is my second. And then Macho Man's my all-time favorite.
Just a nice Latin music show. The point was that he was being political.
I assumed you meant, like, working.
All the way through. His choice back, I think it was October, when they announced him, is really...
And Kenny Omega.
What drove so many people to say,
fucking
you know what? I don't want to watch a show like that. We're going to turn the channel.
I just have to admit, after his diverticulitis, like, we're watching the end of Kenny Omega. It sucks.
We're going to put on something else. And we were able to really step up and meet that demand for something.
Fucking right. Macho Man step into a Slim Jim.
It's just pro-America. Is in English.
Hey, that's the one time I won't do the impression because, yeah, everybody does that.
Celebrates the country.
Enjoy watching you. Thank you.
Reaches out to a group of people that have been overlooked for decades.
Be kind, rewind. That was literally on the fucking banner. Be kind, rewind. And then it had like the, what do they call the game thing? It was like not Game Freak. GameSpot? No, fuck. It was like their place where they used to like have the Nintendo 64. That was also there.
To be clear,
I mean, well, hang on one second.
I'll take a picture of it next week. I'll put it in Discord.
You know, I made this point to Megyn Kelly earlier. Is in a way, he's the perfect American story. He was born in Puerto Rico, part of the United States. His dad was a truck driver. His mum was a teacher. You know, I
find it funny that all the right-wingers on the panel have given a separate reason why.
Any money or any privilege.
Contradicting reason why.
He worked his way to the top. He worked hard. He got a break. He took it. And he's
have a good one. Alexander and Decker. I will see you later.
The biggest star.
New Wolfpack was the shiznit.
The world.
New Wolfpack is where it lost me.
I mean, if you look at just his down...
I hate to say, when Sting joined the Wolfpack, I was out.
Downloads on Spotify. He's #1. He's the guy. And therefore, he's earned his ticket to the Super Bowl. And frankly, if the
criteria... calling it right or left? Hey, I appreciate that.
Super Bowl performance is you can't be critical of any administration, then you're going to rule out almost everybody.
Time for me to go be a good wage cook. Oh,
most of these celebrities, for better or worse, at
Have a
some
good day at work.
stage criticize a president or a presidency, and it depends whether they're from the right or left, which one they do. But if we're going to be honest about this, I don't think that can be a criteria for deselection. Nobody wants some
Sting was your favorite? Nice.
politicizing the actual performance.
I saw him with Darby Allin in AEW.
But if we're going to say, look, you can't be critical
Happy I got to see his last run.
or politically active at all, and otherwise you can't perform, who's going to be left?
Well, I agree with you, Piers, that Bad Bunny has benefited greatly from America. The problem is he constantly shows ingratitude, including...
Oh, my God.
During the performance.
I have always hated these motherfuckers just being like, I don't like Italian Americans that show ingratitude for the country. I don't like Irish Americans who show ingratitude. Get fucked, you cunt.
Performance. The very fact that he made this little joke at the end, he said, God bless America, but I'm actually going to name all these Latin American.
That's like 7 times I've said that word today.
American countries. I'll throw America in there somewhere toward the end, but I'm going to claim Puerto Rico as my homeland, not America, even though I'm an American citizen. That is an expression of the kind of ingratitude that we were expecting from Bad Bunny. The fact that if we were supposed to have this great unifying performance, the fact that he sang exclusively in a language that
well, he wasn't born in Florida, numbnuts.
Most Americans, and certainly most Super Bowl viewers, don't speak, is offensive. That demonstrates an ingratitude toward the country. And even if he were talented and skilled, and I'm not saying that he is, I find his music awful. I'm totally with Glenn there. Even if he were talented and skilled, the Super Bowl halftime show is not some purely meritocratic event. We do it for a reason, and we do the Super Bowl for a reason. This is America's, not the whole hemisphere. A lot of the hemisphere like soccer.
I had to choose one of the longest Piers Morgans.
This is America, USA, baby. This is our main sporting event of the year. It's a celebration of America. The purpose of it is for
patriotism is fucking cringe. Yes, it is.
Patriotism.
Nationalism is cringe in general, but patriotism is a special type of cringe. Wrapping yourself in the flag, just America, yeah. Want to fuck my flag every day, yeah.
It would be nice if the audience were able to understand the music, and it would be nice if the performer didn't constantly express antipathy for the country that I think you're right has been very good to him. I just don't think he's been very good for the country.
Did you understand the music? You speak Spanish?
Hang on.
I'm curious. I'm just asking.
No, I want to ask Michael a follow-up, which is this. So when Donald Trump...
Well, can you just answer that yes or no?
What was the question?
Hang on. Well,
do you speak Spanish? Did you understand the music?
No, I have Italian, a touch of French, and Latin, but unfortunately, Bad Bunny doesn't sing in any of my preferred languages. Esperanto would have been better.
Okay,
but I only asked because you criticize his talent as a... Go ahead. Well, I'll come back to it.
Well, I can understand percussion and rhythm and melody even in another language, and that was all pretty bad.
All right, but you understand Italian.
Anyway, Piers, you're right.
I speak a bit of it.
Right. But you understand that he's a rapper, and so the skill would be the lyrics, and you didn't understand the lyrics. Yet you're saying he's not skilled at his profession, which is writing lyrics.
Yes, music isn't exclusive to a single language. It involves notes and chords and percussion, so you can understand those even in a different language.
Let me bring this. Right,
but that's not the point I'm making. You're being obtuse. He's being obtuse. What I said is his skill as a writer is to. I understand what music means, but what we're talking about was his writing. You said his skill, his express skill is writing music. It's lyrics, and you're saying you didn't understand the lyrics and you're doubting his skill.
You inserted that because you tried to make a point that I refuted.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm telling you what his professed skill is, what his articulated skill is.
I thought he was a dancer and a singer and a pop star. You're trying to narrow it to try to save your point. Right.
Look.
No, I'm not trying to doing that. I'm trying to make a point that you're not listening to.
All right, Mark, look, let's just agree, whether you like him or not, he's obviously a brilliant singer-songwriter, or he wouldn't be the most streamed, downloaded guy in the world. The point I would make to you, Mike...
He's saying he's not a great songwriter. That's the point I'm making.
Well, hang on. Please let me ask a question, which is, again, a question I put to Megyn Kelly. Donald Trump, in 2016 on the campaign trail, played Nessun Dorma by Luciano Pavarotti at every single one of his rallies. He's played it at the RNC, right? And it's all in Italian. I didn't see anybody leaping up.
But Italian's a white language, you fuck.
Up and down saying, well, we can't understand it, therefore it's an insult to all Republicans.
The birthplace of fascism. Why wouldn't he love it?
What's the difference?
Has he seen it in a Godfather movie?
Difference between whatever Bad Bunny does and a 100-year-old beautiful Italian opera by Puccini. But even putting that aside, President Trump plays Nessun Dorma at the end, a beloved song in America. Well, the difference is one is a much higher form of art and a much more beautiful song that is much more widely appreciated in America for 100 years.
And that's the point I'm making.
Hey, Sputnik's back to say the exact same thing he said earlier. Liberal jerk-off.
And beyond that, though, this is an important clarification. President Trump plays this beloved song in a foreign language once at his campaign events. The rest of the events are in English. You know, I've been to some of them. And so had Bad Bunny done one number in Spanish or something, I don't think anybody would really be complaining about that. The fact that his entire performance at the apotheosis...
Well, historically, Italy is literally the birthplace of fascism, you know. Mussolini... Read a history book.
Of American sporting events excludes English, which is the language.
This isn't something that most of the time is argued politically, but since someone's a little sensitive.
Of the United States tells
what about
you that he was making a political point.
Lady Gaga, hang on, Lady Gaga sang her song in English.
That's true, but Bad Bunny did not sing in English, and so the criticism here is of Bad Bunny.
But I'm not a liberal, Sputnik.
I suppose there are other criticisms of Lady Gaga, but she was friends with Tony Bennett, so she gets a pass from me.
Potato Nicholas.
So can I respond now?
I think I do think you're struggling a bit on this. I have to say about
no,
the
not at all. You
but,
understand? Here's the distinction: is Nessun Dorma is a very famous, popular song, but this is one small moment, a little cultural flavor, a little
for how long?
Spice in President Trump's campaign events. The rest.
Pretty sure Booker T is going to surpass the generations here.
That is in English, which is accessible, and he's promoting it. I'm not saying we can't have a little variety or exotic flavor in life, but it's kind of like the old melting pot imagery of America. If you put a little foreign...
Well, keep putting me in your little preconceived notion of what I am, and you can go on with that. That's fine.
Spice in that might improve your food. If the entire meal is just...
I'm a leftist. Ooh. Soy boy.
Curry or something. It's going to be a little too much. It's going to be too many.
Never understood the soy boy thing because it's like, wait, do you not eat soy on your rice because like you're afraid of being called a soy boy?
Tamales in the
I could see that.
pot is going to ruin the Super Bowl performance.
Like I said, no one's gayer than a bunch of right wingers just like trying not to look gay.
Hey, Pierce, can I ask Michael a question?
That's really disturbing and disgusting. I still haven't been able to respond.
I can't put soy on my rice. That might give it a little bit too much flavor, and then I might also be called a soy boy.
Too many tamales are very disgusting. I agree.
Let me bring in Glenn quickly. Then we're going to stop.
How fucking just.
Like if you look at the last 20 years,
exhausting is it to care that much about shit like that?
Years of Super Bowl presenters, huge numbers of them have been non-American, going back like to the aftermath of 9/11 when we had the Rolling Stones and U2 and Paul McCartney.
No, I like using their homophobia against them.
And
I know. Today, like, it's an experimental day where I'm just like, no, you know what? Like, they're gay for Trump. They're gay for this. They're gay for that.
The Who, all kinds of groups that are not even American. And there's all sorts of other ones as well. But
also anybody that comes after me for saying like, oh, you're using homophobia. It's like, no, I'm calling them gay because they like men. I'm just being objective here.
Extremely politicized musicians, to say nothing of people like Madonna and others who have hosted halftime shows. I don't understand why they are totally fine. These
fuck Trump,
non-American, these foreign
ternary. Yeah, I guess the joke did go over my head.
These
it's been a long streak.
People who are highly politicized, and then suddenly Bad Bunny, who's an extremely popular artist among most Americans.
Oh yeah, like how they banned Bud Light because they fucking sponsored what's her face.
Not everybody here, but among most Americans, that's why he's so popular.
Because they sung Trump penis.
Hosting Saturday Night Live, a central figure to American entertainment.
Tiny Trump penis.
And culture is suddenly such a problem. Like, what is the difference?
Trump has such tiny penis.
Difference between him.
That's why it takes the line so long to get through, is because they have to like get through all the fat. They have to like kind of like find it, and each time. Do you think they all talk about it afterwards though, where it's like they're cleaning up? They're just like they all have like a little rag with a little bit of orange on it, and they're just like. Yeah, that was a little harder than I thought it would be. And I'm not talking about his dick.
And past musicians.
I'm happy to explain it. So all of the foreign artists you're citing.
This has been a fun day.
Just
Can I jump in and respond at some point?
come from England. 1 second, Mark. As Mark Glenn was asking me a question.
Oh, man.
One similarity that they all have is they all speak English, and our country, in fact, comes from England.
90% of America's never heard a Bad Bunny before Sunday. That is true.
So we have a shared cultural patrimony, and all of those artists are beloved in
If I wasn't a wrestling fan, I probably wouldn't know who he is.
America. They're all.
But yeah, then he started a tag team with Damian Priest, and that was just like, hey, this Bad Bunny guy's all right.
Lives. There's no doubt about it, but they're kind of polite about it. They're not.
And then I heard Booker T, and I was just like, this song rules.
Not in your face. They're not, for instance, pushing transvestitism and like guys grinding on each other and like attacking ICE and federal law enforcement. They're not pushing that like Bad Bunny is. So I think it's just different.
Madonna's like, I don't know, in her 80s. And trust me, you don't want her performing. You don't want her performing. You will regret that.
In kind.
She still thinks she's in her 20s.
Madonna is not
we have very different memories of Madonna.
Madonna,
if I could just point,
pushed.
Pushes slightly deviant sexual.
You know what's funny? I have a Madonna cover of a random magazine where she's literally grabbing her puss. But Kay.
I could point out the elephant.
I agree.
If I could point out the elephant as the token Englishman here.
Listen to more music outside your genres? Hell yeah.
If I could point out the elephant in the
reggaeton is
room, which you've just hinted at.
Hey, I was a Sean Paul fan before all this, so
you don't even speak.
My wife makes fun of me. She's like, "You're one of the only people I've ever known to like."
Why do you have Cheetos dust on your lips? It's not Cheetos dust.
Thanks for the 5, man. Okay. But yeah, my wife has actually made fun of me for unironically liking Sean Paul. Like, if I got like tickets to see Sean Paul, I would be like so happy.
You guys speak English.
No idea.
You speak a foreign language, which is mine. It's my language.
We perfected that language, Piers. That's the distinction.
Actually, in many ways, you've ruined it, and you know you have. Right, whole fire panel. I'm going to come back to you in a moment. I want to be joined now by Professor Scott Galloway, whose new campaign, Resist and Unsubscribe, calls on Americans to cancel ties with a host of brands in protest against ICE and President Trump.
Based.
Scott, welcome back to Uncensored.
We're keeping him up.
It's good to be with you, Piers. Glad to see you back in action.
Sean Paul rules. Fuck yeah, he does.
Thank you. I would say fit and raring, but I basically hobbled up my high street for 20 minutes today, and that's the limit of my range, but I'll take it. Small acorns. Just, first of all, do you have a view about Bad Bunny, about this whole
I also have a
debate?
I don't know. I got a love for Mr. 305 worldwide.
You know, I was in the UK. I didn't even
Pitbull rules.
watch his show. I saw clips of Bad Bunny. He's the most popular artist in the world. I just hope you had a nice time. I hope the fans had a nice time. And it's just sort of
exposing a lot here because it's like, yeah, this is pretty much my iPod.
Sort of disappointing that everything has to digress into a politicized argument. I hope, you know, my favorite commentary on the Super Bowl was from the account that's supposed to be Elmo, the Sesame Street character, and that is that
no, Sean Paul and Pitbull should have done. Oh,
we hope that both teams.
That would have been my ultimate Super Bowl. Oh, Shakira. Oh,
both teams had a really fun time. I just don't care. I'm glad. The majority of America.
Now, if they could have done this in 2007.
Now, under the age of 18, is now non-white. The NFL was a brilliant move to bring on an artist that's the most popular person in the world.
I had the biggest crush on Shakira.
So people watched it, seemed to enjoy.
Still do. Fuck it. You know what? No, still do.
It's not,
she looks great.
Not my kind of music, but I heard Tom Petty or George Michael wasn't available. So more power to them.
I didn't know much about him, but I got to say I really enjoyed it. But that's before I looked at social media and was instructed to hate it or love it. So let's get to what your
Shakira at 70 you take
about. Resist and unsubscribe.
I have a feeling I'm with you.
Those who are not familiar with it, just in simple terms, articulate what the campaign is trying to achieve.
Well,
I met this woman. Her name's Shakira. She said her hips don't lie. Oh, boy, do they not.
Oh, I've been upset by some of the actions of the Trump administration, specifically as it relates to kind of a mass.
Lots of blue pills flowing that day.
Secret police, I think, terrorizing American cities is how I would describe it. And I think action absorbs anxiety, so I've taken my modest footprint and asked people to resist and unsubscribe. If you look at where Trump has backed away from policies, it's not because of protest or even the courts, it's been when the markets respond.
Yeah.
So when you backed away from the notion of annexing Greenland or away from punitive kind of irrational tariffs, it was when the bond market or the S&P collapsed. And right now, only 10 companies make up 40% of the S&P, and those companies are highly dependent upon subscription revenues. So I wanted to send a signal that people have kind of this weapon hiding in plain sight, and that is their non-participation, specifically to unsubscribe from big tech platforms. So I built a site, Resist and Unsubscribe, where you can learn how to easily unsubscribe from different big tech subscription platforms. I'm getting about 100,000 unique sites a day. I think we're going to get somewhere between 300,000 and 1 million unsubscriptions. But I want to send a signal to Americans that the most radical act in a capitalist society is non-participation, and that you have power.
No, it's literally getting rid of, when I got rid of Disney, I initially thought that it didn't matter, but then I've been seeing their emails begging me to come back. It's like, okay.
Or to decide where you want to spend your money and where you don't want to spend your money.
Do you own stock in any of the big...
This guy's voices the cure to insomnia. Yeah.
You personally?
I do, and I've decided I'm going to sell. I own stock in Apple and Amazon. I've started selling my Apple stock. To be honest, Amazon's a tough one for me because it was my big tech stock of 2026. I want to be clear, Pierce. I don't have perfect moral clarity around this, and I'm not telling people which platforms they should unsubscribe from or if they shouldn't go into work. I'm a guy like you who has some economic security, so I don't want to lecture. I don't want to be generous with other people's time or money.
Yeah, I was about to say, careful with that shit.
What I'm suggesting is that if, like me, you go on, you can find out that you might have 3 Apple TV Plus accounts, you didn't realize it. That maybe you don't need 3 LLM subscriptions. I found out when I unsubscribed from Amazon Prime, I was a member of Amazon One Health, and I'd been paying $200 a year for the last 6 years. Do you need 2?
What the fuck? You make an amount of money that, honestly, what the God? This is why I keep saying, guys, like, they can't conceptualize money. That's why I'm convinced that everybody that's in my chat that, like, trolls is making under $75K a year.
Ride-hailing programs.
They don't understand. They just don't get it. They don't get what it means to actually have money.
But I'm going to be transferring my assets out of Goldman Sachs into the RBC branch in Minneapolis. I'm going to sell down my Apple and my Amazon stock. I'm going to try and lead by example here, but I want to be clear. I'm not perfect. I will still always opt for my economic security. But the people who take time on a Saturday to protest.
So you're a sellout.
The people who are...
If it means your economic security or actually joining a broader movement, then you're always going to choose yourself, so you're a sellout. Do not try to be a voice for this movement unless you're willing to make the hard sacrifices. Honestly, because of this, I was initially just going to speed it up. I actually take back what I was saying. This guy's not as base as I thought.
Calling on people to punish tech companies, not merely for supporting Trump.
That's not okay.
Or in some cases in any way supporting Trump, but because he rightly observes.
Make your cap.
They're propping up.
This is why you shouldn't live beyond your means.
The U.S. stock market. And so the upshot of all of it is that the left wants to tank the U.S. economy in order to punish President Trump for the crime of having been elected by most American voters. I get it. You know, if my party had just been vanquished at the polls and if the other party had unified government, I might be trying to make these desperation plays too. I think it's contrary to the common good.
How come you guys aren't actually doing anything like substantial because you have all 3 branches of the government? It's almost like this would be the perfect time to do some, really popular legislation and get it passed and like kind of shape the country for the next, couple 100 years even. But you're doing that just in the laziest, most capitalistic way that leaves all of us behind. Great job.
I think if the U.S. economy actually did take a serious hit, that would really
it's coming.
Hurt people.
If any of you recognize trends, especially economic trends, then you know it's coming.
Of the people that the professor claims to speak for, I think it's unpatriotic generally, but I kind of get it because they've tried their electoral and political and legal means. They've tried to take out Trump 10 ways from Sunday, and it hasn't worked. So I guess the last attack is let's try to destroy Amazon.com.
Scott, your response?
Yeah, we don't know each other, but I can guarantee you there's almost nothing that's desperate about my life. Two,
Not your life,
if you
the
look at
campaign
polls,
is what I'm saying.
If you look at polls, I would argue that
I thought you guys didn't trust in polls.
polls are not the president's friend right now. And what we have is probably the most unpopular
You just saw him do that.
president at this
I just brought polls. Ah, that's right. I shouldn't bring up polls because polls aren't great.
point in the presidency in history. And two, everyone has the right to decide where they're going to spend money and where they aren't. And we have a very fragile economy right now, which is 10 companies propping up the S&P and responsible for 70% of the earnings.
Jesus Christ. Did he take a fucking melatonin before doing this?
And if somebody decides that they want to send a message to the administration and a message to the president and a message to
As long as this guy's in here, I got to speed this shit up.
tech leaders who have been texting me how upset they are about these policies, but not speaking out publicly, then I think that's their right. And
What
I think
policies
that an
do you
economic,
object to, Professor?
well, having a mass secret police shooting mothers in the face or denying a
secret
person's
police?
first second.
You're referring to
Excuse me,
Border
sir, please
Patrol.
stop interrupting me. I let you.
I'm just trying to
I let you
clarify.
prattle. I let you prattle on with your trafe. Let me
I
finish.
know,
and I'll
I'm
let
just
you
trying to
finish.
understand what you're attempting
Denying
to
a
say. You're
person's
He just called you out for being fucking a trifling piece of shit.
first
Border Patrol and
second,
secret police?
denying a person's First, Second, and Fourth Amendment rights, putting 10 bullets in them.
Michael Knowles is not doing as well as he was before, and you can tell.
A person, an ICU nurse,
You're
who is
talking about
taking
Alex
care
Preddy and Renee Good.
You know, secretly, all these guys wish a Democrat won
is taking care of veterans.
because they have to go out there every day and defend this shit every day. Like, I just thought about this. Being a MAGA commentator has to be a level of exhausting that I will never experience because I'm not a mouthpiece for any party or person or any of this shit. These guys need to hold to that to continue their grift. That's insane.
Bringing the chaos of the border to every city,
Like, I would feel bad for him if he wasn't such a piece of shit, but like, no, you made your bed, Mike. Lay in it.
having a mass secret police, tariffs that
What
make
is secret
absolutely
about
no
Border Patrol,
economic
Professor?
success and are declining or
about it?
hurting the prosperity of Americans. I think there's a lot to choose from here.
Okay, so I wanted to clarify because you say that you're very upset and we need to tank the U.S. economy in order to stop these.
They don't believe most of the shit they say. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I did not say we need to tank the U.S. economy.
You said you want to damage the companies that are propping up the U.S. economy. So I'll just make the
I
point.
say it's your right
you
to
say,
support, to not support companies.
You say
who
it's
do
their right,
not
but you're
believe-
calling on them to do it. So you're encouraging them. This is not a neutral action. You're saying that you want that to happen, and you want it to happen because President Trump is deporting people, not through a secret police, through a very public police.
That's not the fucking. The deportations aren't the problem, numbnuts. It's the fact that they fucking shot 2 citizens and then tried to cover it up.
Border Patrol.
But you want to sit here trying to mince words and be like, oh, you know what? It's you guys are against immigration.
And ICE.
No.
Obama deported more
Fucking nerd. Yeah,
Are
you're
following the
fucking
laws
Trump.
passed, excuse me, Professor,
Obama
following the
Twice
laws
already.
passed
People
by
than
the
Trump.
U.S. Congress and the laws that President Trump won the popular vote to enforce after
No, by 1.7%. Do you want to play the math game on that one?
years of lawless neglect by Joe Biden. That's what you're saying. And
What
your
is the
example that you
popular
point to
opinion?
is when a woman drove her 4,000-pound SUV into an officer and he rightly shot her because of that. You're saying that this is justification to ignore the law, ignore the 2024 election, and destroy the U.S. economy. Real smart stuff.
So you believe, well, there's just not a lot of common ground here, sir. You believe that woman was
I agree.
properly shot?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think if you drive
Okay,
your
so
car into a cop,
we
you
just-
probably
we
he's
just-
justified in shooting.
Let's
you.
agree. Let's agree to disagree. And if you want to support these firms, you can. I've decided not to.
All right. I think you've made an unpatriotic decision, and I'm pretty certain you're going to fail, but it's certainly your right to try.
Well, I appreciate you granting me
Scott,
that right.
Scott, just finally,
You can tell which one's an actual intellectual that like teaches people and the other one that just podcasts, to grift.
I mean, I've seen what you said.
Pretty sure that Michael Knowles is not exactly comfortable in his sexuality. Look up why.
About this on your own website.
You could just Google Michael Knowles gay ? You'll get what you want.
The most potent weapon to resist the administration is a targeted month-long national economic strike, a coordinated campaign that attacks tech companies and firms enabling ICE.
I can talk so fast. Yeah, well, it's because they learned from like Destiny because they thought Destiny was like the quintessential leftist, so they had to fucking meet him where he was.
Damage with minimal impact on consumers.
Just more damage that destiny has done.
In sum, the shortest path to change without hurting consumers is an economic strike targeted at the companies driving the markets and enabling our president. Is there not a danger that if it is successful, and there is a big month-long economic strike, that it could precipitate a much bigger problem with the market and ultimately end up really damaging your average consumer? In other words, how do you control it? If he starts going into free...
Well, Janine, stop being stupid, and I wouldn't have to actually, I wouldn't have to insult you.
If it did have...
If you weren't being stupid. But you're being stupid.
Huge take-up.
So I'm going to treat you like you're stupid.
What's the control valve? How do you not become Dr. Frankenstein?
Well, I think it's pretty easy. I think when the president moves back from the kind of edge of fascism, when he stops this nonsense talk about annexing Greenland, the market's immediately...
You couldn't even spell libtards right, you fucking idiot.
Recovered. When he...
Hey, guys, Janine is an idiot.
Decides that these irrational, sclerotic...
I don't know. If you're going to try and, do this thing where, you have some conviction in your insult, maybe take the time to type it out right.
Very anti-capitalist, socialist-like tariffs where we're alienating our allies.
Oh, you don't have to value my opinion. I'm just calling you stupid in front of in a pretty public forum here where, they can all see it for their eyes, or with their eyes, they can see it for themselves. Lubtard.
When the bond market crashes, he pulls back from that.
Work harder.
And the bond market recovers. So,
Janine, you're lazy. You know you're wrong. You know you're unpopular. That's why you're here.
I think that any damage inflicted on these companies' growth,
keep going,
or on the markets could easily be walked back by deciding that, okay, federal agents should not.
Otherwise, your deep insecurity would not even be a thing if you were, secure. But you have a deep insecurity because you know that we're right. You know the country's not heading in the right direction. You know that there's going to be pushback in a way that is going to likely alienate you politically for a good long time. So... yeah, you're just kind of, I would say, enjoying it, but here you are, seeping just in your insecurity.
Not be wearing masks. I don't.
Not even able to make fun of the libtard, right? I'm a libtard, guys.
It would be very difficult at all. One, I love that you're getting this movement the credit that I hope it achieves. But like all of these other decisions, they've been easily walked back. I'm not looking for a change in government. I'm not looking for people to be imprisoned. I'm looking for some basic decency and a respect of co-equal branches of government, and for
Etch, I'm done fucking around.
For him to listen to the U.S. populace, who distinctly believe and clearly have stated that they think that these mass police...
I have just had it.
These actions have gone way too far.
Professor Scott Galloway, great to have you back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Piers. Good to see you back.
Let's go back to the panel. I actually want to move on to a different issue, which is the issue...
There's more
of the Trump.
This isn't the Billy Mays I wanted.
Trump meme that he posted.
Wait, how long is this? Oh my God.
Featured, well, we'll show a bit of it here, but it featured the Obamas as apes in a jungle, as cartoon apes. Now, as we know, originally the White House tried to explain this was part of a wider meme, which it was, which featured a number of politicians in the jungle.
Yeah, but this is still not exactly what I would call good decision making.
Although it was quickly pointed out there were no apes in the Jungle Book, so it didn't quite work. But it was.
No, there were apes in the Jungle Book, not in the Lion King. Get your fucking media right.
It was part of a wider meme.
God damn it, you capitalist fucks.
That was the original explanation.
How in the fuck am I going to get this better?
With
what?
No apology or anything. But then as the backlash...
If you're going to love capitalism, at least know Disney.
...began to spread not just from people on the left, but also to Republicans, Donald Trump came out and said that actually it had been posted by a staffer late at night, erroneously.
I love how little that actually... and then Trump came out, he's like, no, I did it. This was me, on me.
Done that he hadn't seen it. Now, as with all these things, let me start with you...
Don't try to take credit for my funnies.
Mark Lamont Hill on this. As with all these things, I thought the best thing to do was to go and look at the original. Look at the original, which I did. The original clip which Trump reposted was 60 seconds long, of which the Obama bit was the last 3 or 4 seconds. It is entirely plausible to me that Trump never got to that bit, that he saw the stuff at the start, which was all about Biden and all these things he's been claiming about Biden's administration being...
It's almost like you're the fucking leader of the free world and you should be held to a higher standard than your average fucking Twitter user.
And so on. It's quite possible to me that Trump, who hasn't got a great attention span, never got to it.
Oh, that's awesome. Our commander-in-chief doesn't have... He has the span of a TikTok fucking child. Cool.
It's also quite possible he's not telling the truth about the erroneous staffer, and it was him that did it. We don't know. It's definitely a fact that the White House came up...
Glenn, you've written, like, actual journalism. You happy that you're here? You don't look too happy that you're here.
With one explanation, and then he...
Why is his eye swollen? This motherfucker fart in his blanket?
Contradicted that with another. So...
Yeah, he definitely farted in his pillow and accidentally laid in it.
I've seen the argument that obviously people say this shows he's a disgusting racist and blah, blah, blah. But do you accept the possibility that he just never saw it? And that actually, in the end, very late, they did delete it and they acknowledged it shouldn't have been posted?
I can't imagine that the most thoughtful, nuanced, educated, and curious president in American history, the most stable genius in the history of the U.S. presidency, didn't carefully read every single thing that gets posted on Truth Social. I believe in his commitment to the job, and therefore I'm willing to accept that he saw it. But let's say, however implausible it is, that he didn't see it, that a staffer posted.
He even got Jack with that one.
My first question would be, well, what kind of staffers do you have who would have this type of judgment? Now, everybody, Democrat, Republican, hires bad people. So I wouldn't hold him purely accountable for hiring a bad person, although I would suspect that the person he hired is not only bad, but racist. But if that were the case, the next step would be to say, hey, I hired a staffer who did a really awful thing, or not he himself, but perhaps the press secretary would say, hey, we made a bad choice. Somebody did something awful. The president didn't know about it. We got rid of them yesterday. And this is a non-issue. In fact, he may even look like
Glenn devolving into audience capture grifter is actually pretty funny. Yeah.
An anti-racist hero. But instead, they tried to convince us that we shouldn't believe what we saw with our
him and Matt Taibbi. Holy
eyes.
Shit.
They convinced us that we misunderstood, that we were taking it out of context, that if we could only understand this movie, or if we could only understand how media works. I mean, there are all these narratives coming, not exclusively from the White House, but from other sources as well, that the problem was us, that our sensitive eyes and ears were the problem. And it was only after the backlash started coming from people like Tim Scott and others who said, look, even we think this is bad. We love kissing the president's butt. We don't think anything is racist, and we still think, I don't know, maybe you shouldn't put the Obamas as monkeys. It was only then that they were able to take this third tack. It's the lying and the dishonesty and the misdirection that makes it hard to believe or trust any of it from them. And that's why I'm frustrated from this.
Jack Posobiec, it's quite hard to know what to believe here, isn't it? Because of the changing narrative from the White House itself. And Mark raises a good point.
Why does Jack Posobiec's face look like a dog's butthole?
It was a staffer who did this erroneously late at night. Given the obvious damage,
just an observation,
it caused to the reputation of the White House and the president, because it's blatantly racist, that part of that meme at the end, why is that person not being fired?
Yeah, look, Piers, I caught this a little bit late as far as everyone, when it was going viral, and I didn't even realize, to your point, that it was at the end of a longer video, which, I think anyone's been on social media long enough, they've probably had something like that happen, where they post something, where you watch part of it, and you think, oh, this is great, I'm going to retweet it, I'm going to embed it, and then...
That's what happens when you spend 22 hours a day on Twitter.
And suddenly there's something that pops up at the end that, you didn't intend to. I do kind of buy that that's probably what the explanation was.
I can't even, furl my face.
As to what happened, I probably think they just missed the end. It was one of those autoplay deals. But at the same time, that being said, I would say that you gotta tighten up the social media team, whatever that is. So if this was a staffer, you gotta tighten that up.
It was auto scroll.
Certainly, there's been
that's a new one
turnover already in the social media team.
So you're telling me the president of the United States is putting an auto scroll out there as his own truth? I'm not sure if that's better, Scott.
Team around the president.
I actually think that might be worse.
Around the White House. Wouldn't be the first time.
Bro, did you really just make that your main argument?
And as a staff, that you do actually have to overview what is getting posted on your account. You have to view what is going up, what is going out.
They got their best and brightest on this one, guys.
Because that's going to ultimately reflect on your administration. It's going to reflect on your White House. And so if you're doing social media for the president, guess what? That's your job. First and foremost, your full job.
Why are you still promoting a halftime show that you didn't even win with?
Glenn Greenwald, I mean...
Dude, you didn't even beat the Puppy Bowl. That's embarrassing. Like the Puppy Bowl is objectively better than the Super Bowl. Like, I love me some Puppy Bowl, which the winner died. Like, depressing.
I wonder.
But Yeah.
How many
less depressing than Kid Rock lip syncing in the first half of his little fucking performance there. That was cringe as fuck.
people went and looked at the whole meme that was posted
As someone who actually like has Kid Rock's like first album
by Trump on his tweets?
Yeah, his performance of Bob at the Bar, where like he just like kept dropping the mic and shit, it was just like, oh damn.
Social. Because I do think it changes the
like...
potential context. Because it is 60 seconds long. The Obama thing just pops up out of nowhere, completely disconnected.
At that point, I'd rather just watch like a Hatsune Miku kind of thing.
To what you've previously watched. It's almost like it's, a conspiracy theorist, and it may not be a mad conspiracy, would almost suggest this has been done deliberately to trap the White House or trap Trump or trap people on the right to post this. Well, it could be.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Oh, yes. It's a trap. It's a honey trap.
Positive. And it's not a mad idea. You put something right at the end of something they all love to look at, which is the earlier part of the meme absolutely is into the MAGA playbook.
Yes.
And then at the end, you put something
So you're telling me that preying on your idiocy is actually a good tactic? Cool. Thank you for that.
in there very quickly, which is incredibly racist. and
Note
offensive,
taken.
And you hope people don't notice, which it
Yep.
looks to me like they didn't.
Cool.
Do you believe, Glenn, that Donald Trump saw that
Well,
bit of the meme?
you may believe that bullshit. Most people don't.
Saw the Obamas as apes in a jungle.
Like, I've never sent my wife a tunny nug, or like a tiny nugget, or tubby nugget. Sorry, not tiny nugget. Tubby nugget video, thinking, oh, this might end with some just like, oopsie racism.
And still posted it himself.
I
Hi, friend.
honestly don't. And the
You look like you're having a bad day. Well, you know what will make that better? A little bit of racism.
reason why I don't is because Donald Trump has been in public life for 10 years. He's obviously
Shout out Tubby Nugget for making my days better.
made a lot of statements that have been controversial, polarizing. Lots of people found offensive. Lots of people found racist. But this is a level of sort of bluntness and overtness, just like, hey, I'm going to post a video that shows the Obamas as apes. That just seems unlikely to me to have appealed to Trump as something that he ought to post. There have been people who have isolated this video and seem to have demonstrated that it
Seriously, why does he look like he farted into a pillow and just was just like...
comes as kind of a continuation of the video into a next video, that it wasn't even part of the original video. And the fact that Trump took it down, that the White House took it down, is the kind of expression of regret that you rarely see from Trump, I think, indicating that this is a line that he would not typically...
Oopsie. You know what? I did an oopsie racism. You know what? Everybody will get over it.
typically have crossed if it had been something that he had actually seen and had registered.
What if we just double down?
I absolutely believe it's something that he just didn't end up seeing, despite the change in explanations. The one thing I want to quickly add, though, is I do think that there has been a lot of kind of increased transgression when it comes to overtly racial themes in our discourse, in large part because there's been a lot of censorship, a lot of suppression, and that creates a backlash where people say, no, I'm going to prove that I can talk about this. And then the other thing is...
No, it wasn't an auto scroll where they were watching that and all of a sudden the Obama's faces popped up as the next video. That's a new one. And guess what? I'm just going to say this. Just, Scott, if you're going to go on other channels spouting that shit, don't be surprised when people call you on it, because that's a fucking reach.
There have been kinds of racist discourse from the other direction that are completely acceptable. There was a video circulating of a Democratic state legislator saying, we minorities all have the same oppressor. These are white people. We have to make sure we unify and take over the...
That's what... Why is this president even posting memes? He's the fucking president!
...the country and render white people...
Yeah, I'll say this. I don't miss Joe Biden for shit. But I do miss the days where I didn't have to worry about, like, oh, what did our president tweet that might move markets?
A minority, and when you start to...
God, those were good days.
...kind of ratify...
But you know what? Here we are. I'm embracing the chaos.
...endorse that type of racial discourse in one direction.
If you all got kids, woo! You're the ones who really got to worry.
I think the reaction is obviously going to be...
For so many reasons in this Trump administration.
Where if that kind of racial discourse is allowed, we're not going to care so much about racist discourse from another
As
group.
I said, just make sure they don't get in the modeling industry.
And that's a big part of the dynamic here.
Otherwise, they will just end up as fodder for the next J.D. Vance administration, since all of them have proven that they are so willing to protect the status quo of, I don't know, what were they protecting?
Yeah, I mean, Michael Knowles, just finally on this. I mean, I did see some people arguing. I thought there was merit to that argument, that people on the left think nothing of portraying Donald Trump as Adolf Hitler, who murdered 12 million people, including 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. I've seen loads of memes of Trump as Hitler and Nazis and so on. And, I'm not comparing Nazism with racism, but they're both very, very, very offensive. And I have never seen the level of outrage about comparing Trump to Hitler that I've seen having the Obamas as aides, which is clearly a racist trope. You know, I don't think Trump saw it, but I do think it would have served him in good stead to have actually just said, you know what, this was done.
Okay, so then he's not tweeting his tweets, so stop truthing. Like, stop going on truth. If it's a staffer, then that's not him. That means that everything that you buy as him tweeting it is not him. Do you understand how stupid these motherfuckers are for even going with this one?
Done completely inadvertently. I didn't.
Oh, yeah, it was completely inadvertent.
See it. The
Jesus Christ, Piers.
end of this, and I'm very sorry for the completely understandable outrage it caused. It was totally unintentional. It would go so far if Trump just occasionally did that. If he just accepted he screwed up, you know, and just, but he will never.
No, Rob Cohen made sure that that wasn't a thing, so maybe you should own that one.
Give an inch.
Come on, man.
And it's because he says the other side don't, but I just wish sometimes, as someone who's known him a long time, come on, Donald, you can do it. Just say you screwed up and you're sorry.
We know you've known him a long time, but that's not something you should be proud of right now. You know who else knew him a long time? Jeffrey Epstein.
It wasn't giving an inch, but it was giving half an inch. And the fact that everyone on this panel basically agrees that Trump probably didn't see this, he probably didn't actually post this himself, I think tells you...
No, don't put words in my fucking mouth. Or Mark's mouth.
There's a reasonable degree of consensus on this issue. Obviously, the separate...
Unless Mark actually agrees with this, then it's like, ew.
...video with Obama as the monkeys, that was a part of a separate meme that came after, which is something we haven't talked about, and it's worth pointing out. I actually, not only did I go watch the first video that Trump posted, which has nothing to do, it was clearly some kind of autoplay afterward, but I went to see the...
Someone in chat already saw this. The autoplay. That was clearly some autoplay afterwards.
One that it referenced. And if you watch that whole video, yes, it's got all these Democrats of all racial backgrounds as various animals. But then I thought, okay, well, it's still kind of bad if only the black people are portrayed as monkeys, right? Even if you have other Democrats in there. But I looked, and it's not true. Actually, Joe Biden is portrayed as a monkey as well, and Hakeem Jeffries is portrayed as not a monkey. So it doesn't actually, in context...
Yeah, but making him giraffes would have made this a whole new level of, like, who gives a shit?
Even break down along racial grounds. Obviously, it's distasteful. The president thought it was distasteful. He took it down.
And why even do this fucking, like, rigmarole here?
But yes, that's actually a degree, I think, of grace and introspection that you don't really see from the other side, which, to Glenn's point, is now has a state legislator going around saying that...
Dude, my ex-roommate just started doing that. Like, we were hanging the other day, and he was just like, 840, woo! I was like, we're doing that?
Everyone needs to gang up and kill Whitey. And the other side, which is called Trump Hitler, and to a large degree justified even his assassination. It was probably good for Trump to take it down, but this has been blown so tremendously out of proportion, they don't even recognize what the original meme was about.
Well, you know what? It's like all of these things. I just think people, they race immediately to the, as Glenn, I think it's such a perfect word, to the catastrophizing of everything. That any type of nuance or attempt to understand these things gets completely obliterated in the race to be the one that can have the most savage critique. And I just think that is the problem. And the trouble with it is that when people are actually deliberately racist.
No. Or it was a racist thing that you're just ignoring and you're trying to grasp at straws for it being so overtly racist.
Then it gets lost in the wash.
I like how it's 1, 2, 3, 4 white guys, and Mark's just like
if you keep calling Trump a Nazi or Hitler, again, you're just diluting what Nazism was really about, which was extermination of 6 million Jews and 6 million more people. I've had this argument with people for years now. It's the dilution.
That's actually called equivalency. It's because he's getting close to doing something like that.
Trade this stuff. Focus
and the thing is, we've called him proto-Nazi. At least I have.
I think we'd all be a lot better for it. I've got to leave it there. The panel's been great. Thank you all very much. I really enjoyed that debate. Thank you.
That was longer than I thought it would be. I'm gonna be honest. Oh shit, it's almost 11. All right. Yeah, you know what? Usually I would go to the top of the hour, but it's time. I gotta go eat. All right, folks. Had a great time with y'all. Tomorrow I might not be on because we have actually, hold on. Let's see. Oh, shit. You know what? Yeah, I might be on later. All right, I'm going to pay attention to the news because I know there's some planned protests tomorrow. Yeah, maybe I'll cover those. We'll see. Depends if those actually happen, though. Wait, did they not ask Mark? No, Sylvie, they did not ask Mark. Go figure. Awesome show, Pep. Thanks for the laughs. Hey, thanks, Ash. I really appreciate that. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you all hanging out. Oh, fuck. And it has been fun. But, like I said, tomorrow is a D&D game. And I expect this one to be quite epic. So, there's a very good chance that I'm not going to be able to stream. Because, yeah, unfortunately, DM likes to kind of make things a little bit more cinematic. And, yeah, like, we wrapped up a battle with my last session. And he did, like, an hour of, like, wrap-up, but it was perfect. We're playing Daggerheart. If you do not know the system, it's made by Critical Role. So I love it. I absolutely love it. 2 D12s represent hope and fear, and based on what you roll on those rolls, the DM gets some fear, which if you like, it's literally like a tally system. It's so much fun. Have fun? Oh, I will. No, I'm gonna have fun regardless. I cannot wait. Jork the Orc is about to have a jolly good time tomorrow. We get to meet a new party member because we had a official death in our party, which I've never had that happen. Never. I've been playing D&D for, half my life, and I've never experienced a actual, like, party death, like, or like a actual, like, death in the party. We always resurrect, or there's always something storyline-wise where we bring him back. That did not happen. He is dead, so we get to pick up from there. It's going to be interesting. And our last mission was to save his kids. So me and my party member were just like, what do we do? Because we technically saved the kids, but he's dead. And neither of us are like, hey, let's adopt these little, like, he was a half tiger, he was like a tigerling or whatever. Yeah. We are literally dropping them off at the next inn, and we are moving on. We'll see what happens. Like I said, our games tend to go years, and they all wrap around, like they all do kind of like loop back. Like my last game, I lost our bag of holding in my first year. In our last session, we found the person that had the bag of holding, and he got away. So it like we did a like a little, it was like a, I hate to say this, but like, we finished the game, but then we did like a one-off session where we were all level 20. Like you started off at level 20, and it was me putting together like a new party to go get that bag of holding. It was awesome. I had such a good time. But yeah, it was totally my fault. Like, I totally lost the bag of holding because I decided to engage a random dude in the Underdark who, yeah, he wanted to challenge me to like a game of wits, and I lost. I rolled like shit. So yeah, that was not fun. We lost a lot. Like, we lost a lot. We had a gelatinous cube that was in the bag of holding that was named Globby. I lost Globby. Like, that sucked. Anyway, I lost the bag of holding. No, do you understand how embarrassing that is when your entire party looks at you and they're like, you did what? And this was at the end. This was at the end of combat. We had just finished like an epic battle. Again, this was it It was Journey in the Underdark. So we were about halfway through. So it was the Mushroom Queen. I remember exactly where this was. It was right after we defeated the Mushroom Queen, which if you know D&D, you know. Yeah, we defeated her. We walked around the castle. And as we were leaving, he's like, you encounter a stranger. It's like, ooh. Did I get all my stuff back? No, not at all. No, they it was the most anticlimactic thing ever. They sold all my shit. Globby was pissed. So Globby became a final boss, which I thought that was a cool little touch. I'll be honest, like he was a giant gelatinous cube. Yeah, R.I.P. Globby. We totally, yeah, I had to kill Globby, and yes, it was very sad. Dude, that sucked. That really sucked. What up, Kois? How you doing, man? Good to see you. I'm talking about my my last D&D game. Yeah, I'm literally just unlocking. I was about to say goodbye to everybody, but I was telling everybody how I'm about to play some D&D tomorrow with my new character that is Jork the Orc. Jork the Orc, but I'm technically called Jork the Dreamweaver. Because, yeah, anytime that I do something special, I have to play literally on it. Like I have my Spotify queued up where I play the chorus to Dreamweaver. And it's incredible. I love it. It definitely made for a more interesting session, but it does annoy my DM because he's just like, oh, wait, you got it queued? It's like, yeah, I got it queued. All right, let's go. You should do a video or stream teaching people how to play. I wanted to learn. Oh, you know what? Yeah. No, we're already planning a D&D stream, so... No, I could totally do that. I could do a little video teaching people how to play D&D, maybe with a little politics involved. Yeah, dude, D&D is great. Daggerheart's different, so I might have to do like 2 different ones because Daggerheart is probably the new system that I'm gonna play. Like, I'm genuinely toying with doing a Daggerheart system with you guys, but because 5th edition D&D is still the standard, I might just have to do that. Yeah. Actually, now that I'm like talking about it. Because Daggerheart has like cards involved and it's like, yeah, there's a learning curve. Yeah, no, I should just keep it at D20. But yeah, I'm writing the session. I hate to admit that I've been writing the session for a long time. For you guys, like for the one that you guys are going to be part of. I have it worked out for a 6-person party, but it will work with 5. Your passion for this would make you blow up like, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I got a passion for politics too. I like my D&D. D&D day makes me happy. Been watching since I got to work. Was gonna say hi and bye. Kois, I appreciate that, man. Very cool. Well, we're in the last 10 minutes. I might as well just like chill for a few more minutes, but which isn't the worst thing. You got me talking about D&D, which is the easiest way to get me to just stick around and be like, yeah, D&D rules. I don't care, dude. I really don't. I have been getting made fun of for liking this type of stuff my entire life. And now that it has become kind of mainstream, I have to say, like, it's kind of funny. Like, I've seen, like, people that made fun of me for this playing, like, on their social media accounts where I'm just like, oh, that's cute. So you figured out with your work friends that, you know, that thing that you used to make fun of. And I'm sure that he's told the story where it's like, yeah, there's this guy Pep that I used to like totally make fun of. You know, he was actually kind of cool guy, but yeah, I didn't really think that I would get into that D&D shit. Do I call them out? Yeah. No, I always call out people that, like, they try to shit on nerd culture. Like, I've done this with comic books. I've done it with wrestling. Wrestling was a big one because, like, you just don't get it. Genuinely. Like, if you don't like professional wrestling and you think it's just, like, fake fighting, you don't get it. I'm sorry for you. Like, I'm genuinely sorry that you will never feel the absolute joy that I have felt watching a wrestling match. Like, watching your favorite character, and I will call him a character, you know, overcome all these odds and, you know, the choreography, I will call it choreography as well, is just spectacular. And it's just like, no, like, I hate the fact that, like, people, it's usually UFC idiots that come in that, like, they're just like, oh, they're not actually hitting each other. It's like, yeah, that would cause concussions. That means they can't fight the next night. That's not good. Like, Matt Serra is actually a perfect example of this. When you look at Matt Serra now, when he was fighting, dude, you can tell. Like, he is so brain damaged. It's scary. Jake Shields, Eddie Bravo, all these guys, Joe Rogan even to a degree. When you take enough head trauma and you start, like, talking about, like, conspiracy shit, but, like, you really start talking about conspiracy shit, and it also comes off, like, across with this, like, Jake Shields, anybody? Jake Shields is one of the dumbest people that's famous right now. I hate to say it, like, but it's true. Like, it's only because he fought, and he has a bunch of people that watch him fight in UFC that are platforming him right now. It's kind of sad to watch because, like, I'm telling you right now, his podcast career, that's got a fucking timetable on it, okay? Like, he's already deteriorated from the time that he started the show to the point that he's at now, where it's just like, oh shit, dude. Like, CTE be a real thing. Yeah, no, it's actually, like, legitimately disturbing. And like I said, Matt Serra, when you listen to Matt Serra now, like, in any interview, it's actually uncomfortable. Like, he is genuinely, like, I don't want to use the term but he's, like, genuinely got, like, you know, a mental retardation going on because of how many hits he took to the head. Like, he cannot think properly at all. He can't put sentences together. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's kind of proof that we shouldn't be glorifying a sport that literally is based on doing the most brain damage possible. Like, as somebody who was part of a sport that literally is studied in CTE trials, I gotta say, it's kind of fucked up to watch dudes just knocking each other in the head without any padding, any protection at all. Yeah, the folding chair was never meant to hit the face. Well, to be fair, again, yes, there are concussion issues in wrestling, but I've never seen a concussion issue to the, like, degree that, like, again, Matt Serra, where it's like, no, his personality changed. Like, the guy has to be, like, spoon-fed at this point. Like, I hope you understand that this is a huge fucking deal. You liberals have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Go watch Liberal Hive Mind most recent video on it. What? Debunked. Shut up, TDS. You are the R words. Like I said, kicked in the head. There's a good example of someone that will make you feel like you have been kicked in the head. Like, okay. But realistically, whoa, unhinged. Yeah, that was a little unhinged. Right? Like, came out of nowhere. But whatever. Obviously, I'm getting to him. No, there have been times I've, like, felt guilty, like, for playing hockey, liking hockey, liking fighting, wrestling, because, like, yes, there are people that have had broken necks. Yeah, like, people have died in the ring. You know, I watched one of my favorite wrestlers die in the ring. Yeah, dude, fucking Judgment Day 1999. I'll never forget that shit. I was watching it with my friend Brandon. Oh, fuck, dude. That was fucked up. And that's when Owen Hart was the Blue Blazer, the worst gimmick he was ever given. I remember saying when they, they called it, when they came out on air and said that he had died. And then continued the show, which was beyond fucked up. I remember bringing that up, but I also remember saying, like, dude, he died in his worst gimmick. And, like, my buddy just was like, oh, shit, dude. You're right. That was fucked up. But all right, folks. We are at the 9-hour mark. It's time. I'm going to load up. That was, yeah, dude. Again, Judgment Day 1999. I will never forget that shit. I will never forget that shit. That was one of the worst days to be a pro wrestling fan. And then going home and having people ask me about it, like having my dad ask me about it, that was crazy because, like, my dad didn't give a shit about any wrestling stuff, and he was just like, I heard one of your guys died. It's like, yeah, and he didn't even know. Like, he was actually, like, right. It's like, yeah, that was one of my dudes. Damn. But, yeah, rest in peace, Owen Hart. All right, folks, I have got to go. So I really appreciate you all hanging out tonight. I had a good old time with y'all. So, like I said, might be on tomorrow, might not be, but guarantee I will be on Friday. So look out for the show. Love y'all. I will see you guys then.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.